Hello and welcome to the final round of BUKC 2022 in sunny Llandow in South Wales. I'm Jacob Harris and I'm going to talk you through today's proceedings along with a couple of guys in the comms box who will introduce themselves in a minute. But first, the cast of drivers. We'll dive straight in with the Oxford Brookes boys. In fact, I'll get in the middle of you two. We've got Lucas and Seb. Seb's trying to run away, but I'm going to get him back here. Come on, don't be shy, Seb. Seb, you won a race last time out at Shennington.
Oh, I did, yeah.
You and the other Seb.
Yeah, double Sebs.
Are you a Llandow man? Can you repeat the success here?
Well, I'm not in my beloved F team, so I don't reckon. I'll try and recreate the success.
Okay. And Lucas, you're more of a local man, aren't you?
I'm indeed. This is probably my home circuit, if I've got to call one.
Would you call yourself a Llandow specialist?
We'll see at the end of this race, I'll let you know.
And you're racing for the Brookes A team, who are challenging for the title, am I right?
This is indeed my A-team debut, and it couldn't have been in a more pressurised situation.
Yeah, well, you know, the Llandow specialist is needed to secure the points. Are you confident?
We should do. Looking back, we've got a couple of drivers which could come through, but yeah, hopefully get a solid, well, have to get a winner really from second.
Seb, do you believe in the A team? Can they win it today?
I believe in the A team.
Good stuff. And most importantly, are you guys out tonight?
I am not, because I'm at Clay Pigeon tomorrow.
Seb, you out tonight?
I am not, no.
This interview's over. Saj is here for Leeds Beckett. Come on over, Saj. Are you out tonight?
Yeah, I will be, of course.
That's what we like to hear. Brookes are rubbish. Beckett are class. All the Beckett lads out tonight?
No, unfortunately not. It's just me and Brad here.
The main ones, the ones I like. So.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And you're starting, what's this, second, third, fourth?
Starting fourth, yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm kind of crapping it a little bit, but should be a little bit of fun. Never been here before, so...
Oh dear, that's always a bad start.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to guess where I'm braking and hope that I don't send someone off, so...
Have you been doing onboards and chill, though?
No.
No? No onboards?
No onboards.
No chilling?
No, just going to have to guess and hope for the best, really, so... I'll be...
At least you look good anyway. These Leeds Beckett suits are, you know, some of the best on the grid. I'm not a purple fan myself, but you got the visor sticker to match. It's an impressive effort.
Yeah, it's Beckett colours really though. I mean, I can't do much about it, but with the white seats, they get ruined after one race, unfortunately, but nothing you can do. Yeah.
Could have told you that before you ordered them, but, you know, you can't change the university covers, so, you know, that's how it is. You have a good race, so I'm going to jump over the other side of the grid and talk to Amy.
Cheers, thank you.
Saj there from Leeds Beckett, and we've got the whole team Sheffield here. The whole gang's out in force, but Amy is racing in race one, I take it.
I am, yeah.
And you're on the front row of the grid?
Yeah, second time this year, very lucky.
Yeah, well, it helps if you're the captain, isn't it?
I was the only lightweight driver who's been here before, so, you know, logic, yeah.
And so the pressure's on then for you to get a result?
Exactly, yeah. And first race of the day. I don't normally go for that, but we'll see.
Any particular reason? Are you not a fan of the damp conditions that usually we find in the first race?
Yeah, basically, I'm not very good in the wet at all.
Just hungry. Don't be too hard on yourself. More importantly, a Team Sheffield out tonight in Cardiff.
Of course we are. Yeah, we were out last night as well.
Yes. Out last night as well. Wow. And you're in the first race this morning. Wow. Did you go heavy last night?
Wasn't that heavy. We were saving ourselves a bit, but there'll be a few naps this afternoon, I'm sure.
Saving yourself for tonight rather than the racing, right?
Yes.
Excellent. You're alongside Lucas Sullivan, who's a Llandow specialist, self-professed. I didn't put those words into his mouth. And another Brookes driver, Seb Marlowe, and behind you. Worried about the competition at all?
To be honest, yeah. There are a few, like Dante's in it, Serenetti's in this. Obviously Ben again, which we were first and second at Buckmore by. It was so close, so weird how it turns out sometimes, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. But we're all friends here in BUKC, and I'm sure there'll be some calm, gentle racing to start the day.
Yeah, very gentle, yeah. Very, very clean. Keep it clean.
Exactly. Amy, thanks for chatting with us. I'll see you later. Let's have a chat with Ben from Birmingham. Ben, how are Team Birmingham looking today?
I think we're looking quite strong, to be fair. I've never actually been here before, but I'm just going to have to send it. See what happens.
And you're out tonight, Team Birmingham?
Yeah, we are out tonight. We'll be on the pub crawl.
This is going well. This is going to be a great night. Just all of BUKC, just not Brookes. So I think there's going to be some Brookes guys out tonight, no, to be fair to them. But are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am looking forward to it.
More than the racing?
Maybe not more than the racing, but I'll have a few Jaeger bombs tonight. If anyone else is down, come come find me.
Line them up in walkabout tonight, me and you. Let's actually talk about the racing, because that's presumably what people have tuned in for rather than pre-drink chat. Starting in a competitive position, but a very, very strong grid here.
Yeah, well, I'll see what I can do on the first lap. Gonna just get behind someone, work together, move forwards and not backwards.
Ben, you're still on the hunt for your first mains race victory. Is today the day?
Well, I'll try my best and see what happens.
Good, good. You get on with that. I'll speak to you later. After the race, I'll speak to you when you win, all right? Let's wander back over here and let's go a couple of rows back. I do want to speak to Mr. Serenetti over here. In fact, I'll jump to Rory first, because I don't think I've spoken to Rory much this year, mostly because you haven't turned up, Rory. What's that all about?
I haven't turned up. I was at the ones that you didn't live stream, that's why.
You weren't at Chennington.
Okay, no, I wasn't at Chennington.
And you were at PFI?
Yeah, I won a race at PFI.
Of course. How could I forget, because we didn't stream. Can you repeat the success here today?
Absolutely not. No clue where I'm going.
Okay.
But
Right, so it was right, then left again, then a right, then a chicane. You'll get it.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm here to have a bit of fun, so if I do that, then it's all good.
If you have fun, then you won in my book. And Bournemouth's first year in mains. Have you guys enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. We've all had a great time. It's been really good.
That's what I really want to hear. Are you guys out tonight for the awards?
You know what? When you said that, it was very tempting. Very tempting. We'll find out. We'll decide later.
You can do it. Come join us. Free drinks.
Maybe.
I'll work on you throughout the day. Enjoy your race. That's the teammates off the grid show. I did say I wanted to talk to Mr. Serenetti real quickly, so I'll just dive down next to him before we pass back to the comms team. Alessandro, you've had a very, very strong year this year.
Yeah, yeah. I've been quite fast all year. All the tracks I've been to, thankfully. I'm hoping for another strong one today. To be fair, get the team, get some points, and see where we finish at the end of the day. So.
Good man. I will have to cut this a bit short because I need to go back to the comms guys to introduce themselves, but hopefully I'll chat to you a bit later.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Alessandro Serenetti there for Hertfordshire. Right, we're going back to the comms box now for a quick introduction to our commentary team for the day.
Thank you, Jacob. Well, it's hello and Borodar from the comms box here. It may be a bit cold out there, but it's a very warm welcome from us as we look ahead to rounds 7 and 8, the final 2 rounds in which we're going to crown our champions in both the Prems and Clubmans for the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship. Breaking with tradition a little bit here by having our championship decider, our final 2 rounds at Llandow. Recent history of the BUKC, it's been typical for us to either be at Wilton Mill or Clay Pigeon, but we are in the beautiful Vale of Glamorgan here in South Wales to decide this year's championship. My name is Howard Mitchell, and alongside me in the box is Mr. James Johnston. James, how are you doing today, mate?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Howard. It is fantastic to be back here in the BUKC comms. But the last time I was here doing this was at GYG in 2020, the last normal weekend of our lives. Swansea took a victory. It was absolutely wonderful. And what happened afterwards, we don't discuss. But yes, no, absolutely wonderful to be back here for the BUKC.
Absolutely. Just over a kilometre then, this Llandow kart circuit, also next to a car racing course as well here. Fantastic facility that they have here. But we are, of course, going around the South Wales kart circuit here. Quite a technical track as well. Interesting circuit for us to have a championship decider on. There are overtaking opportunities here, but there's also sections of the track where it's quite technical. And yes, good spot there, James. There is a chicane in that long straight, so there isn't as much time to rest around the lap as that map might suggest. So technical bits of this track at places like the Hook and the Dell. And we'll cover all this. Quick look at the weather as well. My goodness me, are we feeling rather fortunate today. We come to Llandow at this time of year. It can be a bit wet, but it is gorgeous conditions. Bit cold in the early morning here, but very few clouds in the sky, and those that are rather nice looking wispy cartoon clouds. We don't have any storm clouds at the moment over the circuit, so it's gorgeous conditions here, and I think it's going to be really interesting. Drivers just now going out for their practice laps for race number 1. We will cover all the championship permutations as we go along. We'll give you all of those and try and keep you up to date. I do want to stress that early doors, everything that we say from the comms position today is provisional. I really must stress that when there is so much on the line. We are doing our best to keep up, but, you know, mistakes can happen when we're doing the maths quickly in between races. So please do just bear that in mind. And this is the first of 6 races that will make up we've got the 2 rounds happening for you today, and this is the first of 6 races, I was right, that make up round 7, and then we will go into a round 8. They're both sprint format races for you today. I'm going to leave it at that for now with the housekeeping. James, Llandow, last 2 rounds of the championship. How are you feeling about this track and what we're looking ahead to today?
It's a very interesting track to come to for the final round. Obviously, as Howard has mentioned, there are overtaking opportunities aplenty. I would say the big one is into Raymond Holt at the final corner here, as we look at from the comm box. There's a very open hairpin where I think we'll see some fantastic battles throughout the day. But I think, to be completely honest, coming into this, having done a little track walk myself, I think cone penalties and infringements such as this are going to be a big talking point today, because there are a lot of curbs that drivers will want to take. That's the line you want to take around here, but due to the nature of the track, the cones have had to be put out to ensure the safety of the karts, and I think we're going to see a lot of that today, and the drivers are going to have to pay a lot of attention, because particularly through the Dell section, Dell Boy, as I'm going to be calling it, through the day, again, the line you want to take is spot on the curb, and there are just cones everywhere. So drivers are going to have to pay very careful attention, whilst obviously trying to go as fast as possible, as is tradition.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
That's the idea.
I think you're absolutely right, man. And I think as well the other thing is that corners like I'll get on board with that, like Del Boy. It's kind of blind. It's a bit Monaco-esque because of the way the tyre walls are here. You've got to really commit to the turn-in, and you can't see the apex that you're actually aiming for when you begin the sequence of the right, left, right that makes that up. And it's about stringing that together and having that confidence. And we already heard from some of the drivers down on the grid with Jacob there, they're not too familiar with the circuit, some of them. Some of them haven't been here for a while. I have just got a grid here in the box. I'm not sure we've had time to put it onto the graphics. So I'm going to start reading through it. If it can catch up, then that's fantastic. But it's going to be Ami Jurger on pole for Sheffield A, and Lucas Sullivan, who Jacob was talking to, for Oxford Brooks A. There we go. Thank you, Adam. That was cracking. Starting alongside there, Brooks A. Oxford Brooks D have Seb Marlowe going for them from third on the grid, and then it's Sajid Gnedi for Leeds Beckett A. Benjamin Boros for Birmingham A, and Newcastle A's Sam Gazy is next. Then it's University of West of England B's Sean Bryant and Rory Hudson for Bournemouth A, who, if I caught the interview correctly, is one of those drivers who needs to learn this track rather quickly. Luke Shillabar for Cambridge C, and Dom Cousins for Cambridge Make It on all Cambridge 5th row. Then it's Imperial A's Harris Warburton and Ainsley Martin for University of Wales Trinity St David B, local university to this circuit. Hertfordshire A of Alessandro Serenetti, and then it's Ross Woodford for UCLan A. Cardiff A have Fraser Brunton with Kevin Sang going for Edinburgh A alongside on row 8. Row 9 is Cardiff B's Aaron Farmer and Nikolai Bachverov for Southampton B. Bath A have Scott Van Breda for them, with Brighton B's Alex Mitchell rounding out the top 20. Then it's Nottingham Trent A's Dante Dillon. Manchester B, who haven't listed a driver, so maybe ineligible, will have to chase that up. Luke Woodall for Nottingham A, and Ecstasy's Christopher Huxtable are row 12. Then it's Warwick A's Joe Perkins and Brogan Gannon of Brunel A. Oxford Brooks B have Tom Geeney with Adam Kernis for Leeds A. Liverpool A are next with Brooksy alongside. I'm going to go a bit quicker here, folks. Coventry A and University of East Anglia A are next, and then Reading A and Brighton A are your 17th row of this 34-car grid. And now that I've had to raise the last few rows, we'll probably go around again, but such is life as we get ready for the racing here. Drivers just finding their last few grid slots.
Just to point out, we have met. We'll just wait to see. Oh, no, we are ready, in fact, for a race start. It is go here at the BUKC finals. Ami Jurger taking the line into pole, but no, it is already the Oxford Brooks A kart who take the lead, coming through the first corner, looking through there, everyone getting away nicely. Yes, actually, they've all been very well behaved through the first couple of corners. I think there is a little bit of argy-bargy coming out of there, but it is Oxford Brooks A leading the way for the moment. They've got a sizable gap, it has to be said, already in this on this very first lap. Sheffield A dropping down into second place, and it's very close with Leeds Beckett A, Oxford Brooks D, Birmingham A, and Newcastle A coming through. Bournemouth A, Rory.
Oh, big
big
spin
spin! That's Amy. Is that Amy Jurg?
No, it's
I'm not
Sergeant
entirely
Jenny.
sure.
It's Leeds Beckett A who have gone round, and there's another car that's gone off in sympathy there from much further down. That's the number 19, which actually it's not from that much further down. I'll double check who that is, but it's a dream start for Lucas Sullivan, nevertheless, in the Brooks A kart as they come round to finish the first lap of today's racing, of this weekend's racing, bear in mind, because it is the finals weekend. Plenty of racing to come here at Llandow, but it is Brooks A who lead. It's a Brooks 1-2, in fact, with Brooks D in second place. Amy Jurger, our pole sitter, down to third place, with Bournemouth A and Birmingham A in fourth and fifth, respectively. There you go. It wasn't too bad a start for Rory Hudson. He learnt the track quite well there with that start, and it was Sam Gazy of Newcastle A who went off in sympathy down at the Dell.
Big shout out to Fraser Brunton in the Cardiff A kart, one of the teams that have a mathematical chance of winning today. He has gained 9 places on this start, currently running in 7th place.
Absolutely. So here they come. This is them going onto the back straight, and by them I mean the battle for second place being led by Brooks D there, because it's already 3 seconds to the good. In fact, he's just passing under our comps position now. Lucas Sullivan in that Brooks A kart doing exactly what he needs to do for Brooks A, one of the teams who are in the championship hunt, lest we forget. Exeter and Oxford Brooks A are the key players at the top of this. They're not the only ones who can do it mathematically. We'll get into that, but this is the dream start for them.
Just want to say that obviously we've got Oxford Brooks A leading, Oxford Brooks D in second. So Seb Marlowe has an absolutely fantastic opportunity here to give Oxford Brooks A. He basically run second gunner for Lucas Sullivan in the Oxford Brooks A car in their quest to claim this year's championship title. And it looks like at the moment the gap's about 3.2 seconds on that last lap. There's only a 2/10 second gap between Lucas Sullivan and Seb Marlowe. So at the moment, everything staying relatively in order, although here comes the Hertfordshire A car trying to barrel his way past Cardiff. A little bit of a gesticulation there from the Hertfordshire A man. He tried to get past Cardiff A, but unfortunately nothing there. Although here we go, then he has just actually got past Fraser Brunton there into the first corner, and it looks like that has actually cost Fraser a couple of places as Cardiff tried to finagle their way into trying to keep their championship hopes alive.
Yes, indeed. I mentioned Exeter A then as one of the key players in this championship, key protagonists, as I'll be saying that word plenty of times today. And you're going, where are they? You didn't even mention them on the grid. There are 6 races in each round. Each team fields 4 drivers, and they take part as a team in 4 out of the 6 races. So though we haven't seen Exeter A yet out on track, we will do in due course, and by the end of it, everyone will have done the same number of races.
I have to give a massive apologies. That was Hertfordshire overtaking Birmingham. Fraser Brunton is the number 18 kart, so just a little bit of housekeeping there. So Cardiff A up into 6th, and no, make that 5th now, as they were barreling their way past the Birmingham A kart.
Great little battle just on screen there. Cheeky passes at the hairpin for Oxford Brooks B. That Raymond hairpin really providing an opportunity for some good overtakes here. Then this is the Surtees straight, and then into this corner that you can see them going through now, this long right-hander. This is called Matt Werters, and it's got a really awkward exit curb, a very prominent sausage curb really, and you do not want to be riding up on that because you'll scrape the bottom of the cart, and if you do so, you'll get a penalty most likely as well. It is a big no-no. You can tag it with the left wheel, just kiss it, but any more than that, you're going to be losing time, quite frankly, but also risking damaging your beautifully race-prepared Club 100 Rotax Evo kart.
Lovely little battle here between the UEB and that's Trinity A, as I'm not entirely sure who that was, just sending a lovely little move down the inside of Raymond Holt. Southampton B picked themselves up a penalty, but it's there goes
Sorry, mate, that is for the sausage curb. So there is a case study. You guys didn't need to take that demonstration for us, but thank you very much.
Sorry, Andrew, we've got a massive amount of collision here. We've got that would look like the Cardiff B kart trying to go down that around the inside of the exit of the hook, and they've just forced, I'm not entirely sure who that was, over the grass, but this is all helping the Trinity B kart in their pursuit of 10th place as Exeter C pick themselves up a cone penalty. As I mentioned at the start of the day, cone penalties will be a thing today.
Seb Marlowe in that Brooks D kart actually closing the gap on Lucas Sullivan last time around. I'm just trying to spot him. No, he's not in traffic, is Sullivan, so it's not that he'd be losing time due to that. So maybe he feels he's done the rear. I've done the rear gunner job. I'm going to catch up now. Good battle just there on screen between Rory Hudson in that Bournemouth A kart and Nottingham Trente. In fact, that's just swapped around. So Dante Dillon, I believe, in that number 11 kart, taking them up into 7th place. A good drive so far from Dante Dillon, a successful driver, not least in the British Indoor Karting Championship. So good little move there, and takes Nottingham Trente further up the order.
Brooks B, I think I did just catch on the screen, making a lovely move into the hook, and they are getting close to the top 10. Meanwhile, as we just watched Luke O'Sullivan go past our screen, we're looking to see this top group, and it is certainly closing up a little bit. We have got the Hertfordshire A kart closing in. We've got Fraser Brunton catching Amy Jurger into the hook. In fact, I think we're very close, but we'll see what's going on the screen.
Swap there, yeah, for I think that was the 23 getting up to 9th. Indeed it was. University of Wales Trinity St David B. I'm always interested to see how they do here, because they hail from not too far from here, so but they're fighting back as they come down the Surtees straight and into the double apex left-hander, and that is a nice tidy little move there for Oxford Brooks B as they move themselves up the order, and a little look there as well from the UCLan A kart, but couldn't quite turn it into a move as they head towards this bottom of the circuit right-hander called Chandler's.
Yes, no, again, as I mentioned, fantastic opening couple of laps here for Sam Gurney in the Oxford Brooks B kart. He's started in the lowly heights, all the way down, I should say, of 27th. He's now up into 9th place. A fantastic little effort there. As Hertfordshire A now set a stonking fastest lap of the race, 51.674. A good couple attempts. In fact, I think it might be significantly faster than Oxford Brooks A, who are... I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the Oxford Brooks A kart. They are not in traffic. There's only 1.7 seconds to Oxford Brooks D, and Hertfordshire A are coming. Cardiff A have got, again, as I've been saying, they have to be considered as well. Sheffield A also in this fight. So it is all going to get close, as we now see a very scrappy little battle here between the 34. Not entirely sure who that is. I think we're a little bit further down the order at the moment. It is very close.
It's this battle at the top end of the top 10 and the low teens, the likes of University of Wales Trinity St David B, University of West of England B is the 34, and UCLan A and Cardiff B were also, Cardiff B got past Cambridge B on the last lap to take 13th. That was down at Raymond's. So it's been going all race so far, this battle in the mid-pack, and it's a highly entertaining one, this one.
Absolutely. It's now coming down into Raymond Holt. We see, is that I'm not entirely sure if that is the Surrey A car of my old mate Adrian Porter. I think it might, no.
I think it was Cambridge B were trying to do a move. That's the number 15 in this little exchange. It's a weird one where they don't know, they're going to the inside at the hairpin and they're doing it half in defence and half in attack. As that's the 43 that has spun round. Which
Oxford Brooks E, who have actually also just picked up a penalty.
So forcing a driver wide. Didn't spot where it was, but normally around Llandow, that's coming out the final hairpin because, well, there's tarmac, then there's curb, and then there's grass. And by the time you get to the grass, you really should have given racing room, because the next thing after the grass is a tyre wall. So that would be where I'm guessing that occurred. As
Sorry, Howard, couple of movements, as I'm sure you can see on screen, as the 65 just does a nice little overtake there into Raymond's, although this car is going to fight back. But Hertfordshire A are up into second place, and Cardiff A are up into 4th, so they will be closing in on this group. I'm sure we will see the battle for the lead at some point between Hertfordshire and Oxford Brooks A. Trying to follow this battle here. Let's see if we can see who it is we are following. Not entirely sure at the moment, but anyway, yes, the gap currently standing at 1.7 seconds between our leading pair, and then there's a little bit of a gap then to Oxford Brooks D and Cardiff A, who have also got past Sheffield A. Certainly in the hunt. Nice little bit of braking there from Fraser Brunton into Raymond's. Hertfordshire A now set the fastest lap of the race, 51.5, a good 0.6 of a second faster than Oxford Brooks A. So they are coming. Be sure that Hertfordshire A are coming, trying to ruin Oxford Brooks' efforts to get a very good start to the day, on the day in which they could take the championship, but we've still got so much racing to go, and as Howard has been mentioning, we have still got extra A to come into play in the next couple of races.
Yeah, good drive so far, as you mentioned, from Hertfordshire A. Alessandro Serenetti at the wheel with that one, with that fastest lap of the race. So, yeah, really good drive from him so far. as he chases down Lucas Sullivan in that Oxford Brooks A kart. And there is some traffic ahead of them on the road, which is the 19 of Newcastle A. But that is the only kart they've got to clear, so it shouldn't cause too much time loss. But it's one of those things, just a bit more pressure on the leader into the bottom end of the circuit, and they've already cleared that kart.
It's got a black flag anyway.
Yeah, so out of Muttworth as you go, you can see there Lucas Sullivan just kissing that sausage curb. That's fine, that's great. It's actually quite a reassuring reference in the kart, I find. It's like, oh yeah, there's the curb, that's the edge of the track, now power down. Well, you'd hope to already be on the power by that point, but
the sweet spot. There's a little bit of Tech Pro just before, or the grid stuff. If you get your left tyres on that, you're in the money. And actually, here we go. Lucas Sullivan just adopting a slightly defensive line heading into Raymond's, because you can tell the Hertfordshire A man, whose name I have completely forgotten, is Alessandro Serenetti or Ceronetti, depending on what your accent flavouring is. But here we go then. Lucas Sullivan now definitely going to be in need of doing some defending in the next few laps. You would think that an overtake from Serenetti is on the cards at any moment, but I think he's just going to play this nice patient game. We're not even at half distance yet in this race, and Serenetti with a opportunity to take lead. Is he going to go for it into Chandler's? He has done so, and that is a lovely little move for the lead. Lucas Sullivan has a little look, but he's already a couple of kart lengths back. And actually, here comes Sam Gurney in the Seb Marlowe, I should say, in the Oxford Brooks D kart, trying to get onto the back of the Oxford Brooks A man. Now, obviously, it would not be in his best interest to overtake. He'll just again play rear gunner in order to help Oxford Brooks A at least get second place, as we've got a spinner there. Not sure where that was, but yeah, Ceronetti up into the lead, and it is Brooks A and D second and third place. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the lap times from Fraser Brunton in the Cardiff A car. He is only 3.9 seconds off this little battle. So again, we've just hit half distance. So I'm expecting to see these the guys further back come into play. Watching the Brooks in formation running. There's another penalty for the Southampton B car. I think that's their second of the day. In fact, Seb Marlowe giving Lucas Sullivan a bit of a push along at this stage. And it's an interesting point at this stage. If you're the Brooks D kart, do you overtake the Brooks A kart and then just stay like that and then give them the place back at the end to ensure that the Brooks A kart do finish second, or do you just keep pushing them along, trying to get them some more pace and just act as the rear gunner as and when the guys behind them catch up? Although, having said that, Fraser Brunton in the Cardiff A kart has fallen back a bit. Howard, what would you do in this situation?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Sullivan had some really good early pace in this one, but they have been able to reel him in. You can give a bit of a cheeky bump draft around this circuit. It's a bit difficult with the chicane in the middle of the back straight, but it's doable. I would, I think with this much time left on the clock, I'd maybe think about switching it, but it's quite a bit of, intra-team ballet that you've got to coordinate quite closely there, and you never know. I mean, the ideal would be, as you sort of alluded to, Brooks D get by the leader and start to back them into Brooks A. That's the best thing to do championship-wise, if you're Brooks and you're thinking purely championship, because you want to get that win on the Brooks A scoreline. For the moment, at least, he appears to be holding station. Maybe give it 2 more laps and then play it, but you know, there's only 10 minutes left of this 25-minute race, so.
And it is worth mentioning as well that the threat from Cardiff A is diminishing. There is a big spin. That's the 23 kart of, I think that was UEB, who were they were coming down about 3 abreast through just underneath the start finish line. It looks like they've just tapped the tyre wall. In fact, there's a bit of Tech Pro barrier completely destroyed underneath our commentary box position, and that looked nasty. That can't have been an enjoyable experience for that 23 kart. But we're back here with the leaders as Hertfordshire A now set a blistering 51.4, about 8 tenths faster than Oxford Brooks A on this last. That's the Ceronetti. Undoubtedly probably got this one in the bag, but there's always a back marker just gets in the way there of I think that was our leader. So they are having to negotiate this traffic at the moment. Not entirely sure who we are looking at, who these back markers are. I would suggest it's possibly your Leeds, Beckett A, Brighton A, that sort of mob. So Oxford Brookes they've just got to gauge this one correctly. I think it is the 22 of Brighton A and Manchester B.
Yeah, the 60 of Leeds Beckett A is the one right in front of them right now, and that's the kart that had a spin on lap 1. We can't read anything from the fact that we're further up the grid, because I don't think we mentioned this at the top of the stream, but they're random grids for this BUKC Mains Championship. All the teams allocated random grid positions such that across all their 4 races for each round they have the same average starting position, which you'd hope is around about 17th place, because there's 34 karts on average on each grid. But yeah, this is an interesting moment now for Brookes, because every point is going to count. Just in terms of championship permutation, there are other teams who are mathematically in this one in terms of the championship. Loughborough A are certainly still within it. I want to say that the top 6 teams are all in this mathematically, but I will double check that in a second. So that would be Exeter A, Brookes A, Loughborough A, Leeds A, and Manchester A, and Nottingham Trent A. Go on.
First mention of the day, the spreadsheet of doom, which we will be leaning on heavily as they just get past this back marker here. Spreadsheet of doom predicts that the top 7 teams are still all have a mathematical chance. That's why I've been mentioning Cardiff A, because if they... Fraser Brunton is, if you're familiar with the name, he's a well-known person within the Club 100 circle. He's a very talented young driver. This is probably their best chance to keep their championship hopes alive. However slim they might be, he's doing a fantastic job up in 4th. I'm just simply wondering if it might already be too little, it's not enough for the Cardiff A car. But we will confirm once the spreadsheet of doom has been done.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, lest we forget, Fraser Brunton currently leading the point standings in the lightweight sprint championship in Club 100. Now a Club 100 round winner, as one of the karts there has come to a stop. I can tell it's a Clubman kart because it is a red number plate on that one, and I'm going to double check who that is as they come down the back straight. But yeah, a lot of experience in Fraser Brunton in that kart. It is the number 22 that went for a spinaroo, making it Brighton A.
Brighton A, oh dear.
Of which the sister team is in the hunt for the Clubmans.
Yes, we must. What
a segue.
Absolutely fantastic. You can almost make a transition out of that. But yes, no, so we cannot forget the Clubman Championship. Today it is the secondary championship within the BUKC mains. I think that's something we haven't mentioned as well. We've got the Premier class and the Clubman class. They're all racing on the same track, but they're racing for different championships. So we will try and give them as much credit as we possibly can. But obviously, predominant focus will be on the mains, as Newcastle they get themselves another black flag.
Yes, they did, which we're not seeing on time what that one was for, so it might be for a... Sometimes that just means that the reason hasn't flagged on the system. Sometimes that's for a more unusual reason, which will be at the race director's discretion.
Yes, not wanting to give drivers who make catastrophic mistakes a massive time in the sun, but restart off grass. So you can understand why the Newcastle A team probably not having one to forget, I think. So if you're for the Newcastle A, in fact, I'm going to name drop. If I can find him, Howard, whilst I do that. Sam Gazy, restarting on the grass, sir. Don't do it, as I'm sure JV has told you.
It is a no-no for certain, so slight slap on the wrists, unfortunately. We are just coming into the last 6 minutes of this race. Quite a long format to be called a sprint race in karting. 25 minutes to most people is more than a sprint race. Sometimes even this format's called a sprint duro because they see it as a bit of a halfway between a sprint and an endurance, but it's a very popular format, has been started to be used, or very similar length of races started to be used in some of the Club 100 formats, the SP60 format and such, as we are looking at the battle between the number 16 of Nottingham A, and I think that's the 61 of Southampton B, as we cut further up the field here to the battle that I think has been going all race long. University of East Anglia A, University of Wales Trinity St David B, and Cambridge C battling away there. Last 5 minutes then, and it's still with Hertfordshire A and Alessandro Serenetti by 3.5 seconds at the front of this one. That's notable for me because that was how big the gap got at one point for Lucas Sullivan as the race leader.
It was
he got out by about 3.5 seconds in the first couple of laps.
He did indeed, and actually it's Serenetti we're following right at the moment. Oh, big spin there. I don't know who that man is. Try and spot him.
At Chandler's, I think.
Chenanda Lebong.
Indeed.
Don't, yeah.
Oh, and a nice pass there through the dell as Serenetti's picking his way through some of the traffic there, but it was an opportunistic move there, I think, for X to C into the dell.
Serenetti gauged that absolutely perfectly. It's moments like that in the final 5 minutes of a race, as these faster drivers come up to the back of these squabbling back markers. These are the moments where leads can be lost, mistakes can be made. No one's fault. It just when karts come together, especially in a big pack like that, that's where races can be won and lost. But Serenetti putting in an absolutely lovely little bit of back marker work to ensure he keeps the lead of the race.
Absolutely controlling this one very, very nicely. And a little bit of so we've been talking about a top three. Fraser Brunton sort of a little bit in no man's land at the moment in that fourth place, but still running well for Cardiff, getting good points on the board. As we say, mathematically in it, but at some point, if they're not absolutely, stretching their legs at the front, we're going to have to conclude that they're probably out for the championship hole. But the way that scoring works in BUKC does mean that we get things kept nice and open between at least a couple of teams until usually the last round. It is a fantastically tight championship, is the BUKC.
Risky little bit of time here for Oxford Brookes A. They have just got these free karts to get past, and that will probably see them out. It is the 16, 105 and 63. That's Nottingham A, Ecstasy and Manchester B that they have got to traverse. I think they have got past the Manchester B kart. So yeah, they've just got Cardiff. Sorry, I'm getting in a complete tiz here. Nottingham A and Ecstasy, sorry. Yes, so just got those two guys to get past as well. Obviously, they're going to have a little look there. No, but here goes the Nottingham C kart down the ins.
Ecstasy on Nottingham A.
Yes, sorry. Getting them confused, but no, here
goes. It's the excitement.
It's the excitement. It's BUKC finals, and there goes Oxford Brookes D, just getting in the way there of the battle between Nottingham C and Ecstasy and Nottingham A for the moment. But they've just got one kart left to go through. That is Nottingham A, and there they go, and just give them a little love tap on the way. And here, this allows Oxford Brookes D to get through, and that is very well done from the Oxford Brookes A kart with just under 2 minutes left of this race. Second place looking very much on the cards. And I have to say, I think the Oxford Brookes teams, they've worked this absolutely perfectly. Brilliant driving from Seb Marlowe in the Oxford Brookes D kart to not interfere with the Oxford Brookes A as we now cut to Cherenetti. Just putting a move in on these guys. There's Adam Sears getting himself an obligatory place in the BUKC mains. Absolutely. Just having a lap put in on him.
Yeah, well played, as you say, from the Brookes team here. They are maximising the points for that Brookes A kart, which is what they have to be all about. The story of this season so far has been that nobody's run away with it. Exeter A are very strong in the sprint rounds. They've not been as strong in the endurance rounds, which has always been an area that Brookes have shined in anyway, given their experience in the BUKC and their teamwork. But today's all sprint rounds, so that means it's fairly even between certainly the two at the top.
Yes, no strategies, no nothing here for these races. It is just pure pedal to the metal, lights to flag, as we now start the last lap of this race. Cherenetti with a very measured, very controlled drive through this grid. The final lap board is out. Obviously, starting a little bit further down the grid, just shown some fantastic pace, starting in 13th in this race, but he has been setting a blistering pace. He's a good 5 tenths faster, that's his fastest lap, than the next driver, which is could be Lucas Sullivan. In fact, no, it's actually Oxford Brookes D have set a slightly faster lap than the Oxford Brookes A kart. But we've got to give Alessandro Cherenetti as much credit as possible. Just coming up to lap these guys, but I think these guys are just going to get one lap in. Lovely bit of braking into Raymond Holt, and he's going to come across the line to take the first victory of the day for Hertfordshire A in first place. 4.8 seconds back, we wait for the Oxford Brookes A kart, and there they go. 1/10 over the line in front of Oxford Brookes D. Then it's Cardiff A, Nottingham Trent A, another one of our championship protagonists. They've climbed the order up into 5th. Ami Jurga in 6th for Sheffield A. We wait for the Birmingham A Kart to cross the line. Kart number 7 finishing in 7th. Lovely stuff. And it looks like it's going to be a very good opening round for anyone concerned with the Cardiff. Oh, actually, just as I say that, Cardiff B, who were running in 8th, find themselves falling down the order into 10th. Oxford Brookes B, lovely drive there from very well back up into 8th, and UClan A take 9th.
Absolutely. Really good, interesting first race there. Looked like Lucas Sullivan was going to run away with that one in the early stages, but it switched round, and it was a really good drive in the end from Alessandro Serenetti, as they will now come to a stop, and we will soon be able to go down to Jacob to get some of the drivers' thoughts. Do please get your comments in. We'd love to hear from you, who you're supporting, who you're looking out for today, and what are you hoping for, what are they hoping for as the season comes to a close, because generally speaking, everyone's got something to fight. Everybody the night before or something has a quick look at what the deal is with the championship scores, so they know, okay, that's the cart for me to keep an eye on tomorrow. Can I poach them in the championship anytime soon? Everyone's always got something to fight for, and that's one of the great things about the BUKC. As I'm just waiting for the go-ahead okay, we're getting a shake of the head here from the producer. So do keep your comments coming in, and do as well keep note, if you are supporting a particular kart, of the kart number. It stays with them for the whole season. By the whole season, I mean the rest of today, and then it will all change next year, and then as commentators we all love that because we've got to learn the numbers again. Yeah, that's always an interesting one. The other bit of housekeeping, I did mention it briefly, but black number plated karts are your Premier teams, red number plated karts are your Clubmans. They're all scored together, but we will be crowning champions come the end of the day, and that's going to be of interest on both those championships. And I think we might be ready to go down to Jacob sometime soon. And oh no, Jacob, I'm just hearing that there may be a major drama that you need to take us through down there, Jacob. We'll cross over to you now.
Thank you, Howard. There is a major drama. We'll get to that in just a second. Whilst our stewards weigh the winner of that last race, we'll wait for him to come back down for an interview, but we'll dive in with the man setting up a GoPro first, or, well, I'll let you set up that GoPro. It's a bit fiddly, and, oh, he's lost the washer. I'll come back to you. Struggling a bit with a washer there. Let's wander a bit further down the grid. And setting up here, I believe we've got the Backstage Academy team just doing the pedals. Come on over. Who have we got here?
Joe Kennedy.
Joe Kennedy is here from Backstage Academy. Joe, what's happened to Backstage? It's all gone to pot this round.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple of issues. Timing hasn't been very well. Ross has come down with COVID, so yeah, we're running just a single 2 today. And
are you coming out tonight? Is the main thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go.
I'll stay in the whole weekend, man.
Like that. Joe's the man to do. Where are we here, Joe? 8th?
7th.
Yeah. Okay. And what can you do from there?
Well, hopefully stay in 7th. I've not had a very good track record this season, so I need to hopefully get some decent points in, just for my own sanity, really.
Yeah, you can't possibly win the round with 2 drivers, but personal progression, that's what we're after today.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I've shown that I've got the pace to kind of keep up with top 15 throughout the season, but one thing or another happens during the races and I end up getting pushed back to 30th and make my way back up to 18th, and yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Today's the day though, Joe. Today's the day.
Yeah, let's hope, man. I'm excited. It's good. There's a lot of good people on the grid today. I'm just excited to see how everyone is. It's the first time I've raced at Llandow. I'm sure it's going to be good. It looks like a really nice track.
It is, I promise you. Right, I'm going to talk to the winner of that last race, but you have a good one.
Nice one, thank you.
Joe Kennedy at Backstage Academy. Alessandro's here. Alessandro, win on track, but a black flag.
April Fools, haha.
Oh, he's seen me coming. He's seen me coming. The first one on the stream, and yeah, unfortunately you saw me coming, but a great win, all jokes aside.
Yeah, thank you. You got to buy me 3 drinks now, I think, tonight.
I never agreed to that. We can rewind the stream and check. I never agreed to that. I'll buy you one, though. I'll tell you what, I'll buy everyone who wins the race today a drink, but not 2 drinks. I don't win again this afternoon.
That's fine. You heard this stream. He's buying me a drink tonight.
Someone like bookmark this part of the stream, put it in the comments, and we can go back to it at the end. Yeah, but as I said before, really strong field in that one, and you worked your way through, past the Brooks boys and into the lead.
Yeah, I felt really fast in general, to be fair. The kart was quick. I was getting everything nailed on, so yeah, I'm happy with that race now. On to the next one. So.
When are you out this afternoon?
Yeah, race 6. So.
Wow, long wait for you. You may as well go home in between.
Exactly. So yeah.
Well, we'll see Alexander again later, but thank you very much and congratulations. All right then, let's find out who's on pole position for this one. We have got this man with his back to me by here, and I've told it Ben.
Yes.
Ben. Who are we driving for? Remind me.
Southampton B.
Okay. And first time on pole position?
Yeah.
What's the plan?
Keep it clean. Try not to lose too many positions anytime.
Going into the first corner, you defending or are you just hoping for the best?
Hoping for the best. I don't think I'm the fastest, so we'll just see who comes fast.
Not asked anyone from Southampton yet. You guys out tonight?
I'm not. I'm driving, so I can't.
Did you hear that? No hoodies. You haven't got a hoodie on of you. We're good. All right then. Yeah, I mean, am I going to be speaking to you at the end of the race as a race winner? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I hope so.
Hope so. Good. Yeah. Good bit of optimism. Right, they're telling the group team let's go off the grid, so you jump in your car and grab one more interview. And let's get in with a university I haven't spoken to yet. And here is Mr. Matthew Graham of UWE. You're my last interview of this one. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, you?
Yeah, not too bad. I haven't seen many race wins from you this year, Matt.
Well, I did win the endurance at PF, so, you know, I did get one. I did sneak one in there, but, you know, it has been a little bit disappointing.
A man of your calibre, I expect to see 2 or 3 times receiving a gold medal from me at the presentation. What's going to happen today?
Definitely some big sends, maybe turn 1. I don't think you can really make it, to be honest. So, you know, try your best. You know, might sneak a little win in at the end there, you know. I mean, that's all you can hope for, really, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. Either this round or the next. 2 opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, 15th and 16th, so, you know, 2 decent grids, you know. Can't bottle that, surely.
Man of your talents can do wonders from those positions. Right, I'm going to get off your car.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthew Graham there, of the University of West England. Right then, this one is race number 2. Back to the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take a look at your grid then for race number 2 of round 7 of the 2022 British University's Karting Championship. Southampton B have Benjamin Shum going from pole for them here. UClan A have Alex Bomberg alongside. Cardiff A's Ben Healy-Smith and Exeter B's Joshua Kraft are next. Then it's Bradley Weymouth and Matthew Collins for Leeds C and Edinburgh A respectively on row 3. Row 4 will be Backstage Academy A with Joe Kennedy at the wheel, and Harvey McBrien starts 8th for Cardiff B. Then it's Nottingham Trent B's Kellen Veach and Ethan Herford for Birmingham B to round out the top 10. Newcastle A's Adam Fleming is next with for Craven in the De Montfort A kart. Always an easy drive to spot with a very distinctive suit. Richard Morris is next for Brooks D, and Birmingham A's Josh White round out the 7th row of the grid. Cambridge C's Don Cousins is next with Matthew Graham for University of West of England A. Then it's Loughborough B's Lewis Kerrod and Callum Pedder for Liverpool C. Liverpool A have Ewan Darlington and University of East Anglia A have Jasper Chamberlain to round out the top 20. Then it's Surrey A's Will Harding and Loughborough A's Tom Thickpenny, experienced driver for them there on the 11th row of the grid. Row number 12 is Southampton A's Yusuf Karam and Henry Alt-Williams for Swansea A. Coventry A have Alistair Gregg going for them with Nottingham A's Charlie Lamb alongside on the 13th row of the grid. The 14th row of the grid sees Manchester A's Kane Shepherd at the wheel and Warwick A's Matthew Hudson. Then it's Exeter A's Jensen Brown. Exeter A starting off their tally for today in this one. They're in 29th place Brunel have Dan Henderson alongside to round out the top 30. Then it's Oxford Brook C's Callum James, Jake Mills for Nottingham Trent A, and then it's Finn Hurd for Bath A, and Sam Johns coming from the back for University of Wales Trinity St David A. That's how they line up then for this second race of the day, of the round, of the weekend. 3 days of events for the BUKC here at Llandow. We have the Mains Championship decider rounds today, rounds 7 and 8. We have the final round of the Inters Championship tomorrow, and then on Sunday there will be the Drivers' Championship, the Graduates' Championship, and there's an awards ceremony, and it's all going to be fantastic. Everyone's in for a fantastic treat of a weekend, and the sun's out. What more could you want?
What more could you want indeed? I just want to give a big shout out to Jasper Chamberlain making his return to the BUKC, obviously making his return to university this year, and he's a very good friend of mine, and I'm really hoping that he can score some big points for the UEA team. I'm sure they will be delighted with the points that he will be able to score for them today.
Yeah, I still haven't got used to the saying UEA and UEA for University of East Anglia and University of West of England, and I've still not quite worked out a good way
what I've worked out is just don't worry about it, just do it, and it's what else are you going to say? You're going to say UEA? No.
Got to be careful. East Anglia's in the hunt for clubman's here. We've got to be can't call the wrong team if they win it. But no, East Anglia. I'll try and say East Anglia, and everyone will know what we mean. So drivers now in rolling up laps behind the pace cart. Apart from that one, that's a kart tester from Club 100. Don't worry, that's not someone who's gone astray from the pack. Or if it is, they've also lost their number plate and gained a lot of experience at driving Club 100 karts. So this is going to be an interesting one. If I heard the interviews on the grid correctly, first-time pole sitter on the grid. So that could be an interesting one for Benjamin Shum as they come round on this rolling up lap. Looks like the drivers are in position. Pace kart pulls to one side, eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and we're away for race number 2 of round 7. And it's a good start from the UCLan A kart, but our pole sitter Southampton B keeps his foot in it and holds the lead as they come round the hook. Is it as clean as the first race? No, someone's mounting the rear of another kart, and there's a kart very close to the tyres there, and a kart that goes into the tyres off to driver's left. So a much scruffier start with that one. The start has, as far as I can tell, they've been called good so far, and it's a penalty for UCLan A in the 47 kart. Now that, I would have thought, is for a jump start. So on timing, they will have seen that that kart was significantly across the start-finish line ahead of the pole sitter, one would assume.
And even worse for Benjamin Shun is that UCLan A aren't now in front of them, so that pole position unfortunately now has been lost for them. A lot of scrapping going on here into Delboy. So at the moment your leader is Alex Bomberg in the UCLan A kart, but he has a penalty. We'll wait for confirmation exactly what penalty. If it's a jump start, then they will be deducted a good number of places.
It's just saying penalty BF on my timing, which BF usually to me says black flag, but that's a bit of an odd one. I will double check that one. This is the 41 of Exeter B, currently running in second place. Lead C on their tail. Big movers from the first lap to give a shout out to would be Bath A, who were going places on that first lap up to 23rd place in the number 42.
Sorry, Hal, but the most important one we need to talk about is Exeter A. They have Jensen Brown climbing 12 places on that opening. That's a fantastic way to get this race underway. Obviously in Oxford, this I was assuming is their lowest start of the day, so the higher they can finish, the better their prospects are for taking this championship today. I'm sure we'll go over this at some point later on, but it could very well be their first championship in the BUKC, but long way to go until that point. Meanwhile, we have got Exeter B closing in on the UCLan A kart at the top, the gap standing at just 0.4 of a second. Nice little bit of scrapping going on here. Down to Chandler's, up the Spitfire straight. Got to love some of the names of these corners here. It's nice when you come to a circuit and the corners have been given proper names. Spitfire straight, absolutely wonderful stuff. But here is the battle for the 41. So in fact, X to B would appear to now be in front of UClan A. So a move there done by Joshua Kraft on Benjamin Shum, and X to B take the lead. This surely going to play into the hands of the X to A kart as well further down the line. And also very big shout out to the Cardiff A kart, Ben Healy-Smith up into second place. And as we were mentioning all through race 1, Cardiff still in with a mathematical chance of winning the championship, and a result like this up in the higher echelons of the race would go a long way in helping their cause to try and cause what could be the biggest upset in BUKC history.
You were indeed asking the question of whether it be a first time for Exeter if they won. It certainly would be. Not a title that Exeter have won before is the British Universities Karting Championship. They really have been a team by and large in the ascendancy over the last few years. We had they were in the title fight a couple of seasons ago. As there's a move here, this is Cardiff A going for the lead of the race and getting the job done.
Well, you say getting the job done. There was a lot of argy-barges. We now go. Oh no, we're not going to see a replay of that. We might see that in just a second. I'm getting a big shake of the head from the producer, so we're not going to be getting a replay of that. But from
that was the replay graphic. It's nice, isn't it?
It's lovely. I'd love to see a black screen with replay written on it. It's absolutely stellar stuff here up in the comms. But no, that move did look a little bit argy-bargy, but we're not seeing any indication of any penalty on the screen, so we're going to safely assume that that was judged to be a fair move. So Cardiff A now lead this race, which is very good for them.
Contact warning for Bradley Weymouth though in the number 49 lead C kart in that third place spot. Change of lead confirmed then as we come on to lap number 6 and the fastest lap of the race as well from Cardiff A, but it's immediately beaten by Nottingham A, who are having a good drive from a fairly lowly grid position in this one. The experienced Charlie Lamb at the wheel for that number 16 car. Plenty of moves happening as well. Actually, costly lap that for UClan A. Not for the first time today, and I'm saying that, and we're only in race 2. Quite a frenetic battle further down the field as that looked like Loughborough A's Tom Thickpenny. Is this the last day? It's not done yet. They are still in this, but this could be the last day for a while that we see that number 1 plate on the Loughborough A kart. But for the moment, Tom Thickpenny looking resplendent, particularly in the Welsh sunshine here, with the day glow lid on, but with that number 1 plate.
Very important point here in that we have got the Loughborough A kart just as we're looking at it on the screen. Loughborough A in front of Exeter A. We'll just keep an eye on it now. So Loughborough A are 12th and Exeter A are in 16th. Now Loughborough A are currently, they as we went into today, they were 10 points off of Exeter A at the front. So at the moment, at the very moment, it's going very nicely for Loughborough. Although having said that, they are having a lovely little scrap here with the Birmingham A kart for 10th place. And in fact, here comes Tom Thickpenny down the inside into Chandler's, and we have got ourselves a nice little overtake there. They'll be up into 11th place. I'll just confirm that Birmingham's A driver for you. It's Josh White that they just put a move in on. So now the battle is between they now got to try and get past Warwick A, which piloting them is Matthew Hudson. They've come great guns from the back. They started in 28th place. So Matthew Hudson with a fantastic couple of opening laps here, just about to tick on to the 18 minutes into this race. Gap at the front is 1 second between Cardiff A and Exeter B. So Cardiff, again, mentioned it a number of times, for me personally, through gritted teeth, but Cardiff A, again, trying to cause this massive upset, and they're doing what they can at the moment. We just saw Jensen Brown making a nice little move there to climb himself further up this grid. And now Loughborough A are in front of Warwick A, so Tom Thickpenny getting that move in on Matthew Hudson in what will be now getting themselves up into the top 10.
Yep, Cardiff, one of those universities that it's, you might not say this, mate, but I will. It is nice to see a competitive Cardiff. They did go through a bit of a fallow period a few seasons ago, but it's they're having a fantastic time of it this season. And as I say, as we've been saying, came into today mathematically in with a shout of this championship. So that is quite the turnaround in quite a small number of seasons for that Cardiff University operation. So good stuff to see there.
I hope you're as complimentary of Swansea as and when they fall away from the grid, which they're doing their absolute best to try and do that. But to be fair to them, up into 24th, two positions gained on that last lap. So, you know, could be significantly worse for my old team.
Quite a successful history at this circuit, being a local team. And there was a time, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to segue to the sister uni for that city, but back when University of Wales Trinity St David went by Swansea Metropolitan, back in, I want to say, sort of 20, do you know what, I'm going to show my age now, getting on for 10 years ago, but 2013, 14, there was a period where every time we came to Llandow, it would be Swansea Met to lose.
Yeah.
They were a really dominant team around here, so we have seen a local advantage play here for the Welsh teams quite a bit. Unfortunately, though, that can be chalked up as a commentator's curse, because that is a sausage curb penalty for Cardiff A, and that means they can't win the race. That is going to be a position penalty at the end of the race. Do you know what? I'm going to have to check the regulations on these. I'm going to guess it's 2 positions.
I think it's 2 positions.
Because I think that's treated like a curb penalty, but I will double check the rules for if there is a sausage clause.
Sorry, Howard, just to cut across to you, there's a bit of battling going on between the likes of Newcastle A, who have got themselves a penalty as well, but Tom Thickpenny trying something audacious round the outside of the hook, but he hasn't quite been able to do it, but he has got past the Birmingham B Kart. So, talking about Swansea, we've also got Birmingham, Mr. Howard Mitchell, obviously a former Birmingham...
oh, yes.
Former Birmingham student, and it's Birmingham B doing their best to hold up Loughborough A at the moment. Exeter A waiting in the wings as well. Last time across the line they were in 14th, but I'm sure, and there's another penalty for Cardiff A.
It might be
a repeat.
Yeah,
it's a repeat showing.
And it will be 2 positions. It is treated as a standard curb penalty. There is your clarification on sausage rules in the British Universities Karting Championship.
We mention the likes of Trinity A and Cardiff trying to cause upsets today. Trinity, it has to be noted, there's Sam Johns, started last on this grid as we just watched them across the line. Currently Exeter A and Trinity running 14th and 15th. So this is the last thing Exeter will want in their pursuit of the championship title. Having someone like Sam Johns trying to spoil their party a little bit, as they've been making great headway up the grid order. Have Exeter, but they've got this very talented driver homing in on them. It looks like Jensen Brown about to put in a move on, I'm guessing that's the Birmingham A car, down into Chandler's, and there we go. So he's got a little bit of a gap now between himself and Sam, as Tom Thickpenny now running in front of the Newcastle A car, so they are up into 8th place. So Loughborough giving themselves a very good start to the day. In their hunt of yet another championship title, trying to retain their title. It's still perfectly possible today. We just have to see how things go. But anyway, watching them across the line, here's a little battle between the 32 of Birmingham B and UEA. So that is actually Birmingham B losing a place to Matthew Hudson, the Warwick A car, who again is having a fantastic race today. Again, he started very far towards the back and up now into the top 10.
Coming up to halfway then in this race, just about a minute's time. Still really good battle in the mid-pack as they come through the right hand of the track. I always feel like it's a corner where you want to be on rails there, because the run-off at Chandler's, years gone back, it was loose wood chipping on the exit of that corner. These days it's sort of concrete and geo-block and a mixture of it, and you need to be very careful in the wet because it can be very slippery down there. But in these conditions, I always feel like the kart feels quite hooked up through there. I don't know, it was always a corner that felt quite... I feel like it almost feels like a corner that's got a bit of an in-favour camber to it, almost. I don't think it is. When I go down there, it's as flat as a pancake.
It's one of those corners where you look at it and think, oh, you can take that. When you look at the braking point, you think, oh, I can take that. I can brake so much later than that. But it is a corner that it will catch you out if you don't pay it the respect that it's owed.
That's fair, yeah. Yeah, and it's all about having a good exit towards the Dell, because if you want to make a pass into this section we're watching Tom Thickpenny go through now, and now watching Warwick A's Charlie Lamb go through as well, and to be honest with you, everybody else, then you've got to be alongside if you're making a pass into the Dell because of the blind nature of that corner.
And of course, as I mentioned at the start of the day, the cones they are rife and they are dangerous.
Key thing here in the championship perspective, Oxford Brooks D there putting a move on Exeter A. If they want to help the sister team in the Brooks ranks, don't get a penalty like that, Brooks C, which is for forcing a driver wide. But that is fantastic play from Brooks D. Now, they're probably not thinking about it in quite these... Are they thinking about this so strategically? They very well might be, but whether knowingly or not right now, Brooks D taking the points away from the main contender against their sister team for the championship.
If Oxford Brooks are the professional team we know them to be, I can guarantee you they will have been having these discussions at length in the build-up to this race, and that is the A team in particular will be absolutely delighted at that move. The D team just put in on Jensen Brown.
Battle for 10th place there. The number 70, excuse me, University of Wales Trinity St David A getting up to 10th there. A bit of a costly lap for Newcastle A and Adam Fleming there. But I think that all started with the momentum that was lost by Loughborough A and Warwick A coming through on him. And it's so easy in this format of racing is that you get unsettled, pitched offline slightly by an overtaking attempt, as there is a penalty for Exeter B. Yeah, good spot there, James, for curbs. So another curb penalty means that our de facto leader becomes lead C. Just checking, they haven't had a penalty.
A lot of penalties here. What's quite interesting is that we've also got Cardiff B up in fourth. So the battle for the lead now is between Leeds C and Cardiff B, although...
No, it's not, because there's been a sausage curb penalty for Leeds C in the early stage of the race. So bear with me.
So at the moment, whilst Howard just furiously does some calculations, we've got Cardiff B are your current race winners. So the B team somehow are in the position, clubman class. We've got 4 clubmans in the top 6. At the moment, the B team are in the hunt for are winning this race, but this is fantastic news for the Loughborough A kart. It's also worth mentioning Exeter A are picking up a couple of contact warnings. So if they don't calm it down in just a short minute, they will feel the wrath of the stewards. So Exeter, they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful.
Cardiff B need to be careful as well, because they haven't got a penalty. They have had a curb warning. So just keep it clean, Cardiff B, because at the moment you're on for a win.
Welcome to the BUKC, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope you bought your abacuses. Or abaci? We hope you bought equipment. Can I just say as well, fantastic drive so far for Matthew Collins in the Edinburgh A car in 6th place, having started 6th. That is a fantastic drive so far for the number 46 kart, and he can be very proud of that drive so far. As we're into the last 10 minutes of this second race of the round.
So here's what I'm looking at the moment, Howard. We've got a 4-second or so gap between Loughborough A and Cardiff B. So whoever finishes in 4th is the winner of this race. We've also got Warwick A making some seismic moves. Matthew Hudson with that fantastic. In fact, he's made up 3 places on this last lap, and we're following this little gaggle of karts now, as it looks like it was Tom Fitzpenny having a look down the inside of the Newcastle A kart. Looks like he was, but it's all very, very close here, and Tom Fitzpenny just needs to keep his head and keep it all together, because whenever penalties do get applied for these top 3 karts, either way, they will. Loughborough A he's bound to benefit from them in some way. They've got our pole sitter, who's obviously you give a shout out to your Edinburgh A driver Matthew Collins. I want to give a shout out to Benjamin Shun, who did get a bit shunted at the start of this race, and he is still holding a very good line, as that is Exeter A being forced trying an over.
UCLan have gone through on Exeter.
So Exeter, who did make his fantastic gains at the start of the race, just being caught a little bit here, and this is definitely not the start. They now go for what looks like a slightly desperate overtake on the number 17 car. That is UEA. So getting a little bit. It was UCLan A, as Howard rightfully mentioned who were in front at the start, or the team that overtook XA. So XA, they've made it to the halfway point of the grid, and then they've seemingly just sort of stalled, as it looks like they're just putting a move in there on the 16 of. Oh, we had this problem in the first race. That's Nottingham A. I think that might. Yeah, they're down 25th, so we're not worried about them. Meanwhile, let's have a look at this battle then between Loughborough A, Warwick A, and I think Sam Johns has got himself involved as well. In fact, Sam Johns now getting himself up into the position of being that driver who can take 4th place and the win in this race. We've just been given past a sheet of ineligible drivers. Good to know. Thank you very much, Jacob. There go Exeter A then. Back down the inside of UEA. So this battle then for 11th place, it's still a very good showing for the Exeter A car. They were right at the back of this field, but I would have expected a little bit more from them. To be completely honest, you would expect them to be up there with the likes of Sam Johns, Matthew Hudson and Tom Thickpenny. That is your order. They are still behind your pole sitter, Benjamin Shun, and then it is still the Cardiff B car. This driver, Harvey McBrien, who are currently up in 4th place and your current race leader.
It's been a tough run, hasn't it, for Jensen? He's not been able to make up, as you say, perhaps as we'd expect, the positions. It's still a very commendable. I couldn't do it from where he started up to 11th. But it's an interesting one here. Exeter B, yeah, they've got the penalty, but they are still taking points off of people, I guess, in this one.
But they're not taking the points that they need to.
They're not taking the points that they certainly could do if they had not have clipped the curb. And was that a slow? Was that the Exeter car going slowly?
As the Exeter A car, I think they had a bit of a moment on the exit of Chandler's. And yes, they looks like they're currently. We'll see it across the line. Meanwhile, here is your battle. I think there goes Tom Thickpenny. Then is he having a look down the inside? Is that Sam Johns he's trying to get past? No, I think it's still the Warwick A car. In fact, I think Trinity have made some great guns over the likes of Matthew Hudson and Tom Thickpenny.
Yeah, and it was a costly moment for Exeter A. Down 4 positions there. They lost. It was only a couple of seconds. On that lap in the end relative to the carts around them, but they're in such a tight pack that was costly for them. So with 5 minutes to go of this one, Jensen Brown might want to be trying to make some of that back up. A little bit of damage limitation maybe for Exeter. Now we should stress, I said that every team takes part in 4 races in a round. There is always 1 dropped score as well. So if it's a disaster, then it might not count come the end of things, but you don't really want to burn through that on your very first outing of the day.
To add insult to injury, I think Exeter have been given a track limits warning for that moment of running wide. So here's your battle then between Tom Thickpenny and Matthew Hudson. Tom Thickpenny could really do with getting past Matthew Hudson in the pursuit of the best result possible in today's race. Just looking as well, as it looks like there's a bit of scrapping going on there. That's number 5 cart of that is Manchester A. Manchester A as well. They were one of the teams as well who could mathematically win this championship, but it looks like they're just a little bit too far down. That could be a day like today, a race like this race could be the one that sees them fall away. But we've got just under 4 minutes left of this race. There you can see Sam Johns, good little bit of time in front, about 2 seconds in front of the squabbling pair of Matthew Hudson and Tom Thickpenny, as he's just set the fastest lap of the race. So we'll wait to see what the gap is between himself and Harvey McBrien of Cardiff B. It's only 1.5 seconds, so expect to see Sam Johns onto the back of Harvey McBrien in the next few moments. In the next few laps there will be, I'm sure, a titanic scrap for what is 4th on the road, but overall the race win, because your top 3 have all got penalties. Just watching the Exeter A car having a little look, trying to go down the inside of, I'm assuming that is Edinburgh A into Chandler's, but it's still Tom Thickpenny behind Matthew Hudson.
Yeah, really good battle between. I've been very impressed by both Hudson and Thickpenny in this one. I think at one point I called Matthew Hudson Charlie Lamb. Charlie Lamb is in this race and having a decent one for Nottingham A, but it is definitely a Matthew Hudson in that Warwick A cart.
Here they come again. Oxford Brooks D are getting themselves in the battle with Tom Thickpenny and Matthew Hudson. So Oxford Brookes D could again play this wonderful bit of team camaraderie with the A car in the battle for their championship, as there goes X to A. All looks like they've got a lovely little double overtake there to move further up. But if Oxford Brookes D can interfere with Loughborough A's race, that is very good news for Oxford Brookes A, because that will ultimately mean that their championship prospects will be hindered for Loughborough A and improved for Oxford Brookes A.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the key thing to keep an eye on today. Even though Brookes A aren't in this race, they've got those sister teams to back them up, and they could have a bearing on the championship position of the sister team come the end of the day.
Move for the lead.
That's a change, yes.
Yeah, move for the de facto lead of this race. Sam Johns is now in front of the mightily resilient Harvey McBrien. Fantastic running from the Cardiff B driver, but it just wasn't quite enough to hold off the mighty Sam Johns. At one point he was going to try and race for Swansea, but he then decided to stick with the Trinity team. So big shame we lost out on that one, but there we go. As is the way.
I have just triple-checked. No, he hasn't got a penalty so far this race, so that is a
well,
legitimate change.
That makes one of them.
Yeah, and for anyone looking for an example of the commentator's curse, you can now watch the penalty board for the next couple of minutes and see if I'm in fine fettle on the commentator's curse front. But we are coming into the last 60 seconds, and indeed, as James has been keeping us abreast of throughout the race, this is your leader net once everything has been applied. As impressive a driver as it has been from Cardiff A's Ben Healy-Smith, and he's going to bag some decent points for Cardiff. He has had a curb penalty, so we'll have those two positions docked at the end of the race.
We really need to see this battle between Warwick A, Loughborough A and Oxford Brookes D, because they are separated from the looks of it by about 0.2 of a second. I'm just going to try and spy them out of the commentary. In fact, I think Tom Thickpenny is now in front of Matthew Hudson, and that is colossal for their championship prospects. Just watching them coming out of the Dell, heading down through the little chicane, and here we go then. So there you can see Tom Thickpenny in front of Matthew Hudson, in front of Richard Morris, trying to put in a great shift for the Oxford Brookes D Kart, and it looks like as we come onto the final lap, here comes Richard Morris down the inside of Matthew Hudson. No, not quite. He just has to back out of it. Matthew Hudson with some very good driving there, so it is anyone's game here on this last lap. We will wait for the actual race leader in Cardiff A to cross the line. Massive shame for them, because this could have been the moment where they really reignited their championship challenge. It could still be on the cards, but it's looking a lot more difficult now. But Tom Thickpenny with a decent little healthy advantage over his chasing fellows. So it looks like, unless something absolutely last gasp can be sent, Cardiff A have crossed the line to ultimately cross the line in first, but they are not the race winners. We will wait to see Sam Johns across the line. Here he comes then out of Raymond Holt, and he crosses the line to take the victory for Trinity on home soil. Fantastic race from Harvey McBrien. And Oxford Brookes D have crossed the line in front of Loughborough A and Warwick A.
Those moments matter.
Richard Morris, he was behind both of them somehow. Not entirely sure what's happened, not entirely sure where it was. Unfortunately, we missed it, but he's put in some hell of a move on the last lap to take 6th. Loughborough A in 7th. This is all provisional, all on the road. We're waiting for penalties to be applied, so don't take what we're saying here as gospel at the moment. But then, following on from Loughborough A, Tom Thickpenny, we've got Matthew Hudson with another fantastic drive in 8th. Southampton B, a pole sitter, I'll remind him of the name, Benjamin Shun in 9th place. And Oxford Brookes C, who definitely had a lot of penalties and contacts through that race, they are 10th on the road. But Howard, this is a seismic race, particularly for Loughborough A, because it could have been so much more.
Absolutely, and it's those moments. If it seems like we're getting excited about, it's a battle for 6th place between a D team and an A team. Let's be clear. I shouldn't use letters because the teams have letters. Firstly, Brookes D is a Brookes team nonetheless, so they are a very competitive D team. Secondly, with all the penalties being applied, it ain't just for 6th place. And thirdly, what they are doing is taking points off of the rivals of Brookes A. We'll have to look at the maths, but that might be it for Loughborough. On such moments, these things can turn. Yes, there's a lot of factors. There's 2 dropped championship scores. There's a dropped race score from this. So you'll appreciate when we say that everything is provisional, but those kind of moments are critical for Brooks if they want to isolate themselves. They can't take out Exeter as a challenger in this round alone, but they want to isolate it, so they've only got that one target going into this last round. And Loughborough, of course, want to keep themselves in it to give it from the other perspective. So those moments are pretty crucial.
It's just worth pointing out as well that that was Loughborough's second lowest grid of the day, and they've got their lowest grid coming up in they are in 27th. But I think we are now ready to jump down to Jacob on the grid.
Down here on the grid, we are waiting for Sam Johns to come back from the weighbridge, as we like to call it. But we'll dive in with championship contenders, Exeter A. Can I jump in here? Can I grab who have we got going out in this one, Jensen?
He's just come in.
Just come in. Come on over out of a chat and explain to me that shambles of a race.
Yeah, it's tough out there. It's everyone's just going for moves in every single corner, so it's just tough to race really.
That's BUKC for you. Not the best start. Exeter are currently leading the championship. Can we recover from this and maintain that strong form that we've seen this year?
Yeah, well that was our worst grid, so hopefully the boys get in and do their job. So yeah, and hopefully we come out with a good result this round.
Excellent. Who's out next for Exeter, do you know?
Max or Ryan, I think. Sam. The other one.
You had three choices and you went for the wrong two first. All right then, well, I'll save you the embarrassment of grilling you more on that performance, should we call it. I was going to say Sam Johns is here, but I'll talk to Max just quickly. Max, bit of work to do. That's your dropped round, I take it?
Well, hopefully. It looks like a lot of carnage in the middle of the pack. Brooks have had their front start already, so I mean they still got 3 races to go. Things are looking all right so far, so we'll see.
Brooks did just take points off Loughborough as well, not necessarily their A team, but Tom Thickpenny losing out there on the last lap, so that's a positive as well.
I don't think we're too concerned about Loughborough.
All right then, fine, no worries. I'll let you jump on because Sam is back for his interview now, but I'm sure we'll speak to you again soon, Max. Sam is here. Sam, hello. Race winner, congratulations.
I know.
I take it you were of the appropriate weight?
Just.
Good stuff, and a massive hack through the pack there.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, it was quite fun. I just wish I didn't bin it at the start going in round the double right-hander, but...
You binned it, as in you were right the way around?
More or less, yeah. My mates were behind me, so I gave them a little wave and drove off.
Nice. Did you put your local knowledge to the test then? Is that how you managed to carve your way up?
10 years of experience around here does help, obviously, but yeah, it was quite fun.
Good stuff. And for all the Sam Johns fans at home, could you give them a quick message about why you're not showing up on Sunday?
Oh, I don't know how many fans I got, but...
There's at least one.
I think my girlfriend's watching, so hi, babe. I think that's about it, but I'm not racing because I am elsewhere. Clay pigeon, I'm afraid. I prefer to be here, but my mate needs help on the spanners, Mitchell. Yeah. So.
Mitchell, if you're watching, I hate you. Are you at least coming out tonight?
I can't. I honestly, I got teary then when I said that, but yeah, I can't. I would show you how to drink otherwise. I'm very sorry. It's Cardiff as well. It's my hometown. I would have loved to.
All chat. You're nothing but a bit of racing talent, you, Sam.
Oh, thank you very much. You're nothing but a hot piece of ass.
Thank you very much. I'll see you later. I paid him to say that. Right then, let's go to the front of the grid for this one, and long service award man himself, Mr. Sam Cobb, is on pole position. Is this pole position?
Yeah, I'm going pot hunting. Yeah.
Nice. And some strong form from you this year, Sam, I must say. You know, I've been impressed, especially PFI. What have you got for us at Llandow?
Well, probably I've been here more than most people. It's not somewhere the British Champs goes, so I prefer it to be wet, to be honest. It's Wales, it normally is. I don't know where it went today. But yeah, it should be good, should be fun. We'll see how it goes.
Nice, yeah. I mean, your years of experience shows your helmet's starting to peel by there a little bit. Any chance for a new one soon?
Yeah, probably, but equally I'm not going to do BUKC, so you won't get to see it anymore, will you? So you'll never know.
Do you want me to stick that a bit back down? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's not actually peeling, that's an April Fool's. You didn't really bite on that one though, so I'll try again next grid interview. But yeah, pole position, you've been on pole position before, I take it?
Yeah, a few times, especially here it's weird because it's so easy to make second jump start, so yeah, just it's good to be pole here.
Anyone you got your eye on back through the pack that you're particularly concerned about?
To be honest, I've not even looked. Should be fun. We'll just run and hide, I think. It's hard to overtake here, so if you're off the front, it's a good time.
Tell that to Sam Johns, who came from 30th to win that last one, but yeah, I mean...
He's Welsh, though, so he probably knows this place quite well.
And has superior driving talent from being Welsh, yeah, I get what you're trying to say. All right, then, I'm going to go have a look for someone for you to worry about.
Fine, that sounds good.
Sam Cobb there of Cambridge University. Right, let's have a wander back. We've got De Montfort here, actually. I'll jump in with De Montfort. And who have we got here?
Another Jacob.
Hey, the two Jacobs are in business. And is this your website you got on the helmet?
No, this is our visor sticker guy who designs it for us, so yeah.
Great name either way, you know, Jake Designs. Shout out to him if he's watching. You're in the De Montfort B here, are you?
De Montfort A. De Montfort B are in Inters, yeah.
How have you ended up with 102?
Last year we didn't participate because De Montfort didn't agree with COVID rules, so we didn't participate last year.
Of course, how could I forget bad De Montfort Students' Union? But you're going to make up for that here, aren't you?
Yes, hopefully. It's my first season in BUKC, so let's see how it goes.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Oh yeah, I love it, yeah. Completely different to cadets back in the day, but yeah, it's great.
Completely better than cadets, did you say?
Yeah, completely better than cadets.
Good stuff. All right, then I'm going to grab one more interview. Am I? Have I got time? I think I've got quick time. I'll talk to the guy behind you. Have a good race. Who have we got here real quick?
Alex from Imperial.
Alex, where's the Pepsi Max today? I haven't seen any.
Oh no, it's not here.
You didn't bring any Pepsi Max?
Oh, he's got it. It's on a ski trip.
Well, I'll let you off. Imperial bring loads of Pepsi Max. You got like a lifetime supply. Never mind. What can you do in the racing?
Hopefully not go backwards.
Fifth, sixth here?
Maybe. Aim for top 10 at least.
Aim for top 10. There you have it. Imperial going to finish top 10. All the best, Alex.
Thank you.
Alex Doricott there. Right, I'm going to pass back to the Collins box, and for this race we have a special treat. A new commentator for you guys. Over to you upstairs.
Thank you, Jacob. And the driver's now out for race number 3. Just before I take you to the grid. No, I'm going to do it after the grid, because the grid's turned up. Cambridge B will start this one from pole with Nottingham Trent B alongside. That's Sam Cobb and Will Toon, respectively. Then it's University of West of England's Felix Connolly and De Montfort A's Jacob Wardle. Jamie Thornton for Birmingham B and Imperial A's Alexander Doricott. Then it's Hertfordshire A and University of Wales Trinity St David B on the 4th row. The 5th row is Loughborough B and Sheffield A. Leeds Beckett A and Exeter B are next. Leeds C and Oxford Brookes A are on row number 7. Bournemouth A and University of West of England B are on row 8. Backstage Academy A and Leeds A are on row 9. Row 10 is Exeter A and Brighton A to round out the top 20. Then it is Reading A and Manchester A. It's an all Brookes 12th row of the grid with C and B respectively. University of Wales Trinity St David A and Oxford Brookes E are on row 13. Row 14 is Loughborough A and Brighton B. Liverpool C and Surrey A round out your top 30. Then it's Southampton A and Manchester B and Swansea A and Exeter C. The reason I went through that grid nice and quickly, ladies and gentlemen, alongside me, making his debut on BUKC Comms, we have Mr. Reeve Taylor. Hello, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be joining you here on a very exciting day for the championship, and it's a beautiful and but brisk Welsh morning as well to be joining you on.
Certainly is. Now, have you? I don't want to put you on the spot. Have you driven Llandow before?
No.
Your first time here?
No. Yes. So a bit of an experience on this track, unfortunately, but should be fun nonetheless.
That's fine. We're not charged with going quick round there today. It doesn't matter. But yes, we should give it an honour as well. The call was put out for commentary talent amongst the BUKC family,
it was.
And you responded to that call, sir. How was all that? Did that go? Well, it went well. You were here with us.
Obviously, it went fairly well. So started off in the A-Rock Racing Leagues and found my way here. So looking forward to getting in on some karting action.
Absolutely fantastic to have you along for the ride, sir. And you join us, as you say, at a really exciting time in the season. As I'm just going to zoom in on that timing screen so I can actually read it with my aging eyes. There we go. Karts on their warm-up laps again here, bearing in mind that when we go into the later round They don't have these warm-up laps because they've all warmed up at that point and learnt the track in the 4 or 5 laps that they get to have, which makes life harder for us because we have to read the grids all that much quicker. Yeah, do keep your comments coming in, folks. It's fantastic to have you along with us today for the ride on this Alpha Live stream. That's my first time I'm going to shout out the Alpha Live crew for the work that they're doing today to bring you all of the action. So yes, drivers on the rolling up laps. We are doing the maths in the background, by the way, folks. We're furiously working away on it. We're even getting a good thumbs up sign there from Mr. Johnston, who's doing the maths. So it must be all fine. I'm going to forget there was ever a problem.
Looking all fine for the race start as well as all the drivers looking formed up and ready to go, as we've got just a couple more corners to navigate before we're off for the go.
Absolutely. Very experienced driver in that Cambridge B kart is Sam Cobb. Probably, we've never done the full maths on this, but probably has to have one of the highest, if not the highest, tallies of race starts as the pace kart is away. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go. The number 15 is Cambridge B. The number 33 is Nottingham Trent B's Will Toon, and he gives it a good... he's gone wide, he's gone off, he's spun off into the hook. That's a disaster there for William Toon, and you could see the frustration. Otherwise, is it clean through the hook for the first time? No, it's not. There's another couple of karts that are stationary on the exit there and are getting going again. It's been a good start, though, for Sam Cobb in the Cambridge B kart as he goes through the right-hander at McWhirters. He's being chased by Felix Connolly in the University of West of England A kart there, the number 17, but it's a good start there for Cambridge B as they head through the bottom part of the circuit.
Yeah, those top 3 runners there really breaking away from the rest of the pack. They should be pushing each other along as we head through the race there. That mid-pack still staying nice and close, actually. So let's see how they carry on as we navigate the chicane on the back straight now come up to Raymond Holt.
Absolutely crucial hairpin on this Llandow circuit. I have to say, the start-finish straight, though, you've always got to remember, no straights. Very few straights here at Llandow are actually straight. Right? So for example, they're about to come out the hook. They're going to go onto the Surtees straight. It's a curve. It's going around to the left. So you never really get a moment's rest.
We don't want to make it too easy for them.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a very good point. Very good point. And yeah, sorry, go on.
Those top 3 still staying so close to each other, within 0.3 feet first and second at the moment. Pushing each other, as I was mentioning, on the first lap there.
Yep, Loughborough B I could see making some good early moves there through Matt Werters. It's an interesting corner, is that one, with Freddie Fincham at the wheel for Loughborough B experience in that seat. The way that corner works, the Matt Werters corner, the natural racing line, for people who really know their F1 circuits, it's like the penultimate corner at Sepang, Malaysia. You start off out really wide. It leaves a country mile gap on the inside to take the fastest racing line, but that means it's a perfect place for a block pass. I should probably point that out when they're actually going through that part of the lap rather than when they're not. But it's a really interesting corner for that reason.
And we're starting to see the first couple of warnings already as the drivers trying to push the limits of the track as much as they can, and that is obviously going to hurt them. I noticed in the first couple of races, it is, even though a sprint race, definitely a race of attrition. Those penalties, even if you are going for the absolute kind of the trying to find those couple of tenths, really, it can cost you big time, those curb penalties, as we saw in the previous race.
Absolutely, yeah. The last race, as you say, was a lesson in how not to do the curb penalties, and you've really got to keep it clean around this Llandow circuit as they all bunch up slightly coming up onto the back straight. There's a couple of Leeds karts in this pack. The C and the A team are in the midst of that 6 or 7 kart battle here as they come up, and that is the number 4 of Exeter A trying to make the move. Exeter really trying to come to the fore in this one, and they're doing a decent job of it so far. Is Sam Hampshire 19th on the grid? He started, and he's now got himself up into the top 10, having deposed Exeter B and Leeds C of positions on that last lap. Or excuse me, Bournemouth A, excuse me, and Leeds C on that last lap. This is the Matt Werters corner. You can see how they're having to take a wide early entry and then apex late to get the best exit.
Yeah, someone very nearly going around there. Good catch there, sir.
Yeah, that was really well played. Well, it was well recovered. Let's go with that, because they don't want to be doing too much of that, lest they will attract the attention of race control, as we've already seen some karts do today. Not too much field spread in the early phases of this one as they come down this back straight towards Raymond's. That's the number 3 of Oxford Brooks A leading a pack, and this is the first race today where we have seen Brooks A and Exeter A on track at the same time. So and they're not too far apart either. So this one could get tasty in a very direct. We've been talking sort of strategically so far. Brooks D are denying points from Loughborough and all those sorts of things. This could be the first time that we see the two teams who came into today as the top two battling out on track. So look out for that between the number 4 of Exeter A and the number 3 of Oxford Brooks A. Yellow flag out down the bottom of the track, and that's because the driver has spun off there at the end of the 30 straight into the left-hander. It can be done sometimes if you just catch the grass with the rear right as you're under braking into that left-hander.
Interestingly as well, we are seeing, as we have our first black flag of the race, Oxford Brooks A and Oxford Brooks B, I'll stop muddling my words there, running very close together, so we might see some of those team games coming into play once again.
Yeah, that first black flag was for University of Wales Trinity St David B, which is ABC BAP, which is bump and pass. They have overtaken by basically nerfing a driver wide at a corner, as this is a really nice battle going on here between... Oh, the sun is glinting off their number plates such that I can't read them, is how sunny it is here in the Vale of Glamorgan, but that is the 102 of De Montfort A battling away there with University of Wales Trinity St David B, but they just managed to stave off the attack, did they? Or is it actually... No.
Just for the moment,
yeah.
I think they have been able to break away a little bit there.
Yep.
And now we're starting to see Trinity actually kind of fall into the jaws of Sheffield A in a moment's time, and Sheffield A actually, I think they've actually have they fell off there? They've lost a couple of positions out of Raymond Holt possibly.
Potentially, but I think net they were up that lap because they seem to have gone up on timing net compared to the previous lap. So an eventful lap, one would say, for the Sheffield A kart there with James Humphreys at the wheel. Cambridge B and Sam Cobb still controlling this one, but being kept very honest, to be perfectly frank, by Felix Connolly in that University of West of England A kart. Still only half a second the gap, so this is not... we've not seen... It's not easy for the leaders to run away at the front here so far today.
No, we could be seeing the long game being played here, really. If he can just keep putting that pressure on, force an error later on. Obviously, these being the karts, as much as JV probably wouldn't like to hear it, you don't have to look after the karts too much in these races. Don't have to preserve the tyres, don't have to preserve the fuel too much. But if he can keep going, if someone goes off there...
it's the 107. Oh, and they collected.
And they've collected a cone as well.
Yeah.
A bit of track furniture to add a bit of action into the mix potentially.
It's Jake Taplin in the Hertfordshire A kart there, already with a race win under their belt today. But that was a hairy moment for him. That didn't see if he was helped into it. He was helped into hitting the cone. I saw that someone cut across his bow, and he sort of had to steer in avoidance into the cone. But the spin there, I'm not quite sure what led to that, because that was fairly uncharacteristic from Taplin there. But look at this stream of karts coming through. As there's a penalty for Exeter A. ABC bump and pass, advantage by contact bump and pass. There will be 4 positions added to wherever Exeter A finish. And, well, this is exactly the kind of thing that they don't want to be doing today.
Because it throws them right into the site of Oxford.
Oh, sorry, that's someone going in for a black flag. I saw suddenly
thought someone just barreling off the circuit for a second there.
I've done it. Sorry for the reaction there, folks. But yeah, this is your leader, though. Controlling it is Sam Cobb.
Yeah, and building that gap actually a little bit in the past 1 or 2 laps.
Felix Connolly still there in the UEA effort, and then Loughborough B's. It is Freddie Fincham in this race for them. They're in 3rd place, a couple of seconds back, but also a couple of seconds ahead of the next kart. So they're in no man's land, but they're securing some points as it currently stands for Loughborough B. So again, they're doing their best to, they'll be doing the best to help themselves, but also any points that they gain is points that the rivals of their sister team aren't gaining. Oxford Brooks A currently in 9th place. And what that penalty for Exeter A crucially does is it kind of puts them behind Brooks A in this race.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't kind of. It will once all is said and done at the end. So, I know I sound like I'm doing false drama and everything when I go on such points in championships term, but we have seen some really close finishes over the years in the BUKC, and really it can come down to the simple things like that. I'm thinking of a few years ago where I want to say we were at Glannygores, we were at Wales, and there was a race restart. There was a full start called that kept Loughborough in a championship one year and stuff like that, and they went on to win. It's those sorts of things on which this can turn. But it's also about not letting that pressure get to you. They can't be thinking in the moment to quite that degree, otherwise they'd never they'd never hit the loud pedal. I just want to keep it clean.
Nice move by the number 27 Kart up the inside. Excellent job there. Very clean pass. As we see now, it looks like Oxford Brookes A potentially struggling a little bit compared to where they were just a moment ago. They have broken away from their sister team, but Pace kind of all involved in that long train in the mid pack there, which obviously, as we were just saying there, that fight with Exeter A, they want to try and kind of salvage as many positions as they can, really, with Exeter putting themselves in this position. And it looks like as well Cambridge Bree leading the race at the moment, breaking away now from P2 there, so they are in control of this race, it seems, at the moment, as we are soon approaching the halfway mark already. 25 minutes absolutely flying by.
Time flies when you're having fun. Penalty for Surrey A, that is again for clipping that sausage curb, as once again they're going side by side. That is Taplin there in the Hertfordshire A car, who I think has just lost a position going through Matt Werters. There's the Exeter A kart, sort of leading this train at the moment. That means they've got past Sheffield A, excuse me. Sorry, the 4 is now ahead of the 27, so that is a pass out there for 5th place. Still that penalty hanging over Exeter, though.
So they are not quite the cork in the bottle I was expecting them to be, which is good for their race, as they are trying to kind of undo some of the negative effects of that penalty that they are carrying at the moment.
Absolutely fastest lap of the race, by the way. Currently sat with Will Stacey of Leeds A, who we haven't really mentioned yet, but is sitting nicely there in 4th place. And as we were saying with Freddie Fincham in the Loughborough B car, a little bit in no man's land at the moment. Couple of seconds in front, a couple of seconds behind, and a couple of seconds behind is this train that we've been following for a while now. And well, we might, because it's quite an entertaining one. There's a move, there's at least a couple of moves every lap in this train of karts at the moment, as they all stream through Raymond. And just as I say that, no one attempt to move into the main overtaking point on the track, such is life. There is the number 50. That is Backstage Academy A, who currently are running in 15th place. And that's happened because UEB had a bit of a costly lap there. Which means Backstage Academy becomes the 3rd highest placed clubman team in the race. Just another reminder that it's black number plates for our Prem teams and red for our clubmans. Don't forget as well, you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on BUKC and see the full timing page. So if you have an additional screen on top of that which you're watching this lovely Alpha Live stream on, do head over there and keep an eye on timing.
Absolutely, overtakes going on throughout the field there. Leeds C overtaking Brighton A. Further down the order as we head, we're going to follow the number 50 car now as we head through chicane in the back straight. Number 43 making a very nice move up the inside into Raymond Holt there. Very clean overtake from Southampton A there, was it? No, I don't believe it was. Apologies there, but we start another lap with the karts that we are following now. And it looks like Leeds A actually potentially gaining a little bit now on Loughborough B. We mentioned both of them kind of just in a bit of a no man's land. We might start to see in the next couple of laps a battle between those two as they fight for a spot on the podium, which I believe is still actually the podium provisionally. I don't think we have any penalties affecting the top 3 runners at the moment. We might have one for Loughborough B.
Sorry, what was that? A penalty for Loughborough B?
I think I saw one pop up a couple of minutes ago. I'm not quite sure.
Investigate
but
that.
Certainly
one
for, Oxford Brookes A. There's one for Oxford Brookes A there, still under pressure from the sister team there, Oxford Brookes B. A bit of a wall of Oxford karts there that has just been promoted upper position. Imperial 8 losing out at the end of that lap there.
Loughborough B have only received, I say only, they don't want to do this, but they've only received a contact warning, so no penalties at the moment against Loughborough B. So did I say Backstage Academy became third in Clubman's a while ago?
Yes.
That was silly, wasn't it? Because we've got Clubman teams right at the front. I'm having a good one so far.
Oh, someone's not having a good one there.
No. That is the 105 of Ecstasy, who's trying to recover themselves onto the track down at Chandler's. I'm starting to think, I know there's an industrial state here. I think there's some truckers here who are just turning out to watch the racing. I feel like there's a new lorry every lap in the backdrop. As the 25 has a look at the 27, and that's Imperial A trying to get back past Sheffield A, who's just there, confirmed on time, and got up into 10th place.
And then we have Leeds 8 getting the overtake done on Loughborough B as well, now up onto a spot on the podium. And let's see, with a relatively clean air now, can they potentially catch up to P2 as well? We still have 10 minutes to go in this race, and just over 2 seconds to make the Leeds 8 obviously carrying the fastest lap of the race so far. That is only a few tenths faster than the two carts in front of them, though, so they will have their work cut out.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Brooks A then, leading Southampton A into the Dell, and also that's a move there for Hertfordshire A, trying to get through an Imperial A, bearing in mind that this is the race where we saw Jake Taplin having that moment, so he's trying to sort of recover a few positions, regather some momentum here, if he can at all help it in the last 10 minutes, as Southampton A's pass on Brooks A is confirmed. So a good move there for the number 21 kart, piloted by Jonathan Dalton, who's come from a long way back, to 31st on the grid. And he's now putting a move for 7th place in Oxford Brooks A. So brilliant move, brilliant race, for Dalton so far. And there's a penalty for Brooks A as well. That a sausage curb penalty, which is going to be a 2-place deduction. So both of the teams who started today as the top two, the two teams who started today as the top two in the championship, both picking up penalties in this one. Exeter A with that 4th-place position penalty for advantage by contact, bump and pass. They'll have made contact with the driver, forced them wide, and not immediately given the position back on the road in order to get that penalty. As there's a move again on Hertfordshire A by Sheffield A to try and take the place back. Excuse me, that was on De Montfort A. Wrong triple-figured team for me there. 27 past the 102 takes Sheffield A up into the top 10. Good driving so far by James Humphreys in that effort. As there's a new fastest lap of the race by Manchester as well whilst we're on that. Ocean Beach, very rapid driver at the wheel of that Manchester kart. Manchester was a team who came into today mathematically in with a shout at the championship. I'm not sure I'm seeing them doing enough so far to keep their foot in the door. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a long shot for them, but still driving well there is Ocean Beach. But yes, penalties for both of the top two teams in the championship so far.
Excellent stuff. And yeah, there were quite a few teams leading into today which were mathematically within a shout of winning this championship. Of course, we know we have the two favourites being Exeter A and Oxford Brooks as well. Apologies, folks. I'm trying to get drivers' names as well, but I'm also trying to learn how to use a MacBook at the same time as learning a new form of racing. So it's exciting times here in the commentary box.
I'm not going to comment. I had exactly the same problem when I was trying to use James' computer earlier as well. So, sorry. Non-Apple fans here, the two currently in the comms position. As Exeter A goes by, that's putting a lap, I believe, on Surrey A, who I want to say are back there because they've had a black flag. So far, I've certainly seen some kind of punishment come through, a penalty or a black flag or such for the number 40 of Surrey A. Former Inters Championship winners. I think when they won it, it was actually at that time known as the Rookie Championship. But so Surrey with some championship winning experience. Good to see them in the mains, though. As, this is Exeter A versus Brooks B. So once again here, Brooks can do a favour. Now, in reality, Exeter A have a penalty. They're behind Brooks B anyway once everything's worked out. But
we like seeing what happens on track.
We like seeing what happens on track. And here's the thing about penalties, folks. Brooks don't know that necessarily, right? They don't know.
Blissful ignorance.
Blissful ignorance. Unless they've memorised all of the numbers for all of the drivers and they've looked at the penalty board every single time and they've been fortunate enough to have passed at the time the penalty was shown to the driver, they won't know. And to be honest with you, I still haven't learned all the numbers, and it's our job to learn the numbers, and we still haven't managed all of them, so I'd be very impressed. What they may have done, though, is they may recognise the helmet and suit. They may think, right, target acquired, and that's where it could get interesting.
And speaking of target acquired, if you're looking at the top of the timing tower there, Leeds A is certainly on for a bit of a charge. All of a sudden, only within half a second of UEA there. Cambridge Bree still controlling this race. We saw in race 1 and race 2 the leaders potentially struggling to control the race a little bit. Cambridge Bree have rectified that in race 3. That is to be said there as number 30 going for a move.
This is for second place. This is Leeds A and William Stacey getting by on Felix Connolly, and that one's been brewing for a little while with the fantastic pace of William Stacey. Still a good race so far for Connolly, but that one I feel has been brewing for a little while. Here is the replay. So it's going to be a clean textbook move into Raymond's. I'm not sure Connolly had quite clocked the significance of who was coming up behind him, but he knows now.
Just carrying a nice bit more momentum on the exit of the chicane on the back straight there.
And has Freddie Fincham got through on him as well from Loughborough Bit? I'm going to have to check that once again. Glorious Welsh sunshine beating down on the number plates there, giving us a glint that I can't tell. But I think, yeah, Freddie Fincham's got by. In fact, what's happened to the UEA kart out there? I didn't see it through the shot then. Let's double check this as they come around. This is further back.
Yeah, they are not updating on our timing system at the moment, dropping
They're
back
dropping
down.
down.
The ladder. Something
So
has... I'll have a look and see
drama
if we
out
can...
there for Felix Connolly. Sorry, Reeve. Spoke across you then. What has happened to UEA? They're still not... I didn't see them fall off, if I'm honest. But a costly moment there for them. And they have now crossed the line, but they've dropped down to 19th place. Oh, dearie me. It's been such a good drive so far for Felix Connolly. We'll keep an eye on the penalties as well for maybe, was he helped into it by Freddie Fincham? Unlikely, I would say. Freddie's an experienced driver, but you never know, so we'll keep our eyes peeled on that.
Just goes to show with such close racing, one tiny error can cost you big time there as we have a move going on.
5th place.
Riding over the curbs on the exit there as wide as he dares there, trying to keep the position.
Yeah, and that's the pass done then for Southampton A. And the very impressive drive by Jonathan Dalton continues. Now up to 5th place, having started 31st.
Now Leeds A certainly is on a charge. Look at that delta between P1 and P2. It has come right down, now within a second for the lead of the race. So we have only 3 minutes to go in this race. It's going to be a close one, but we could be on for a bit of a battle.
This one's coming to the boil nicely here. We're liking this. We saw this, though, when we were at Butmore, when we were streaming rounds 1 and 2, which you can go back and check on the Alpha Live YouTube channel anytime you want, on demand, just saying. We saw that the standard of the field with the BUKC, don't forget the last few seasons we've used a licensing system in the BUKC, and obviously we have the qualifiers. So we've seen this before, where a 25-minute race is just about the right length of time for traffic to start coming into play towards the end, and just it all seems to come to a boil really nicely. Not for the first time that we're seeing this, although I have to say, I'm looking at my driver tracker on the live timing, it doesn't look like the leaders are in traffic, but we will try and
no, they have a nice bit of clean air.
Yeah.
And Leeds A is just chipping away into that delta.
I can see out the comms position though, window. I can see they're coming down the back straight now, and this is the closest that Leeds A have been.
Bold drafting game. He's going to go around the outside by the looks of things, is he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to try, or he's going to try and get the switchback here.
Yeah, switchback.
Will Stacey on the right. Sam Cobb moves across to the right. That's the experience showing. He knows exactly where to position his kart around this Llandow circuit to deny the opportunity. And whilst these two battle, Freddie Fincham's not too far off the back either. He'll smell the opportunity down into the left-hander. There's a look there from Will Stacey in that Leeds A kart, but just can't find the gap for now.
No, excellent defensive drive from Sam so far. He's still got his work cut out for him. All of a sudden, that 2 minutes will feel like a very long time to him.
You can see him there just taking a slightly tighter, just half a kart width off of the racing line into that Chandler's, and enough to say, not here, sunshine.
Excellent precision driving on display here, as a little bit of overstay potentially on the exit of the corner there, upsetting the kart just a little bit. Yes. And that number 30 car is making himself as kind of intimidating as possible. Meanwhile, the number 15 car trying to be as wide as possible. Is it going to happen again? No, it looks like he's defended well on the exit, although potentially number 30 carrying a little bit more momentum.
Freddie Fincham's on the scene. Three-way battle for the lead here as we're coming into the last 70 seconds of this one. On to the Surtees straight. What's Sam Cobb got here? He knows that he can hang it around the outside of the double left-hander, so won't go super defensive here. This is an area where he's exposed because the natural racing line leaves a gap, and that's a gap that Stacey's going for. He's going to push out Cobb wide, but look out for Fincham. Brilliant opportunism there by Freddie Fincham in the number 20 Loughborough B kart, and sneaks through into the lead whilst the other two are having a little contretemps on the exit of Matt Werters. And look, that's Stacey coming back at him. This is brilliant stuff here as there's a lap and a half to go.
Stacey, absolutely, well, from both Fincham and Stacey, beautifully executed lap there, both capitalising on other people's errors as we head once again into the final corner. Is there going to be another move? There's going to be an attempt at one, and they're side by side as we cross the line for the, will it be the final couple? Yes, it will be the final time before the end of this race, but I expect a few more overtakes before the end of this race.
Absolutely, this is brilliant stuff here. William Stacey has driven a superb race for Leeds A. Freddie Fincham tries to find the inside line. He can't find it. It's such a short braking zone into that double left-hander, but here again, and he's found the undercut. He's found the switchback though. Brilliant stuff from Loughborough B. And Freddie Fincham. Sam Cobb now tries to do the Fincham move this time around, looking for second place. And can he find it? He can, down the inside at Chandler's corner. The Dell is next, and there's a quick look over the shoulder from Freddie Fincham to see he's got a few kart lengths in hand. This has been brilliantly timed as a charge here from Loughborough B and Freddie Fincham. I'm very impressed by the way he has conducted these last few laps, and I don't think Sam Cobb is close enough. Sam Cobb now has to worry about defending against Will Stacey in that Leeds A kart. Can he get a switchback? No, he can't. It is going to be Freddie Fincham for Loughborough B, who takes it in a superb final lap. Sam Cobb is second for Cambridge B, and William Stacey in third place for Leeds A. What a battle. Exeter A in fourth, but with penalties to be applied. Southampton A, what a drive from Dalton there to get to fifth place in the number 21. Brooks A is sixth, but also with penalties to be applied. Brooks B are seventh on the road. Then it's Manchester A in eighth. Ocean Beach getting some good points there on the table for Manchester A. Imperial A are in ninth. De Montfort A round out your top 10. Then it's Sheffield A, Hertfordshire A, Loughborough A, Bournemouth A, Backstage Academy A in 15th. Brooks C and Brooks C. University of Wales, Trinity St David A in 18th, and UE A and B round out your top 20 as they continue to cross the line. But Reeve, that was a good finish.
Certainly was. I think all three podium sisters can be very pleased with themselves for that performance throughout the entire race. Really, all three executed a brilliant race there.
Seeing some of the moves back here, this one into the Dell takes so much bravery because, as I say, that first right hand kink into it is more or less blind.
Yeah, he was committed. He knew that was his corner, and it wasn't even a question in his mind.
Little touch on the rear there as well from Sam Cobb. That's really, really interesting how that went down. That was a fun little battle there. Always good to see. And yeah, again, a case where you thought, yeah, the leader's got it, they're controlling it well, and then somehow towards the end, it just suddenly comes on fire again. No pun in relation to the leader's helmet intended, but that distinctive flame design on Sam Cobb's helmet. Still lovely conditions for karting here in South Wales. I tell you what, I don't know where you were or what the weather was for you yesterday. I had snow in Warwickshire yesterday.
Well, I had a mixture of, we were in Liverpool, and we had a mixture of sun, snow, wind, rain. And yeah, it was.
Yeah, when you had snow. Yeah, we all had snow in the comms box yesterday. Not in the comms box. That's meteorologically impossible. But yeah,
well, that window is a bit drafty. You never know.
That's true. That's a good point. Good point. As I think we are ready to hand down to Jacob and get some of the reaction of the drivers and preview of the next race after a bit of a thriller there in race number 3.
Down here on the grid, I'm going to walk over to the scales with Freddie Fincham, who won that race, or at least provisionally won that race. Needs to weigh in first and make sure he's of the appropriate kilos.
I didn't realise it was the last lap. I was going around for another lap at the end there.
We did wonder in race control if you'd seen the checkered flag, whether or not it was just not looking for any penalties or didn't think you'd be the race winner. We weren't sure.
Maybe it's just a bit keen for that final lap and a little wave as I go by.
Well, let's get you over to the scales, but a solid drive from yourself.
Pardon?
Solid drive?
Yeah, no, it was actually stayed out of trouble at the start, which was quite good, and then it was lots of just like kind of little cheeky undertakes and overtakes, and I think I overtook first and second on the final lap as well, so yeah, it was good.
That was very cheeky. You were third, I think, coming over the line, then got Sam Cobb and Will Stacey, who you've just been speaking to, jump at the back of the queue here.
Enjoyed it. It was a good race.
Glad to hear it. And here's who I assume is Freddie's dad. Give him a hug. Although I should say, actually, it's Parc Fermé, so don't pass him any lead or anything like that. Hugs are allowed. I don't think they add any weight. Should you have been in the A's then, Freddie?
That was their call, not mine. I just come here to race, so wherever they put me, I'll race. But it's been a bit of a weird season because I keep getting bashed off in most of my races, but that was probably one of the first clean races I've had all time. So, yeah, I mean, if there was any A's out there, then I'm sorry I took the Loughborough A points, but that's more points in the bag for us because we're sat third in the championship at the moment, so there's only a couple points in between us actually getting a trophy today. So it's all good for us, really. Just want a trophy, basically.
I have to check if you can switch people out between rounds 7 and 8, so get you in that A team and get them points on the board.
Maybe.
I'm going to have a quick chat with Will behind you, who was a miraculous second or third in that one. Jumping in, Will. So close to that first victory for you.
Yeah.
Was it be a first victory? I think it would.
First one, yeah. Yeah, first one. It was. I thought I'd almost had it, but I think he got the undercut on the last lap. I thought I'd defend, and then he got me in the next apex. So it is what it is. I may never get a win, so I'll have to. This might be my last ever race.
Don't say that. Well, you got this afternoon.
Maybe. I'm starting on pole, but that's if I don't mess it up.
Well, you had good pace in that one, starting on pole. I'm confident for you this afternoon, Will. Are you out tonight?
Yeah, may as well. May as well.
If you win a
bit better, so hopefully they can pull through this afternoon and do what needs to be done.
Well, with the pressure on, hopefully we'll have an exciting finish to the championship. I think you're just about to be where I think there's 3 or 4 more people waiting. Alexander Doricot's by here, and I spoke to him on the grid before the race. How did it go?
All right. It was some good battling out there. Didn't lose too many positions, I hope. I don't know where I finished in the end.
I wish I could tell you, but unfortunately I don't have the results on me either. Have you weighed and everything, or am I holding you up? You're just waiting. Excellent. Imperial as a season, sum it up in 4 words for me.
Decent. Yeah,
just one. No, I need 3 more.
Very, very, very decent.
Yeah, the low effort 4 words from Alex there. Have you enjoyed yourselves though?
Yeah, definitely.
Good. It's been a bit of a return to form for Imperial, really. Historically, a solid union BUKC. Last couple of years haven't quite gone to plan, but team in mains and challenging for the Inters title as well, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, so tomorrow they'll be going for the title. We've actually not been too uncompetitive in mains. At the qualifiers, we were a bit disappointed to be put in mains, I think, because we didn't think we'd be competitive at all, but it's been all right.
As I said, back to the good old days of Imperial, as Will Chew would like to refer to them.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, we are just about to grid up for the next race, so we'll make our way over with a couple of these drivers. David, or Gareth, it's Gareth Haynes actually, I should say. Gareth, come, walk over with me, with you, since you were the one person I recognised walking over to the grid. Back for another race?
I am, just here to cause some chaos.
Are you warming up for grads on Sunday? Are you doing grads?
I am doing the grads and I am warming up. Are you?
Unconfirmed yet. You know, I'm leaving it a bit of mystery to surprise people, you know, and see how it goes.
Well, I've not been on track with you, have you?
You'll have to catch me first, and that's going to be difficult for a man that lacks talent such as yourself.
It's all right, I can just wait a lap.
Where are you starting in this one?
P9.
P9. All right, well, I'll let you jump in the cart and talk to someone who is eligible.
Cheers, mate.
Gareth Haynes there. Dante Dillon should be eligible. In fact, he's had a race already, so he won't be, but I'll talk to him anyway and see how that race went. Dante, how are you?
In the seat. It's very well crafted by my dad, so I can
get to ridiculously high weight limits while being nearly half it. So
Is that some leather trim as well? Look at that. Have a zoom in on that, Dad. It's not only is it practical, but it's pretty fancy as well.
it's very, very comfy. It looks good. Nothing really to complain about, really. I mean, it's a dream seat, so it feels like a sofa when I sit on it. I can't complain. I feel very comfy. I'm nearly falling asleep out there. It's too comfy, you know.
Have to do some overtakes to kind of excite yourself and pep you up a bit.
Yeah, well, there should be plenty of that in this race, you know. Starting 33rd, should get loads of overtakes in, keep it entertaining.
This one and see who we've got. Ewan Howells is here, actually. Let's have a quick chat with him from UWTSD. A bit of practice for you in Club 100 last September, I want to say. Ivan, shall we say? But you did have a good hack through the pack and set up for another one now?
Yeah, well, gained many fans, definitely, but nonetheless, it was good racing and can't wait to go back out there.
Where would you say the best overtaking spots are on this track?
Personally, just from my experience here, I think the right there, and you can block him off then on the exit, so it just works quite well for me.
Without forcing them wide, of course.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see about that.
That's a 4th-place position for those of you watching at home who aren't familiar. Ewan, look forward to seeing you get on.
Hey, thank you very much. Cheers.
Ewan Howells there. I nearly bumped into Amy just a second there. Let's have a chat with Corey. Because I was very mean to you earlier, Corey. I said that you're going to finish last, and I don't believe that one bit.
Well, I mean, I'm starting 19th. That means I've got, running in second, and then he's binned it on the sausage curb. Finished 19th, so standard UE today.
We've had a lot of sausage curb, and from a former BUKC Bandit of the Year, I'm not hopeful for this race improving. Can you stay off it yourself?
I will do. There's no sausage today for me.
Not during the day, anyway. We'll see what happens. Looks forward to enjoying the sausage.
Thank you very much.
Corey Richards, I'll leave, is another local man. Oh, look under your right arm. It's me, Jacob. Ross, you've been here before?
I have, yeah. That's where I grew up. Been here since I was about 8 years old, so.
He lived in that building over there, actually. That's his bedroom upstairs. Ross, decent grid position here. You're in good form, coming out of a win on the last round.
Hopefully 8, so.
I was going to say, you've both been here before a fair bit. I'll have a quick chat with him about it. Any words of encouragement for him?
Don't beat me. That's about it.
All right, then. I'll go tell him. Real quick, Ryan Luscombe, Exeter A. It's not been Exeter A's day so far, and Ross has just said, don't beat me.
Is that what he said?
He specifically said, don't beat me, and I'm not even joking.
Okay, well, I'm hoping to work with him. Yeah, I'm sure he told you we go back quite a long way, so yeah, we'll try and work together and get up there.
There you have it, Ross Steele.
Thank you, Jacob. And as they get underway for their warm-up laps for race number 4, we are showing you the grid for race number 3. BUKC who are on pole for this one. And it'll be Kamil Chizevsky at the wheel for that one. Swansea A have Lewis Bayat alongside. Manchester B have Dimitrios Tsioumanis and Michael Preston are next, but I have a funny suspicion they are ineligible. They are ineligible for this race number 4. Ben Gilbert then for University of Wales Trinity St David A round up the top 10. Allbrooks 6th row with Callum Porter for the B team and Riley Phillips for the C team. Then it's Manchester A's James Walkington and Ross Deal for Reading A. Brighton A's Ezekiel James and Exeter A's Ryan Luscombe are next. I promise they're practicing. Outside it sounds like they're racing. Ryan Luscombe we just covered for Exeter A. Jake Bailey Saltmarsh for Leeds A and Backstage Academy A's Joe Kennedy are row number 9, and then it's UEB's Corey Richards. A are next with Matthew Taylor at the wheel, very experienced driver going out for them. In this one, Jack Moulton for Leeds C is alongside. Exeter B have Ben Wallace and Leeds Beckett A have Bradley Shears on row 12. Row 13 is Sheffield A's Alexander Smith and Oscar Lancaster for Loughborough B. Row 14 is University of Wales Trinity St David B's Ewan Howells and Adamkovic. For Hertfordshire A, Imperial A have Matthew Fennell going for them and Max Wade for Birmingham B to round out the top 30. Then it's De Montfort A's Don Bessel and Tom Davis for UEA. Nottingham Trent B's Dante Dillon and Cambridge B's Alistair Senior round out the 34 car grid. We have actually got quite a few ineligible karts in this one. So Trent B, Brooksy, Backstage Academy A and Manchester B make this a bit of an ineligible fest. I am not surprised that Jacob found a few down there, as there's an issue I can see out the window.
Number 5 by looks of things.
Yeah, it's James Walkington in the Manchester A Kart, so he might be looking for a replacement kart, as he is very much a stationary. He's very much a sitting duck there. I don't think he's just getting his eye in on how the start will work, though he has pulled over to the start-finish line, which means he's really far away from pit entry. He's also far away from pit exit, because this is a pit lane that's... there's Jimbo doing the perfect... The Club 100s, but I'm always impressed by how they do it. Because I don't know how they do it. I don't want to know, how do they do a training course? I mean, is there a... I don't know. I don't know how it works, but I'm always very impressed there from that one. As you can see, Willie Chew there behind the barrier, now behind the bus stop, now running off shot. But we caught you, Willie. Great to see him here. The man whose brainchild this BUKC was, originally the IUKC, the Inter-University Karting Championship. Reeve, are you looking forward to this one, mate?
Very much so, especially now I've learned that. I think Yoda is in the room with me.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Sorry
if I put you off a bit for
no,
this one
you're
now.
all right, mate. Ecstasy, then. Your pole sitters in the one. I'm going to do the NGK chicane because we're going round again. That is not the latest dance move, although maybe it should be. You see, everyone's joining in. Always love that. There, edit that with some good rave music, and you got yourself a meme right there.
Well, I think they'll be doing that tonight, won't they?
We're there in the comms box. Wait, there we go. We can go mad in the comms box whenever that shot's on. Always love the comms position here in Llandow because we get a nice full view of the circuit. Just a bit of cloud coming over the circuit now, but still. And we are trying to keep track of the maths in the background.
After all that rushing to get the grid slots done in plenty of time, kart number 5 very courteously decided to conk out for us.
Should have warned us. I'd have taken it slowly. But there we go. Here we go, though. With on your left, there, right, and the 31 of Swansea, Lewis Byatt at the wheel. Are we ready for the start this time? Yes, we are. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise.
Kart number 6,
very
good getaway.
Yeah, great. Yeah, no, that's fine. Great getaway from Dimitrios in that Manchester B kart. Can they keep it clean through the hook for the first time? It all bunches up here, gets a little bit argy-bargy, 3 abreast, even 4 abreast in some places. But and there, that's the classic. That is the classic one to see. Someone riding up on the rear of another kart, and you lose steering immediately, and it's a bit of a heart-in-the-mouse moment. And that was Alistair Senior in the Cambridge B kart, I believe. Getting all crossed up there, but thankfully they all kept going. It's not a nice moment, though, when you immediately lose steering of your Club 100 kart.
No, followed immediately by some kart rallycross, but we are able to move on, as we say there.
It looks to me like 31 of Byatt's got to the lead, or has he? They're side by side coming onto the back straight, and that is a fast starting 111 Liverpool C with Joshua Ingle at the wheel.
Very nice start from them all the way down in P5 on the grid, I believe. So they've made some nice progress and leading as we start the next lap, as we have the first black flag of the race.
Yeah, it's Brooks E. We'll check what that's for. Also a lightning start from Giulio Peroni in that Loughborough A car, wanting to keep as good a championship hopes alive here as they're 3 abreast down the Surtees straight. But can they make it work? Is that still 3 abreast, and that's wide there as well for one of the drivers that I am going to have to check as they come around on timing, because I can't see who that is.
Someone's off.
It's the number 31, I think. It's Swansea. That's why James Johnson's looking a little bit sad to our left.
No bias in the commentary box at all. Obviously, James rooting for Swansea, myself rooting for Liverpool C. And
I am, of course, neutral.
Of course.
Down the inside of our pole sitter goes the number 5 of Reading A in the number 52.
Have another black flag there for Southampton A this time.
And it's a wide moment as well, as Swansea A confirmed to be dropping down the order. Disappointing times for Lewis Byatt there. But it was 3 into 1 wouldn't go in many ways, as there's the 52 of Reading really moving up the field here. And it is Ross Deal at the wheel. Poet, and I didn't know it. Penalty for Oxford Brooksea, that's ABC bump and pass. And that's in addition to their black flag for multiple contact. There's also been a black flag for Southampton A for an ABC takeout, which one would imagine is related to that moment for Swansea. It's an accident early on here.
Yeah, I believe Southampton just had to enter the pits actually, and yeah, there they go, obviously serving that black flag.
Absolutely. Exeter C picking up a penalty and as well. In fact, several carts, I think multiple carts that have come in for a black flag at the same time, which is interesting because several carts have just plummeted down the order. Backstage Academy have had some kind of drama out there. That one isn't for a black flag.
It's spread throughout the field at the moment. Actually, Exeter A trying to get the move done on Brighton B at a moment's time as we see Marshall's repairing some of the tyre wall there. But still, Liverpool C controlling the race at the moment, although we said that in the last time as number 5, cart number 5, getting a move up the inside there. Manchester A now into P4s.
It's Mr. Johnston and a certain Mr. Mather who I think are working out most of the maths at the moment, but I do know the basics are that at the moment it's very much not going to be signed, sealed and delivered, this championship in this round. So it does look like we're going on till the last round this afternoon, which we always like to see. That's what we want as neutral race fans.
As Reading Gate has made some fairly substantial gains actually on gaining more actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Eve, if you wanted to commentate on Liverpool in the lead, but at the moment Ross Deal is really showing a lick of pace in that Reading cart and is challenging the lead and has got the job done. Or are they side by side? No, he's got the job done there. Reading A, the 52, and Ross Deal to the head of the field here. And this is an impressive showing here from Ross. And he's got himself to the lead of the race. 2 clubmans leading the field, not the first time we've seen that today. So really impressive showing from the clubman. Does seem to have been a bit of an equaliser this track so far today. Everyone's in the same machinery, of course, but ultimately the class is determined by the qualifiers back at Wilton Mill in the tail end of 2021 calendar year.
There we see the Manchester A number 5 car. A bit of a cork in the bottle moment for this train. This quartet heading through the final at the moment to keep himself a little bit more comfortable.
Absolutely. Penalty for University of Wales, Trinity St David B. ABC bump and pass will mean 4 positions dot from wherever they finish. That BUKC in the 14 going down the inside of the sister Trinity St David team. I think it might have been down at Matt Werters. The 14 is indeed ahead of the 10, but fighting back there is University of Wales Trinity St David A and gets it back. Nice counter-attack there by Ben Gilbert. Is not taking this one, or is not ceding this one to Riley Phillips without a fight. They've got to be careful though, because Giulio Peroni in the number 1 Loughborough A cart is all over the back of them now, looking to gather up. A's challenge for the championship is somewhat hanging in the balance here, so all the points they can get matter. Was always a bit more of a long shot.
I think they have responded to our call, certainly in the past couple of races, though. They have shown some good pace so far. As you see, Reading taking the fastest lap of the race so far. Obviously, enjoying that nice bit of clean air. They've got a long time before they might encounter any traffic.
Here it is again, though. Sorry, Reeve. Riley Phillips down the inside, returning the favour on University. But nice little move there. This lap of the race, which he hasn't just set, but he has just matched to within like 0.02 of a second. So the consistency from Reading A at the front is extremely impressive in and of itself.
That's exactly what you need if you are trying to control the race. And I know we've said this about leaders before, and it all came undone in the previous race, so I won't put the commentator curse in effect too soon. I
want to say 9th place downwards. Everyone's separated ahead of this one, but this is quite the train of carts, as Matthew Taylor's going to try and tuck underneath here and put the move on Bournemouth A.
Yeah, side by side into chicane there, resulting in a move up the inside. I believe it's stuck. No, they are still side by side on the exit as well. So those two are fancying trading some paint there.
Yeah, and Matthew Taylor finally gets the job done on the right-hander into the hook. The challenge with the hook is that the inside curb. Oh, and there's drivers going wide, taking each other wide. And yeah, that is a moment. That's Surrey A, I think, who manages to turn it into a stylish 360. It's not Surrey A. But a stylish 360 nonetheless, and kept going. That were an interesting one. Well, I guess they live to fight another day, really.
10 points for style on that.
Yeah.
So we have another fastest lap from the top of the field there, breaking away from the rest of the pack there. I think it looked like for a second we were going to have the safety car out potentially. I think we've decided we're okay to carry on.
Yeah, it wasn't the number 40. I want to say it was the number 49. I think I read the 9 as a 0. So I think that was lead C having a moment on the exit of the hook. But it is a hard sequence of corners, is the hook. It's about stringing these 3 corners together. You can see how they're absolutely nose to tail. You can easily see how if the person in front of you made a mistake, you'll just follow them. And you're trying to put your foot down that little bit earlier to get onto the next straight with more speed. So you'll make the mistake even more.
See a nice move up the inside. In fact, 2 cars are going to get the overtake done there. Apologies for saying cars there. My touring car days showing through.
No worries. Many times. The awkward one is if you call them bikes. Down the inside there. Yeah, these are fantastic moves going on in this pack. So leading them on to the back straight. That's the number 29 of Brighton B, who is one of the karts we're really keeping an eye on here in the Clubman's standings. So this is an interesting one for them here. So that was them putting it past. They've actually held position here, as that's the 41 trying to squirrel away through. That's X to B trying to find a way through.
Yeah, he made that space there, didn't he?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, the inside curb at the entrance to the hook, that first sequence that they go through on the lap, you don't really want to hit that inside curb because it's actually quite raised and it'll really unsettle the kart going into the second part. So where you see drivers trying to do a move, firstly they don't know whether to go to the inside or the outside, and secondly, if they do go to the inside, it can all go to tears very quickly. You'll see the next time they go through the hook. Onto the back straight though, as here is Extra A versus Extra A or Whole A, as they were scored across the line. There we go. It is Matthew Taylor in the distinctive Union flag lid there in the BUKC kart, and Ryan Luscombe in the bright blue suit there for Extra A. Change for position. Which way round are these karts going to be scored?
As we head onto the braver move and end up in the Welsh countryside somewhere.
As lovely as it is, that would be suboptimal. Penalty for Backstage Academy A. 4 places to be deducted by the end of, or at the end of the race, for advantage by contact, bump and pass. So that's going to be a costly one for them. Reading A lead by 2.8 seconds as we approach the halfway stage of race number. But the action's coming thick and fast, and we've got to try and keep up with it. It's a new personal best at the head of the field from Reading A. It's a new fastest lap of the race by Manchester A. We haven't mentioned too much, but they're there. James Walkington, who we saw stalling coming to a stop on the warm-up laps, but the card he got given and has just set the fastest lap of the race.
He has, yeah. He might be. I know we're not trying to stir up any drama or any false drama at all, but he might be one to watch out for.
Let's keep an eye on him.
Yeah, he might be one to watch out for later on in the race.
Absolutely, still this battle raging on, which is one of the themes I think earlier, which is how the timing of the racing, as someone's getting the drift on through Chandler's. That's a different approach. But this is De Montfort A, I think, who has made up a few positions on this lap to get to the head of the pack. It looks to me. Yes, it is. It's the 102. Who are they defending against? It is contesting with the 41 of X to B, and it's all change again. Cambridge B in 16th, De Montfort A in 17th, and then the 2 University of West of England karts working well together here. That looked to me like the 102 was tucking underneath again. Yes, it has. The red-suited driver there for De Montfort A, I want to say, getting back through.
Yeah, seeing the number 41 car going up the inside as well, getting the move done.
Don Bessel it is, out for De Montfort A in this one. Into the Dell once again. That's the 34 of UEB, trying to hold on to 19th place, but they've just received a penalty, I'm afraid to say. Bump and pass. So overtakes in this pack has been deemed to be a little bit overly aggressive. As a hard moment on the brakes there for University of Wales Trinity St David B, but was on the outside, so I think has lost out a few positions on that lap indeed. Has been overtaken by Leeds Beckett A and Loughborough B, the former of which has now made it into the top 20. It's a bit difficult to keep up with this one. I'm trying to keep cool and calm for if we get it gets a little more exciting. But this is brilliant stuff from these drivers. Few penalties here and there, but by and large, racing room being given.
Yes, there's a few people going off there and someone spinning.
Yep, onto that curbing. We'll look on timing to verify who that was, but it was a heart in the mouth moment for them, whoever it was. New fastest lap of the race, though, from Reading A and Ross Deal.
Yeah, I think they smashed the previous best there with a 52.1.
Yeah, very impressive pace there. Penalty for contact for the 41 of Exeter B. I wonder if someone spun round there and having to pick a difficult moment to turn it back round. The number 20, and that's
Loughborough A, I believe.
It's Loughborough B. Loughborough B. On that one. Black flag for University of West of England B. Who was it who had the slow lap? It was Backstage Academy A who had the Larry moment over the sausage curb that sent them into a swing at Sheffield A, defending against Trinity St David B, and everybody else, it feels like, going through the Dell and onto the back straight. And there's a black flag for University of Wales Trinity St David B for forcing a driver wide.
Number 23 has been involved in this battle for quite a few laps now. These two have been within this little mid-pack.
Southampton A there, going through Michael Preston at the wheel. Hard there is Trinity St David B in the 23 car, but I'm afraid to say they are going to have to report to the pit lane now that they've been issued with a black flag. 3.2 seconds the gap at the front. It's spread out quite a bit at the front, the gap. So 3.2 seconds, 2.1, 3 seconds, then it's 7 seconds back between Ben Gilbert's having to defend against Loughborough A and Giulio Peroni, and has been for a while. And Surrey A are in touch with them as well.
And just to mention, with Loughborough A, actually, they're involved in that three-way battle, but Oxford Brookes and Exeter obviously pushing each other along, now starting to get involved now. We might be seeing a five-way battle in just a few moments' time.
And lest we forget the championship implications here, Loughborough A possibly just about in it mathematically. We'll have to double-check, has passed Ben Gilbert and is up into 5th place. So puts himself at the past Ben Gilbert and is up into 5th place, so puts himself at the head of this field in the number 1 car, the reigning champions of Surrey A, and that's to take back 8th place. But a really good drive from A. Impressed by this, and bearing in mind that the numbers on the car roughly translate just in the previous season. So to see the number 40 up at the sharp end like this is always good to see, and good to see Surrey in that Premier class as well, as that is mention to that digi-flag, because if there's one way to upset race control more than accruing a black flag, it's not serving it. Not at the sharp end of this one. They're running 34th, so they've had a bit of a dramatic race as it is. Number 43. Very impressive, the number of teams that Brookes were able to get into the mains this year. First time we've ever seen a university get 6 teams into them, fielding a Brookes F team here today. So it is. Please come in. 2 minutes left on the clock. Moves for 11th place out there. They've just got past Bournemouth A, Cambridge B, just past Nottingham Trent B. Those all happened on the previous lap. We're watching a battle between Leeds Beckett A, I think it's Birmingham B. It is indeed the 60 versus the 32, so that's for 18th place, and has just swapped this lap.
Still staying with them though, as it looks to be a couple of Southampton as well. As we see some more kart rallycross, they're doing a bit of lawn mowing, helping out the ground staff.
Indeed. Birmingham B there, it was getting out of shape out of the hook, and it gave the opportunity for Southampton A and De Montfort A to attack, but did well to hold off the attack, albeit Michael Preston was willing to try for a little bit of a pass on the grass in that Southampton A swapped round. Now that is interesting. That is a swap between the 3 and the 14, and now does the 14 play the rear gunner to Exeter A? They are coming round on track. They are in the middle sector at the bottom of the circuit. Just coming up towards the Dell now, I think, as we're looking still at some of the battles. We're looking at the race leader there, the 52, Ross Deal, coming around to start the final lap. We haven't spoken about him much recently, such has been his dominance. Also not seen much of, has been keeping him honest on the pace. But it's been an impressive bar. Yeah, out the window, I can see that BUKC are doing it
from Brooks at this stage in the championship, as you were saying before, such a professional team rather doing.
This is not their first championship final where they've got a dog in the fight. In fact, quite often we've seen two Brooks karts battling for a championship some years, but this man here for Reading A, Ross Steele, has done a superb job in this race. He will cross the line to take the win for race number 4. And then it will be Manchester A's James Walkington just coming around the final corner now. Matthew Taylor taking some crucial points, and there's the 14 of BUKC, and then is Ryan Luscombe in that extra A kart. Every little point, every move here will count, and that could be interesting come the end of the day. Giulio Peroni next in 7th place in Loughborough. Then it's Ben Gilbert, who had some great battles out there for University of Wales Trinity St David A. Surrey A, Adrian Porter finishing well for them there in 9th. Then it's Leeds A to round out the top 10. Manchester B, Bournemouth A, Brooks B, UEA, Cambridge B, Nottingham Trent B. That takes you down to 16th place. Then it's Leeds Beckett A, Brighton B, Birmingham B, and Southampton A to round out the top 20. And I'm delighted to report, I'm going to skip right down to 31st, because University of Wales Trinity St David B, how unhappy they'd have been otherwise. That is correct. That is correct. I believe if they don't serve it, that would have been a lap deducted from the end of their race. So probably best that they served the black flag. So there we go. That was a controlled one there from Reading. Slightly different entertainment, was in the sort of mid of the top 10 there.
Yes, but still very happy with the outcome regardless, because it means that the championship carries on further.
Absolutely it does. And yeah, as we were saying, as neutral race fans here, we of course want to see it go down to the wire. We would like it to go down to the wire. As the karts come to a stop, they are refueled.
Have bought some Strepsils just in case.
Oh, that's a good. Hey, you came prepared. So yeah, a good race there. As we are waiting for the gorgeous Mr. Harris to be in position to conduct a few drivers' interviews, as we are going to head into the final 2 races of this first round of the day. But don't forget, we have round 8 to come after this one, and we can now.
Down here on the grid, race winner Ross Steele is just taking stacks of lead off his car. That is a lot, Ross, really is.
20 kilos.
20 kilos. He's not a very heavy man, is Ross. I'll let you. Do you need a hand?
Yeah, I'd love a hand, but you seem very busy.
Tell you what, let me grab this big block. Oh, look at that. But to scales, as everyone's being weighed. Do you want to come?
That was really good fun. The first couple of laps were absolute carnage, and like I knew I had to try and get past a few people and break away from Ryan, and then yeah, I had a nice gap. I'm lucky I had that gap as well, because P2 seemed like he was really on it, and I was overheating my tyres loads at the end. So yeah, it was a good race.
Put you on the grid.
I'm a man of like jinxing, so yeah, it was a good race, and I'm happy I managed to pull through. There's 2 sprint race wins now, so I get a little medal.
Exactly, you get a medal, you get a hug from me, and something to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the hug, man, and a few pints tonight, maybe too many. Celebrate.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Right, I'm going to leave this with you. 5 kilos, and let's wander up the queue to have a word with Corey. Corey, we said you wouldn't finish last.
I hope I can improve later by, what did I come?
Last but 1, so 33rd, I think. Yeah, you were just ahead of Gareth Haynes, who was ineligible, so you're the last of the point scorers, and he was...
well, I mean, I only got 1, so I'll have to push more black flags later. But hopefully I get to 30 seconds.
What did you do wrong, do you know? Shocking stuff. All right, well, I'll leave you to get weighed. Dante, you've dropped... There's one last April Fool for you. How did you get on?
You know what? I got an amazing start. It was really good. And I got a black flag, probably deservingly, I'm not going to lie. Because I knew I was ineligible, so I thought... So I took a evasive action on the grass, back on the track, took someone out accidentally about 2 seconds, like a second later. So yeah, it was going really well till then, but I had a good battle with one of the Cambridge guys at the end. So you know, it's just a fun race, really.
It's glad to hear it when you pick up an extra race. As long as you didn't punt everyone off and cause a load of havoc, then having fun's the main aim.
Yeah, exactly. And have a driver drop out last second. He's got to fill the seat somehow. So, drop in, have a bit of fun, and it's a glorious day. Love it. Good fun.
Right, well, I'm going to go find someone else, but I'll speak to you later. I'm sure done with Matt Taylor from Brooks. Matt, how'd you get on?
Yeah, all right. After getting through the chaos, I nearly went into the wall over there. Got lifted up in the air and was flying towards it. Somehow saved it. But yeah, it was a tough one. Everyone was being idiots out there. So.
Well, none more so than your friend Mr. Haynes, who got 2 black flags, finished dead last, and every penalty under the sun.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. He was being chaotic.
I'd say he's obviously suffered from a year outside of BUKC. There we have it. In terms of the championship, let's talk serious. Brooks have had a decent morning. Exeter, not so much.
Exeter, so they could still probably beat us in a round, I don't know, but we got Kyle starting from the back, so if he gets through the traffic, I don't see why not he can't come top 5 even. If I didn't get taken out a few times there, I could have gone far higher up, but yeah, it was all right.
All right, then. And on that note, I can see Max O'Shaughnessy behind you, who will be in race 6 for Exeter. Cheers, Matt. It's facing up against Kyle Morby. I'm just going to squeeze in here and put my arm around Max to grab him for a chat. Max, you got a front grid in this one. Brooks got Kyle Morby in a back grid. Can you hold him off?
Wait, they're not in my race, are they?
Sorry?
They're not in my race, are they?
Yep, Kyle Morby is starting at the back. Oh, wait, no, there's 2 races left. 2 races. He's in race 6. Yeah, wow. This is a terrible start to an interview, really. Some real poor journalism for myself. Let's talk about you, though. Can you win this one?
It's possible. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot of quick people in the race. The hope is to win. I think we've done the numbers. If I win this one, I think they have to come 7th or 8th from the back to beat us still. So yeah, all I can do is my best. Hope for a win. See how it goes.
Good stuff. All right, I'll let you get onto the cart because I'm holding you up here. In fact, we'll make our way back to the grid ourselves, see if we can pick up a couple of interviews. I can see we got James Mills to my right. Quick word with James. James, where are you starting in this one?
P13 on the right side.
Not bad for a man of your talents. You can do something with that, can't you?
Yeah, hopefully mid-grid. Hopefully make up some positions from here. This is our final race for the round, so hopefully you can wrap it up with a good result and then move afternoon.
All right, and good man, I'll let you get on with that. I'm going to quickly dive in here with Edinburgh's Hirsch ready. He's just putting his lead on the poles. Come and have a chat. Me and Hirsch nearly went for a pint the other week. Didn't quite work out, but can we make up for that tonight?
We can. Indeed we can.
There we have it. What about the racing? What are you going to do from this relatively modest grid position, which we say?
If I'm not first by the first corner, I give up.
Yeah. If you are first by the first corner, I'll pay for your drinks all night.
And tomorrow.
Why not? If you're first from here, on the first lap, Hirsch is going to make... how many positions would that be?
I don't know where I'm starting. 29th? 29th? So that's 29 positions.
So 28 positions in one lap. Heard it here first. Right, I'm going to jump down the front of the grid. See you later. Bye-bye. Hirsch, ready there, of Edinburgh. Right, I am going to go and talk to the man in 5th position. That's Ewan Irvine of Brunel. We haven't spoken to anyone from Brunel today. And we've got some brothers racing this weekend. Of the grid is 5th, and I will over here whilst he does his GoPro, I think. Again with the GoPros. And the gloves as well. I'm not sure he's realised I'm stood behind him waiting for an interview, or perhaps he's trying to look a bit kind of stoic on the live stream and set us up for a bit of brooding in the interview. One more glove to go. Yeah, I've got all day, so got a party to set up later. You and it's going right.
No.
Now.
How long have you been there?
A while, since you were filming with your GoPro.
Hello.
I thought you were ignoring. I thought you were doing a bit like ignoring me on purpose. No. Right. 5th position. What can we do?
Crash.
Good start. Yeah. Good stuff. Are you racing Sunday?
No.
Just your brother?
Yeah.
I So we got you today and your brother Sunday?
Yeah.
I was hoping for a...
No comparisons.
No comparisons, no joint interviews, nothing?
No, please no.
5th position, Brunel, first time in a while. How are we getting on?
We were doing okay until Sheddington, and then we lost like a driver.
Okay. And where did you leave him?
We don't know.
That's the problem. If you knew, you'd be able to find him again. You can make it up for it today. It's Llandow, though.
I've never been here before. I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. Well, this has been a terrible, terrible like you, but
we're going to crash.
All right then. You jump in. The man in front of him is Nottingham Trent's Sam Pooley. Is it? No, it's not Sam Pooley. Who have we got here?
Unfortunately, it's Ed McDade.
Ed McDade, I do apologise. You're very tall, like Sam, and you obviously have similar Nottingham Trent suits. I do like these suits, though. They're very nice.
No, they're not bad. I mean, I would be. I wish I was Sam Pooley. That wouldn't be a bad thing.
Can you get us a Sam Pooley-esque result where you jump to the front and pull away?
That's what we're aiming for, but we'll see what happens.
Excellent. All right then. Unfortunately, we've run out of Shaughnessy and Michael Grebe of Manchester, who I'm sure we'll speak to at some point today. Ed McDade having a bit of trouble getting his car started, but I'm sure he'll be ready for the race start as and when it comes. Back to you guys in the comms box to talk us through race number 5.
Hello everyone, I'm back in the comms box. Howard taking a little rest, so we will go then for a grid. We've got is on someone told me how to pronounce his name. Nottingham Trent A are in 3rd with Edward McDade, as we just heard there. 4th place for Oxbrook C, Jorge Belloc Ruiz, and then it's Bruno A, Ewan Irvine, who is very confident ahead of this race. Max O'Shaughnessy lining up in 6th on the 3rd row. Big race for Exeter A this one. Then we've got Warwick A with Sam Stevens lining up in 7th. Manchester A, Michael Grebe, another big player in this race, in 8th place. Nottingham A, Andrew Trevor in 9th, and then it's Coventry A, Daniel Skelton lining up in 10th. Swansea Place, James Mills lines up in 13th for Loughborough A, and then it's Burke Casimé for Surrey A. Sam Sanders in the UEA Kart in 15th, and in 16th it is Callum Pedder in Liverpool A. Liverpool C, Tim Edwards lining up 17th, and B, Ben Smith lining up in 18th place. 3rd, and Kyle Knight for the Newcastle A lines up in 24th place. And we've got Max O'Shaughnessy over the grass there. We've got a spinner in the middle. Max O'Shaughnessy there, definitely running over the grass. He was the man for the Exeter A Kart. Big Roll has definitely lost the lead of this race. In fact, it looks like he's now got coming under pressure, possibly from Edward McDade down into Chandler's. It looks, we're just waiting to see at the moment. Everything all right for the moment. So it's Jorge Belloc Ruiz has got up into 2nd place. Then you've got the number 5 of Michael Grebe. Michael Grebe up into 3rd, although here comes Harry Farnhill down the inside into Raymond Holt, and he's got the move done for the moment, and it looks like he has been able to hold on, although Michael Grebe gonna fight this one, but not for the moment. He has to concede. To Harry Farnhill. Where are Exeter A? They are in 7th, so they started 6th, they were in 7th, they went across the grass, and they find themselves still up there. Oh, that was an exciting first lap.
Yeah, not too much loss for them as number 10 goes up the inside there. A little bit of contact there. And it is still, Bath in the lead there. Sorry, a little bit off put by. We had a couple of technical issues right at the start of the race. Perfect timing, but I think we are all sorted now with the timing system.
Absolutely. So Harry Farnhill getting the move done once again on Jorge Belloc Ruiz. Getting back up to Axel for the moment.
Likewise.
I think that is the safest thing for everyone concerned. No harm will come to us up here. But the important thing at the moment is going to have to defend into Surtees, and I think he has held on to it for the moment. That is the number 5. The number 8 car of Warwick. That's Sam Stevens trying to have an attack on. And in fact, here he goes.
Up the inside there by the looks of things. I thought about it maybe. Did it stick?
He's trying to, but no, Michael Grebe hanging on to it for the moment. This is all working very nicely in favour of Max O'Shaughnessy, who's just come on to...
Hanging on in there, and I imagine the battles going on between Oxford Brookes and Manchester will be a bit, and Warwick as well, for that matter. Exeter will be quite happy to see that, because of course that helps them out big time, especially with that off they had on the first lap.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like, as you were rightly just saying there, Reeve, Max O'Shaughnessy now having a good time through Chandler's, and now they're onto the back of Jorge. So it's a four-way scrap at the moment. This is all doing brilliant stuff for Axel and Harry Farnhill in first and second place. But here we go then. Michael Grebe goes to the inside line on Jorge, but he's overcooked it. He's overcooked it, and Jorge gets the position back, and he's now going to have to defend from Sam Stevens, who has a little on the inside, but nothing doing. And this has also allowed James Mills to come into the fray here with the Loughborough car. And here he goes then down the inside of Max O'Shaughnessy. Has he got the move done? He's giving it his best shot, and there he goes. James Mills up into, where is that? Where are they up into? They're up into 6th place. And in fact, no, and he's also getting Sam Stevens at the same time. So 2 overtakes in as many corners for James Mills in the Loughborough A car, and this is serving them brilliantly in their attempt to best through this lap. And now coming into Raymond Holt. Surely he's going to give it a go. No, he opts against it. Oh, there's contact there from Max O'Shaughnessy. A little bit of a gesticulation.
Yeah, very lucky on the entrance to the braking zone there. The car didn't get too upset. And he was able to carry on there, but these tiny little errors are just causing him to lose so much momentum. We're about to go 3 wide by the looks of things.
Lovely move there from Michael Grebe on Jorge Ruiz, although Jorge fighting it back in the Oxford Brook C car, but that's not going to work for him. But it has worked for Ruiz in the Oxford Brook C car, but it looks like through all that he's now lost all of those places to the likes of James Mills, Max O'Shaughnessy. He's back behind Jorge once again, and we've also still got Sam Stevens up there as well. Tremendous racing in these early 5 minutes.
Indeed, he'll be frustrated that he lost so many positions, but I'm to be honest, quite glad, I'm sure, that he was able to get the move done up onto the braking, rather, muddling my words, into Raymond Holt there. Yes, did very well to keep it.
A little bit, I feel. He's giving it big and is trying to get past. There we go again. More contact there from Michael Grebe. Jorge giving him the secret special signal to say stop. Let's stop fighting. Let's try and work together to get past. But Michael doesn't seem to be in the mood for doing that. He's wanting to get past. He's wanting to just get the move done on track. And I think he needs to use his head potentially, say, Reeve.
Yes, and I'm sure that sign for stop doing that is just as polite in the kart to the drivers there. But all this battling has all of a sudden made it what would a bit. And P8, I was about to say Liverpool A catching and gaining, but has lost out a few positions by the looks of things on the end of the last lap. Yeah,
Michael Grebe will definitely he'll need to be careful in these laps. He doesn't let himself fall into the clutches of the likes of Backstage Academy or Cambridge. I'm not sure. Well, it will certainly give Backstage and Cambridge an opportunity to get into it. Meanwhile, let's have a look at our leaders. We've still got Bath A Axel leading by 1.5 seconds from Harry Farnhill in the Trinity A car. James Mills is setting some blistering lap times out there, although on that last lap it was just 1/10. So a little bit of a hold up there for James Mills as down the inside of the number 50 car goes Sam Cobb in the Cambridge C. Sam Cobb, a fantastic start for the Backstage Academy.
Excellent racecraft for both involved in that battle there. We saw Sam certainly knows how to defend, and now we're seeing him on the offence as well, and he's doing a mighty job. It must be said. He'll soon be battling with Oxford Brooks, looking at his pace at the moment, pretty much on par with them.
Sorry, Reeve, just to cut across you. Are we going to see an attempt from Michael Grebe? No, we're not. Michael Grebe at bay, and here comes Sam Cobb as well, as you were rightfully saying. And there's a little bit of contact from Sam Cobb on Michael Grebe. Again, it was so close for Michael to be getting in front of Jorge, but here he goes. Here goes Sam Cobb. Is he going to do a 2 for the price of 1? It looks like no. He's certainly got one of them. Well, Michael Grebe is in front of Jorge.
He's losing out there.
Finally, no, he's not. Is it going to be over the curb once again? No, not quite. But Michael Grebe. Oh, this is just so unfortunate for the Manchester A car, as I think they've once again through that sequence of corners, and there goes everyone down the inside of Jorge Belloc Ruiz, but Michael Grebe unable to do so. Oh, this is such a tragedy for the Manchester A car, a team who were still in championship contention. I think it's all going wrong in this race. Michael Grebe trying to go down the inside there, as it looks like Mika Hakkinen has come out of absolute nowhere, from Finland, and he's now racing in a Tony Kart. That's one of the Tony Kart bots, I like to call them. But yeah, no, lovely to see Mika making an appearance here.
Yeah, that hiatus finally coming to an end. But yeah, the order in this mid-pack changing around so much, corner by the looks of things.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, all of this mid-back battling is happening. Loughborough A have quietly found a nice bit of space and have been lapping very consistently, as you mentioned a few laps ago, and could be all of a sudden fighting for a higher spot on the podium.
Absolutely, very true. The gap currently at 1.5 seconds between Trinity and Loughborough, and then it's another 1.5 seconds to, well, 1.4 seconds really, to Axel up in P1. Meanwhile, we continue with the ongoing trials and tribulations of Michael Reeb. He's defending from Mika Hakkinen. There's Mika inside for a lovely little move there, and is that going to allow the squabbling pack to also come through on him as well? Let's just double check. It's the UEA kart, so obviously it's not Mika Hakkinen. It is, of course, Sam Sanders, who's still trying to have a little go there. And then we've got Mason Holgate, or Mr. Holgate, in the Backstage Academy kart, trying as well to add a heap more suffering onto Michael Green. Michael just going to try and look at the outside there on.
Warning coming in for Michael there as well, so maybe trying everything he can at this point to try and stay at least where he try and defend even maybe at this point. But obviously that the orders just changing around so much, it's hard to tell kind of what phase of them trying to get back up towards the top of this little mid-pack, or are they focused on just trying to salvage whatever points they can.
If I were Michael Grebe in that car, I think I would be very familiar. There's been a frantic first opening 11 minutes, and here we go then. Here, something's happened to Harry Farnhill. He has been gaining on Axel, but gaining on Harry has been James Mills. And here we go then. This is the battle for second place on the road. Loughborough obtain that number for next year, and if James Mills can put in a move here on Harry Farnhill, then they're going to have a good chance of that heading into the afternoon.
Yeah, here won't be wanting to prove why they have that number 1 number plate on their kart with this overtake. Now they're about 3/10 apart at the moment. Ready, can you believe it? And up the inside there, beautiful move. Looks like did number 10 run a little bit wide, maybe outbrake himself potentially, but either way it looked relatively easy for Loughborough A.
That just looked like Harry Farnhill with an opportunistic move. It worked out for him, and he moves up into second place, gaining on Axel at the front of this race. We will look to see the gap over the line. It was 9/10 of a second. It is now, it's 7/10. So even with overtaking Harry Farnhill on that lap, he's gained 2/10 on Axel. So in clear air, there's no back markers as of for this Loughborough A team.
Yeah, starting to put pressure on the leaders now. He'll be looking back and seeing the helmet of the number 1 car getting closer and closer. I was about to say in his rearview mirror, my touring car experience coming through it again, but obviously missing those on the karts. But yeah, getting closer and closer as we head down the back straight once again.
There we go then, stability in what is going to happen here. Axel been leading this race since the beginning. He's just, but James Mills just bumming in a 52 dead.
Absolutely flying.
Absolutely fantastic lap, and that is a good 6/10 fast. And there goes James Mills down the inside of Axel to take the lead of this race. A tried and tested move, and he now moves Loughborough into first place. Number 1 kart with the number 1 plate is the word I was looking for earlier, now leading this race. And Harry Farnhill also getting very interested in the back of Axel to try and give Trinity having a lovely day. I did think coming into today that the Welsh teams, particularly unfortunately to say, particularly Trinity and Cardiff, having a great race today. Swansea just not quite able to keep up with them. Although, having said that, Swansea up into 17th, so they're having a decent little race. As Fergus Edwards admittedly started in 11th, but still good to see the Swansea team not doing too badly today compared to some of their results earlier this year. Meanwhile, let's have a little further look down the grid. Looks like there was an overtake there from, was that Sam Cobb? Still engaged with just see just how populous these BUKC grids are for a championship, given everything that has been going on in the past few years, all the commotion with the pandemic, with what's been going on in universities, etc. It's still fantastic to see such a populous grid in this university championship. We're just about to pick up our leaders now. We have got some back markers.
And halt for another lap here at Llandow.
If you're wondering why we are referring to the hairpin as Raymond Holt, its name is Raymond's, but if you are familiar with the show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, it just lends itself to be called that corner. But yeah, it's a battle of the Sams here. We've got Sam Cobb, the Cobb Salad as I like to call him sometimes, versus Sam Holgate, who again, here we go then, Sam Cobb down the inside, with a bit of gesticulation there. As far as I was concerned, that well, that looked like Sam Holgate's corner, and he had no Sam Cobb there, so he has to stay put for the moment. But it does definitely look like this is a stonking battle between Backstage and Cambridge C, as there goes Harry Farnhill down the inside of Axel for P2, and is Sam Cobb going to try sending something audacious down the inside into the hairpin? No, he thinks better of it for now.
Okay, if I've kind of revelling in a bit of clean air.
Very good point. We have barely mentioned Max O'Shaughnessy in this race, and of course the Warwick A kart of Sam Stevens. So yeah, they are going along very well. Let me pick up a black flag. Oh dear. But yeah, no, X to A. This is a tidy little race for them, but you cannot fail to notice the progress that Loughborough A have been making. They have had a very, very good day. If it hadn't been just that last lap overtake in one of the earlier races for Tom Fickpenny, they'd have a third place, and it'll be interesting to see the championship standings at the end of this round, the end of round 7. We're on race 5, so we've got 8 minutes left of race 5. We've got one more race to come, and then we will have a round 7 result heading into the afternoon, which I think is going to be, we're going to be on absolute tenterhooks with this championship fight. I know that Cardiff A were putting in a very good shift at the start of today, even with a couple of penalties here and there. They were still up there last time we updated the spreadsheet A, which is obviously not something that I like to see, but it's still very good in terms of championship prospects for Cardiff. Let's hope we can bring you a very close battle in the afternoon.
Speaking of close battles, number 62 and number 50 have just been on each other for a number of laps now. Excellent racecraft from the both of them, pushing each other along. And I mentioned that, well, I was about to say that Warwick looks like they were soon to be falling into the jaws of both the Sams there, but I don't think that is the case at this point in time.
Well, you say that, Reed. They've just Backstage Academy have just taken 1.1 seconds out of Warwick on that last lap. There may be traffic. In fact,
yes, we are involved in quite a bit of traffic at this point. I think the leaders.
Do you know what? No, I'm going to take that back. No, there is no traffic. Look, they are in complete clear air. So not entirely sure what happened to Warwick on that lap, but they have just both Backstage and Cambridge C able to reel the Warwick kart in. So
maybe working together.
It would appear they are working together. Sam Cobb, obviously one of the most experienced drivers on the BUKC grid. I have to say I'm not so familiar with Sam Holgate, but based on how far up this grid he's climbed, he surely knows what he is doing. And so to see these two working together, the gap standing now at 1.4 seconds between the two Sams, and actually no, it's a freeway. It's Sam cubed, this one, because we've got Sam Stevens, Sam Cobb, and Sam Sanders. Sam Holgate, I should say. Hang on, let me just double check.
Which might make our job easier. We can just refer to them all as Sam.
This is the battle of the Sams.
Yes.
So we've
whoever wins this is the best Sam. I don't make the rules.
we are the commentators. We do make them. See, this is the battle of the Sams. Whoever wins this is the definitive Sam for the Club 100 for the BUKC. Meanwhile, it looks like Harry Farnhill and Axel are still mightily close to each other. So just to confirm, it's Sam Stevens in the Warwick A kart. We've got and Sam Cobb are the two chasing them. Sam Holgate in the Backstage Academy kart, Sam Cobb in the Cambridge C kart.
And not to put the commentators' curse on things, but it just seems to be getting better and better for Loughborough out in the lead. Really, that gap is just building. Still hold the fastest lap of the race. They are controlling the race at the moment, I would say. And I've said this before, and with the final 5 minutes, it has changed. But I'll put it on it this time. I think they have got this one under control at the moment.
Well, you say that, but as the old saying goes, I know this isn't Formula 1, but in racing, anything can happen, and it usually does. So we will wait to see them across the line for the moment. Meanwhile, the gap just extending there to 0.5 of a second between Loughborough A and Trinity A. So the gap standing at 3.5 seconds. Meanwhile,
very close between the two there.
Very close, yes, indeed. Yes, no, I see what you mean now. With the battle of the Sams, as Sam Stevens there just getting past a back marker, but the gap standing at its 0.8 of a second between Sam Stevens and Sam Holgate, and then it's 0.3 back to to Sam Cobb. You can see them on track. They are nose to tail heading through Delboy. There is Max O'Shaughnessy having a quiet but controlled race in fourth for Exeter, and Sam Holgate just having to go not too defensive there, but they do need to get past these back markers if they're going to have a chance on Sam Stevens in the Warwick A car. And that's actually that was nearly very good for Sam Holgate in his battle with Sam Cobb, because the back marker nearly got him between them. But he has actually gained a little bit of time over Sam Cobb. The gap now standing at just about 0.8 of a second. It's basically a second. 3 minutes left of this race. So if Holgate and Cobb can work together as they've been doing pretty much all race, then it could be very good for them come the end of this race.
As we just hope to rectify a couple of issues with the timing system. Once again, this time it's decided to log us out, but that gap between the cars of Harry and Axel.
Meanwhile, obviously at the start of this race, it was predominantly the trials and tribulations of Michael Grieve. I will just update you, he is still in 12th, and Jorge Belloc Ruiz is still in front of him. So that battle obviously just never, unfortunately for Michael, because at one point he could have been in and amongst this lot here, getting with a great result for Manchester A, but unfortunately it just didn't quite work out. But it was fascinating to see the two of them go together. Oh, and actually, sorry, here we go then. Axel is past Harry of the back mark. I think it is. As the 40. Yes, so at some point, Axel getting past Harry Farnhill. We've got just over a minute and a half left, so we will get at least 2 more laps in of this race, as our leader, James Mills, in complete control of this one. It would take, but actually now Axel with a significant lead over Harry Farnhill coming into the final couple of laps. So Harry Farnhill going to have to put in a major shift to get on to the back to try and claim second place back for the Trinity A kart. Start to trip over each other, and it is still Sam. Is there a weigh-in happening?
You finished with a flourish, and you're out tonight to celebrate your first BUKC race win?
100%.
That's what we like to hear. Team Bath out on the lash tonight. Axel, congratulations. I will see you at the podium in about half hour's time. BUKC race win. We're going to try and grab a chat. In fact, Ed McDade is here, who I spoke to on the grid. Ed, how'd you get on?
Not particularly great. Unfortunately, the kart didn't start to begin with.
We did see that on the stream, yes.
Which was a bit unfortunate, but
well, sorry to hear that, but you still need to get on the scales as well and make sure that you're not underweight. You got enough lead there?
Got a fair few on. Should be enough.
Yeah, good stuff. All right then. Team for the lead, really, aren't you, Nottingham Trent? You Dante. The list goes on.
Yeah, quite a skinny bunch of guys, most of us. So always need a fair few bits on.
A few drinks and a bit of food down Chip Alley tonight will sort you out, though.
Definitely, that always does the trick.
There you go. Lead's going in the bin tonight. I'll let you get on because we've got 3 more drivers to weigh until we get on to our last race of the season. Andrew Trevor has made his way over to the kart for some reason, and I'm going to go have a quick chat with him because this is the first opportunity we will have had to speak to Mr. Trevor of Nottingham Uni since he set a world record for track limits infringements at PFI. Andrew, what have you lost? Oh, it says lead. Were you underweight? Andrew, you got a history of rule breaking in BUKC.
No. I lost the lead.
You lost the lead. Okay, so perhaps
on weight now.
This should be on weight. Just a quick word. I was mentioning your track limits excursions at PFI. Any word on those?
Had 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think you were relegated enough positions to win the race and still finish last, based purely on track limits. And let's just see if he gets another exclusion from this one. He's 0.5 of a kilo over. He's being told to take another kilo. I reckon he's all right with 0.5 over. He's got to pass over his transponder and number plate now. I'll leave him to it. Andrew, I'll catch up with you later. Let's walk over to the grid to find out who's in this race and save Andrew's blushes. Oh, I've just been avoided there by doing.
I'm all right, yeah.
Looking forward to the big night tonight?
Of course. I get to share a bed with Kyle Morby as well, which is going to be fun.
Wow, and, you know, by default me in that situation.
Yeah, of course. You can go in the middle if you want.
I was hoping you'd say that, actually. Yeah, I don't want to, you know, force myself in, but that's the preferred position.
There's no forcing ourselves in.
Absolutely not. No means. And what we're going to do?
I mean, hopefully get to the front, but it's the 18 that matters today, really. So if I see obviously Kyle, then I'll try and give him a push. But yeah, so go forward, and if Kyle comes, then think about it.
All right, then we'll maybe have a wander back and try and find Kyle before the start of this race. But have a good one, Brad.
Thank you.
Brad Butcher, that's the captain of Oxford Brookes. I'm going to talk to Sam Sanders because I haven't spoken to any East Anglia students so far, and we do like to get everyone as much coverage. You got your car keys there. I doubt you'll need them.
Yeah, I've just finished my race, so we've got Demos in now. Struggled a little bit with the balance, but I'm hoping Demos can do something from third, so hopefully we'll have a good race this time.
Let's jump in and chat to Demos. Demos, third position. What are you hoping for from here?
It's the first time starting this front. It's a new track for me, so I don't know what to expect. I will try to adjust as soon as possible and just push for the best possible position.
On the positive side, you look fantastic. This colour scheme is incredible. I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing. For Cyprus also. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah. Is this what do you normally race?
We have to do it in style firstly, so.
Yeah, exactly. What do you normally race in then? Where's this from?
I'm racing in Cyprus with a Maranello 6-speed kart. So yeah.
Good stuff. Is there any transferable skills from that to this? Can you use that as practice?
It's much more physical, so I'm used to work harder and under pressure, so it's a bit easier for me. But also I went through single gear category for many years, so I'm keen to this.
Good stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing how you get on. Enjoy your race. Let's have a wander back, and I want to grab a quick chat with Henry Jackson of Nottingham. I know we've had one Nottingham driver already today, but I think this might be it. Henry, is this your last ever day of BUKC?
It is, unfortunately. After 6 long years, this is finally it.
We've come so far. There was the Nottingham-Trent racist incident. There was the switch from Nottingham-Trent to Nottingham. It's been non-stop controversy with you. Heavyweight champion in there somewhere as well. What's been your favourite moment of doing BUKC?
I think it was that heavyweight championship down at Clay. That whole weekend just went perfectly. The Sunday couldn't have done better. And yeah, that's definitely the best memory, I think.
And can you finish your BUKC career with a bang today? You starting 9th, 10th, is this?
12th. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good race because I've obviously got Butcher, got Sam right behind me. There's some fast guys at the back. I did win here last time we came here, so I know I'm quick, but we'll see. It's just a lap of the gods. What happens in that first chicane if you get caught up? That's race over pretty much, but we'll see.
Good stuff. Right, well, hopefully we'll finish your BUKC career with a hug on the podium later.
Perfect. I'd look forward to it.
Quick chat with Sam Pooley. Apologies, Sam. I accused Ed McDade of being you earlier, and I won't make that mistake again. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here, actually. I've not been here since 2010.
Okay.
So first time back in quite a while. But yeah, we'll see how we get on.
And of course, you got a title to defend here on Sunday.
Yes. Yeah. It's been, I think, 2 years since I won it at Clay. Yeah, again, I'm not thinking too much about drivers at the minute. I think I just want to sort of do best I can for the team today, and then on Sunday think about what I can do. But
good stuff. I'm getting evils from the front saying for you to get in your car, but have a good race, and I won't even go to another interview because they will stare at me even more. There you are, engines are on. Race number 6 is coming up. This is the final after this, but first, back to the comms box.
Ready for the final race in round 7. All looking very exciting now, and we'll give you the grid coming up just now. So it is Trinity lining up for race 5. So I'll give you the grid for race 6. Now it is Ryan Denny on pole for Brighton A, and then we have Reading A, Elliot Antonelli, UEA, and then we have Demos there, and then Coventry A, Pavlo, yes, and on row 3, Oxford Brookes E, that is Daniel Hughes, and then on P6 it is Johnny Pinder for Liverpool A, and then for row 4, We move to Leeds A, Kieran. I'll just go a little bit quicker now. P8, Oxford Brooks B, Brunel in P9, P10, Warwick A, and then row 6, Exeter C, and then Nottingham A. And then for row 7, we have Manchester B, Nottingham Trent A, row 8, Brighton B, and then P16, Bath A, row 9, Southampton B, and Cardiff B. And then we have for row 10, Edinburgh A, Cardiff A, rather, the local boys there. Row 11, P21, UCLan A, P22, Hertfordshire A, row 12, Trinity B, and P24, Imperial A. Teams lining up together there. Row 14, Castle A, and then row 16, Leeds Beckett A, Oxford Brooks D, row 17 at the back of the grid, Oxford Brooks A, and Sheffield A. So it is all go here for practice now, as we see some drivers head. The sun has gone away just a little bit now. So a little bit cooler temperatures won't affect things too much, apart from making it a little bit more comfortable in the commentary box here, as we will be getting underway very shortly. I should add there that in race 5, I believe I'm right in saying that the win went, my memory serves me correctly, as well. We have a few drivers ineligible in Heat 6 here. Oxford Brooks D, Newcastle A, Liverpool A, Southampton B, Cambridge C, and Exeter C, all ineligible drivers for the final race here in round 7. As we have the final couple of practice laps. No major dramas so far then on the off. Suits and helmets here in the final round. They'll be exciting to watch. As it looks like in just a short moment now, we will be forming up ready for the race start for the final race here in round 7. And what an exciting one it will be.
Thank you for that, Reeve. I'll let you take the race start as well if you'd like to.
I might pass that one over to you.
Yeah, I'll pass that one over to me. Okay, not quite confident enough. That will be noted on your performance.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Today. Doom and I will bring you those updates as and when. But yes, as I'm sure Reeve was letting you know, Loughborough A losing that victory due to a cone penalty, which is not ideal for them. Looks like we might be good for a race start as they pull away. We're going to get this race underway. Lights down, lights alert. We are go here. And Brighton A, Ryan Denny gets a very good start as it all looks a lot more chaotic than any of the race starts so far. But so far, everyone behaving themselves now. Ryan Denny getting himself a good little start there. A couple of drivers escaping to the grass. There is someone doing a bit of lawn mowing there, and we've got a couple of drivers off. UEA already picking up a penalty. We'll wait to see what that was for, but it's all good for Ryan Denny in the Brighton A car at the front. Meanwhile, we watch them slalom down towards Chandler's corner, and it's all good for the moment. We'll wait to see how they come across the timing beams. Keeping it nice and steady. Good to see one of the classic Warwick race suits out there at the moment, but it's a commanding lead, it has to be said, out there for Ryan Denny in the Brighton A car. He crosses the line in first place, and then it is the number 30, Kieran Harrison, all the way up from 7th place, takes 2nd place, and then there is a almighty tussle for
so we have a
3rd place.
There. Someone off, it looks like a Leeds Beckett Kart by the looks of things there. That has cost them big time there now, dropping pretty much to the back of the field.
They have, but they have filtered back into the grid very nicely. So very good driving from that man there, as Kieran Harrison now properly onto the back of Ryan Denny. But look at this, 3 wide, almost 4 wide into Chandler's. How no one ended up getting spewed out onto the grass there, I will never know, but it looks like they did all get through there. Everyone just tussling about. We've got UE, it's a battle between UEA, Oxford Brooks E, Nottingham A, Oxford Brooks B, and there goes Kieran Harrison down the inside of Ryan Denny just through our commentary window. He has got the lead of this race in the Leeds A kart. And it looks like as well, is that someone else trying to find their way down? That's number 16 of Nottingham A. They were, where on earth of the Nottingham A car? Henry Jackson, starting in 12th place, finds himself up into 2nd. So a lot of fantastic moves, although having just said that, he has just picked himself up a penalty. I'll just double check what that is for. We've got ABC bump and pass for both Cambridge B and Nottingham A, and that is a 4-place penalty, so the highest that now Nottingham A can finish in this race is 5th place.
And the yellow flags are out after, that commanding lead for Brighton seemed to disappear, or seemed to evaporate kind of in the blink of an eye almost. That gap that they had, that they were enjoying to P2, soon fell away, and in that battle it brought Nottingham A into the charge as well, but as you say, obviously suffering with that penalty now, as it looks like there's going to be a move up the inside into Raymond Hart. I can't quite work out what's happened there on the exit, unfortunately.
It's like Henry Jackson still in 2nd place for the moment, just behind Kieran Harrison, as Cambridge B pick up another penalty for an overtake.
There.
And there's another penalty for Nottingham A, and it's overtaking under yellow flags, and this is a catastrophic couple of penalties coming in here for the Nottingham A car. They are still up in 2nd place, but now it's very first mention properly now of our round winners for the day, because Oxford Brookes A lost 11 places on the last lap. They are running around in 28th place, dropped round for the day. There is nothing more they can do. Oxford Brookes A at the round in 18th. So if it were to finish like this, then Oxford Brookes A would not win the round. In fact, they would not even be on the podium. They would be in 5th place. In fact, yes, they would have 165 points versus Exeter's 166, Manchester A 167, and Loughborough A 169. Those 4 teams in front of Oxford Brookes will win in the Premier class as well, although having just said that, they've just picked up a black flag, so that could be you there. So I think it's now safe to say Oxford Brookes D can't win this race. They can't win this round. Oxford Brookes A most certainly can, but they need to get a hassle on.
Yes, it is all to play for them, really. Currently running P18. They've got 5 positions. If we compare the current lap pace, they are by far and away the quickest out of this bunch that they're involved in then. So as long as they keep the nose clean, they could be in quite a good position here either for winning this round.
Would be very, very, very good news indeed for their pursuit of Exeter heading into the final round this afternoon. So it is imperative for Oxford to see them. They are still in 18th place. So this is what we need to watch out for heading into this afternoon.
But they are all primed for a battle, though. I don't believe we're following them at the moment, but they are right on the rear axle of Brighton B, up in front of them. Mention to Goat as well, but yes, as I say, Oxford Brookes A have in fact now got past Brighton B, now up into P16, and are now setting their sights on Sheffield A up in front. We're not following them at the moment, but that battle back now as well. So the 2 Brighton teams dropping further down the order. As we see that Leeds A actually as well, currently running P3. Exeter does have a penalty to their name by the looks of things, and so Leeds A could be in a fairly good position here.
Coming back to you with mostly thanks to that amazing win from Axel, insert last name here, in that last race. Bath A at the moment are taking the clubman victory in the clubman's. Cardiff B at the moment, they need to finish higher than 18th in order to have this as a counted score. Currently running around in 22nd. They would come home 2nd, and Bournemouth A running around in 12th. So very consistent day from the Bournemouth team. If they can hang on to it, this will work out nice for them. Having just said that, they move themselves up into 11th place. So it's going very well here for the Bournemouth team. We'll just double check that they're not listed as an eligible driver. No, it looks like all good as far as Bournemouth are concerned at the moment.
Yeah, running nicely pace-wise at the moment. About 3 or 4 tenths clear of the carts surrounding them. So they are looking to push their way up through the order as they are. Actually, there's quite quite a big pack of karts forming up here, being led by the kart number 11, Nottingham Trent A, in P6 at the moment, and then we have about a 2-second range following them down to P10 as we see the fastest lap of the race going to take it, pip them to the post there really, so pushing each other as much as they dare as they try to gain. Exeter carrying that penalty though, taking the fastest lap by about 0.05 of a second. And we look back at Oxford Brookes A, currently running P12 at the moment, so they have made some fairly substantial gains in the past few laps.
12 should be enough for them to... It should be enough anyway for them to take the win in this round. In fact, no, at the moment.
But while that is happening, they will have some fierce rivals up in front of them. Bournemouth A, who we've just commented on, running quite nicely, are the next competitors. Upcoming overtake as we are following car number 97 of Coventry A under pressure from Oxford Brookes B. Then separated by just about 1/10 of a second as we head into Sector 2 now. And heading round the Dell corner in just a moment's time. The S's, obviously you have to be quite careful here. You want to ride over the curbs to get through those S's quite quickly, but obviously you've got to be careful that you don't pick up a cone penalty as we now start the next lap.
It's the most. We'll wait for the time screen to update itself. No, it's taking too long getting paid. No, okay, they are still in 12, so that means they will finish level on points of Exeter. But because of their second place in the first race, they will finish ahead on countback. So that's a very important. Car, as you see them running around here, can get a bit of a move on. They can overhaul. They can tie with Manchester A. Then it will then go. So they will. If they can move up one more place, they will be third and take a podium thanks to countback, because they have a third place compared to Manchester's 6th place, which is their next best result. And it looks like they did have just passed someone on track, but I think that is a lapped runner, so we won't to win this round. So they have got a lot of work to do in order to do that. In 6th at the moment is South B. We do have some ineligible races in here, and one of them is Southampton B. So Southampton B won't score any points for this. We're not too worried. So even though they are completely out of it, we weren't going to be too worried about them anyway. So Brookes will finish. Well, they will score at the very least. They will be 10th at the minimum, but they are hounding Bournemouth A. And if they can get past Bournemouth A, that will mean that they will be 9th overall, and this will put them, I think, this will put them level on points with. I'm looking at the wrong one. No, this will put them above Loughborough for 2nd place overall, but tied on 169 points.
Thank you there, James. And I just want to have a look at 2 pairs of drivers who are doing a very nice job of pushing each other along. It is Henry Jackson leading this race at the moment for Nottingham A, under pressure from Exeter C, and has been pretty much for the entirety of this race at this point, within half a second. And as well, the number 97 kart of Coventry A and the number 6 kart of Oxford Brookes in about 3/10 of each other. So they've just been pushing themselves along nicely, both in relatively clean air, their own space to occupy and battle each other within, as we see number 11 there, Nottingham Trent A getting the overtake done there. Back into P6, and then we have a contact warning for Coventry A. So he needs to remain calm. There he's obviously on the defence with Oxford Brookes B bearing down on him there, and another contact warning. I don't know if that is a repeat, but yes, certainly things hotting up then between those 2 drivers. 30s, they are so close together, but doesn't seem to be like anyone is too kind of worried really. Everyone looking very cool, calm and collected, even under.
Yes, absolutely, well done, Reeve. Sorry I've abandoned you in your very first BUKC composition, but there is important work to be done. We are just and as we say that, look, there goes Rory Hudson down the inside of the door. Reeve has been telling you about that. I've been too busy looking at a spreadsheet. It's meant to be Andrew Mather's job, but he's not here. But yes, so Rory Hudson versus Kyle Morby. Here they come then on the run down to Morby, down the inside of Rory Hudson. Rory taking a wider line on exit of this first corner, so he's going to have a good little run down towards 30s, but is it enough? I'm not entirely sure that it is, and Carl Morby getting himself up into position, although it looked like he ran a little bit wide there through 30s, now coming through through the long right-hander, whose name I have to say I have forgotten, but it's still anyone's game through. It's been a fantastic race long battle between these two drivers, and remember, we have got at least one ineligible driver on your screen. Only 0.2 of a second between Nottingham A and Exeter C, so it's all shaping up rather nicely then for the final few minutes of this race, Reeve.
Indeed it is. That gap between the two has pretty much stayed there within that half a second range. It has been, we haven't seen too much of it on the TV screens, but here on at the track it has been very impressive to watch. The racecraft on display at the front of the field there has been excellent. Likewise, Coventry A, Oxford Brooksby, as you mentioned, very close as well. Same must be said for Warwick A and South Coventry A, Leeds A and Oxford Brooks B. I know that is that Nottingham Trent A as well. Apologies there. Swapping positions then, coming out on top. Coventry A still
doing very nicely there, the Coventry A car. Obviously BUKC Championship winners back in 2020. Unfortunately, I don't think they just couldn't put a team together, or due to circumstances outside their control, couldn't get a proper team together for last year, hence why they are running around with that 97 on their kart. So we'll look to see how they're shaping up for the end of this round. In fact, they are a clubman team, so we'll just make sure, see where that ultimately puts them
up in, I believe it was P6 or P5 that they needed in order to come out on top here. They are currently P9, have some very nice pace behind them, have overtaken Bournemouth, who they were
up into 8th. They're up into 8th.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut across you. So that's another good little moment there for Oxford Brooks. Let me just do a quick calculation as to where that will put them. And it jumps them up into second place.
It's a very important overtake there.
170 points Oxford Brooks will finish on if they can hang on to 8th place. And in fact, no, sorry, make that they will stay in second place because Trinity find themselves with a race win. Oxford Brooks do not. So if Brooks can get past, well, they need to get past Southampton B A. They need to. This is very, very good in their battle with Exeter A and Loughborough, because they now relegate Loughborough into 3rd, so that knocks a few points off Loughborough and gives a few points to Oxford Brooks. I'm trying to keep you as up to date as I possibly can as we come to the final lap on what's going on across the grid for this final round of the day.
Attempted move by number 16, will it stick? It will. Under things, the back end getting a little bit squirrely.
I've just suddenly remembered Nottingham A have a host of penalties. They picked up so many penalties at the start of this.
Can't quite remember myself, but we're now on the last lap of this race, and it must be said, even though I have been in front of the spreadsheet, it felt like I've sat a bit of a maths exam, as we will be watching someone come across the start-finish
on this round. Who that is, I'm not entirely sure. It's certainly not going to be Nottingham A, because they have a host of penalties coming in. I'm 99% certain that your winner across the line is the Exeter C Kart. So we'll wait to see them now. Leeds A should be your Brooks B, Nottingham Trent A, and here's the important one. Southampton B, 7th, ineligible. Oxford Brooks A take 8th place. So they are 7th at the minimum. They might be 6th, which will be enough for them to take the round victory. I'm fairly certain it was a Nottingham A, ABC bump and pass, and overtaking under yellow. So we'll wait for confirmation of that come through in 10th. That's your top 10. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been round 7 of the BUKC Finals weekend, and what a round it has been. I'm fairly certain Oxford Brooks have taken it, which would be fantastic for them, and for not just for the round, but obviously for their championship. Exeter A are nowhere near the podium, so they have not had a good day. And in terms of the clubman standings, over the line it was, I think, Bath A, Bournemouth certainly up there, Coventry A have to be up there as well, but we wait for confirmation. We'll try and bring it to you as much as we can. We're waiting for classified results to come in. That will allow us to update the spreadsheet of doom. We're just going to have to wait at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to have to keep talking. Meanwhile, let's just step away from the spreadsheets and all this and the maths exams as we put, and let's have a little chat with Mr. Reeve. Reeve, this is your first round commentating on Club 100. 4 races in a row. How have you found it?
It's been very good fun. The time has absolutely flown by, it must be said.
Yes, it really has. I can't believe we are at 1:30, and the racing for round 7 for the morning has come to a conclusion.
Yeah, it really has made me appreciate just how good the racing here in the BUKC is, and obviously looking at it a bit of a different perspective when you're trying to find a way to talk about what's going on. There is plenty to talk about what is going on throughout the field as well. You're not just focused on what your team is doing. It's definitely a really fun way to enjoy it, it must be said.
It really is, and it's especially 5-minute races, and just the sheer amount of action that happens within these within those 25 minutes. You don't know where to look. Obviously, it's fairly common to focus on the front runners, but we've been talking about battles for 5th, 6th, sometimes we've been going far down as 10th. It's been live. Double Dash Motorsport Media are the main providers of the commentary. Myself, James Johnston, Rich T Racing. I haven't even got a chance to give myself a shout out today. Yes, this is where all of us started, but I think we are ready to go down to Jacob on the grid, who is with one of the drivers. I'm not entirely sure who it is. I'm sure he will reveal it to us.
Who I thought was the race winner, Henry Jackson. I was told he had no penalties, and he tells me he had one. So we're looking for I think that's Leeds. That's Kieran Harrison. I'll go find Kieran after this. But Henry, a good drive nonetheless.
Yeah, it was a bit annoying. Yellow flags being 3 corners before where the accident was, but oh well. My fault for overtaking under yellows. It's schoolboy error. But yeah, good drive. Now I know I've got the pace starting 30th in second race, so that'll be fun to come through from a little bit further back. But I know I'm fast, so that's the main thing.
Good stuff. And I forgot to ask before the race, are you coming back on Sunday to defend your crown?
I'm not, unfortunately. I couldn't get it off, but I'll be back next year in the grads.
Good stuff. I did ask before, but I thought Henry Jackson there. I'm going to try and find Kieran from Leeds. If we dip this side of the kart, I can't see any Leeds types in the immediate vicinity, but he's been sent down to me from the other end of the grid. We're going to go into a short lunch break after this, so please do come back after 20 minutes or so. Kieran, you inherited the race win.
Yeah, I had no idea I had the win at the time. I like it. I mean, I was thinking it was going to be quite good for me in particular, because I was here 3 or 4 years ago when the BUKC was last year, and I guess a lot of people haven't been before. But yeah, I quite like it. I'm looking forward to Drivers' Champs on Sunday as well.
Good stuff. I'm looking forward to see how you get on. Kieran, congratulations on another race win. I'll see you in a moment for a hug. But for now, we're going to a lunch break. So thank you for tuning in to the live stream for round 7. We'll be back for round 8, as will Kieran. And yeah, please join us this afternoon for the very last round of BUKC 2022. This bit's really awkward. I just kind of like stare at the camera and Welcome back to BUKC 2022. We are geared up and ready for round 8, the final round of BUKC 2022. Who's going to take the title? Exeter A or Oxford Brookes A? It comes down to this. We're going to start the stream with a quick chat with Mr. Kyle Knight, who's racing his last ever BUKC race. Kyle.
Yeah, last one after 5 years.
5 years? I was going to say, do you know how many you've raced in so far?
5 years. I think I've missed one over 5 years.
More than 10 then?
Yeah, more than 10. Good, great maths.
There we are, veteran of more than 10 BUKC races, Kyle Knight. Kyle, can you finish with a flourish and get yourself a win here?
Hopefully I'll win here.
You've won 1 or 2 before, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I've won a few over the 5 years. But yeah, could make it one more.
You've been a mildly successful driver, and it's been an absolute pleasure to have you around the paddock. I'm really going to miss you next year.
Yeah, you too. You too. Hope the F1 job goes well.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. You coming back for grads next year, though?
Yeah. Maybe it's not my last race then.
Wait, are you doing Sunday?
No, I'm not.
Right, so this is your last as an undergrad, but Kyle will be back for graduates. Kyle fans at home. Great. I'm going to show you who else is in this race.
Who else is in this race?
I said I'm going to see who else is in this race. Cool. You might want to say bye.
Right, yeah, see you later.
Yeah, bye.
Have fun.
Kyle Knight there of Newcastle. Right, I've spoken to most people down here. Will Stacey's up for another shot at a win. Freddie Fincham is looking for his second win of the day. But let's jump in with this man in the 111 because I really, really like the suit.
Oh, cheers, thank you.
Who have we got here?
Tim Edwards for Liverpool C.
We haven't had Liverpool yet. Tim, tell us about the suit. You're a Super 1 driver?
Yeah, I did a few rounds of Super 1, but I was mainly NKF in 2018. Won the championship in 2018 and then haven't done karting since.
How have you found your return to karting and the BKC in general?
Tricky. A lot of quick drivers, I must say. But yeah, good fun. It's good to be back in a kart because I hadn't done it for what was it, 5 years. But yeah, it's good. Cheers.
At Llandow as a track, you've been here before?
No, never. Good track though. It's quite tricky, but I like it.
Good stuff. Right, I think I'm going to squeeze in one more interview before the race starts, but have a good one.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Let's quickly get one more word from Max O'Shaughnessy. Exeter going for the title, Max. Can you do it?
It's not over yet. It's only 1 point. It's all to play for. I just got to do my job, and hopefully we can win.
Presumably this is one of your not so favourable grid positions. Can you do a job from here?
I prefer starting back here. Just usually seem to go better. Hopefully I'll be down that end by the end of the race.
One of the drivers there just running onto the grid. I think he needed a little extra lead. Any last words on the title challenge before I leave you at your race?
It's not over until it's over.
There you have it, guys at home. It's not over till it's over. 6 25-minute races on the way, 4 of which will be contested by each of Exeter A and Oxford Brookes. And Max is pretty confident that those guys can get over the line. Right, back to the comms box. Cheers, Max.
Yeah.
And this will be the first of, as I said, 6 races. Talking through this one, I'm not too sure what the lineup we've got, but I'm sure the commentary guys will explain all. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and it's another warm welcome here from the comms box here at the lovely Llandow kart circuit in the Vale of Glamorgan in South Wales. Let's take you through the grid for your first race of round 8, the second of the sprint rounds held at this race meeting for the British Universities Karting Championship. Leeds A will take this one from pole with Will Stacey at the wheel. Drove very well this morning. Imperial A are second. I've just remembered we haven't got warm-up laps, so I'm going to go nice and quick here. University of East Anglia A and Newcastle A are row 2. Nottingham A and Exeter C are row 3. Leeds C and Sheffield A are next, with Brookes D and Southampton B rounding out the top 10. Then it'll be Loughborough B and Cambridge C, Nottingham Trent B and Cardiff B, Bath A and Liverpool C, Manchester B and Leeds Beckett A are row 9, Cambridge B and UEA round out the top 20. And we're going around again, so I didn't need to race quite so much. Southampton A and Exeter A are on row 11. Then it's UClan A and Oxford Brookes C on row 12. Row 13 is Manchester A and Bournemouth A. Row 14 will be Birmingham A and University of West of England B. Then it's Hertfordshire A and Swansea A to round out your top 30. University of Wales, Trinity St David B and Reading A are on row 16. Row 17 is University of Wales, Trinity St David A and X to B to round out the 34 kart grid on this one.
Appear to have a Land Rover on the circuit. Oh, no.
No, that's
through the grass.
It plays a trick on you though. That's on the infield. It's the natural little U shape that gets formed by the circuit here.
It is, yes, and I'm sure you'll all be devastated to know at home that my laptop's lost internet, so I'm running blind here at the moment. So do bear with me, but we are going around again, which is good news.
Well, it gives us a moment to have a bit of a breather. So Brooks A, with the win in round 7, have put themselves in a nice tidy position coming into this one to try and take this championship.
There's 1 point in it in terms of total points and counted points.
And I think we also are pretty confident here in comms as well to say that this is now down to, as I'm just looking down, it's down to just Brooks A and Extra A now, because Loughborough A, I'm afraid, even if they win this round, they will get 402 points, and Brooks A can already overhaul that with the drop scores. If drop scores were applied to their existing scores, they would be on 403. So I'm afraid Loughborough A, just by a single point now, cannot win the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship, which means we are going to get a different champion. The question is, will it be one of the most successful teams in BUKC history, i.e. Oxford Brooks A, who take this title, or will it be a first-time championship win for Exeter A? There's plenty to still be decided, but we're away for race number 1 here. William Stacey leads them away into the hook for the first time. He's in the number 33-0 kart there, and there's a moment on the curb there for Imperial A's Alexander Doricott, and that's a disaster for him there, and that's exactly what we've been talking about today, about the apex curb through the hook being really challenging. I've never quite seen it impact a kart's trajectory quite like that, but he's actually had to roll that back onto the circuit. Disaster there for Imperial A.
Howard, we can confirmed here, Cone Man has returned. He had swallowed the cone with his tyre. We've missed Cone Man from the BUKC, but they are back and fully in good order. William Stacey still leading away for the Leeds A car, but it is still, we've got Sam Sanders, he's in 3rd, and then who is running around in 4th? I think that is Kyle Knight in the Newcastle A car, who had an interesting morning, to say the least, what we were restarting on the grass at one point. But this is a glorious looking fight for the lead at the moment. William Stacey just about hanging on for the lead at the moment. Let's just give a shout out to poor Alexander Doricott in the Imperial A kart, who was doing, it didn't look like it was anyone's major fault there, but unfortunately ending up swallowing that cone with his kart.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really unfortunate start there for Imperial A. But this isn't for the lead of the race there. Kyle Knight down the inside at the Dell. Bold move there on Will Stacey and takes Newcastle A up into the lead of this one. The University of East Anglia A's Sam Sanders there with the Hakkinen-esque helmet goes down the inside of Will Stacey now at Raymond's hairpin and gets the job done as there's a penalty for Trinity St David, which is bump and pass advantage by contact, so 4 positions to be docked from wherever they finish in this one. Little bit scruffy off of the hook there for Sam Sanders in the number 12 kart, but he doesn't seem to have hampered his pace too much on the way down the Surtees straight there, and it stays as they were as they head into Matt Werters. And keep an eye out here for Brooks D, who's staying in touch with this. And the number 13.
Sorry, just to cut across you there, Howard. Sam Sanders into the lead. Another bold move into Del Boy, and he overtakes Carl Morby there. Carl Knight in the Newcastle A kart, and we do now have what looks like we've still got William Stacey there hanging on to the back of these guys. Or should I say, yes, no, it is William Stacey in that Leeds A kart for the moment. So chopping and changing for the lead here. Sam Sanders having a lovely race in the morning. I think he was in for race 5, coming home, winning the battle of the Sams, if memory does serve correctly. But at the moment, these 4 guys, UEA, Newcastle A, Leeds A and Oxford Brooks D, just hanging on to each other to try and just get away from the chasing pack. We've got Loughborough B currently running around in 5th place. They are about a second off the leading pack. Seeing they're fighting with the Ecstasy car. In fact, I think Loughborough B have fallen away. I'm delighted to tell all the concerned listeners at home that my internet is back, so I am back up and running, ladies and gentlemen, able to bring you something resembling competent commentary here in the comms box at Llandow on this beautiful day. Loughborough B are still in 5th place, although it looks like they're having a titanic battle here with Ecstasy down the inside into the corner, the long right-hander whose name I still cannot quite remember off the top of my head, but lovely little move there from the Ecstasy driver. And down into Del Boy. Ecstasy, that is Christopher Huxtable. So lovely little driving there from him. And the Loughborough B car, actually Ben Smith climbing up from 11th place. Lovely thing there as we just see a little scrap going on between these drivers. And that man in all blue just maybe making a little bit of a mistake going for that move into Raymond's as Trinity B pick themselves up a black flag. And it's all kicking off here, coming out of the hook. There goes Ben Smith in the Loughborough Loughborough B car, I should say, trying to, is he defending, is he going, no, it looks like he's actually just managed to lose a place in fact he crossed the line in front of Ecstasy, so he got back past, but it looks like in his quest to stay in front, he's actually now ended up losing more places to the lead C driver as well, Nick Crittenden. So they've all roughly stayed in position, these guys up in front. So it's 49 from, it looks like, so lead C now in the lead of this. So that is Nick Crittenden, as we now see a move from Leeds A on, it's Leeds A versus Newcastle A. So Carl Knight in the battle for 3rd place, Oxford Brooks D driver Seb Marlowe up into 2nd place. So it's Carl Knight versus William Stacey in the battle for 3rd place. And now in fact Ben Smith in the Loughborough B kart has got into 4th place. So this battle going along very, very nicely indeed. Now it will be all eyes to the battle between Sam Sanders and Seb Marlowe for the lead of this race. And I can just see the very familiar helmet of Ocean Bache there getting involved in this fight as well. Here he goes then, the number 5 car. Manchester A, they were 10th on the last lap. Somehow they've made up 5 places on this lap. In fact, no, make that 6th place. So Leeds C have fallen away slightly. They were the one involved with Loughborough B and Ecstasy. In fact, Ecstasy have fallen massively down the order. Christopher Huxtable was again up into the higher echelons. And there goes, is that Max O'Shaughnessy there making a move? Yes, it is. So Exeter A, this is crucial for them. I don't think Oxford Brooks A are in this race, so they need to make as much progress up the field as possible. 1 point separates Oxford Brooks A and Exeter A. So with Exeter A now up into 10th place, and bear in mind they started, just find them on, they certainly started quite low down in this order. In fact, yes, they started in 22nd, and I think it's meant to be Sam Hampshire in the Exeter A car. So he's made great guns from 22nd place. Manchester A whacking in the fastest lap of the race. I just see an almighty tussle going on down the pit straight into the hook. So lovely stuff there. I think we just had a little spinner there as well, the number 45 of Bournemouth A. So not going terribly well for them. Worth mentioning as well that Ryan Hudson was ineligible in that last race, which helped Oxford Brooks on their way to a round victory and taking the lead of the championship in general. Meanwhile, looks like Ocean Beach in the Manchester A kart in front of the 65 of Cardiff B, so that's up into 6th place now, and they're going to go fighting on for the higher echelons of this race. It says Sam Hampshire on the grid order, but I'm very, very certain. In fact, I'm very confident saying that is in fact Max O'Shaughnessy out there. I'd recognise that very distinctive lid anywhere. So he has got a job on him as the Trinity B kart. Quite humorous goings on here. The Trinity B kart has been shown a black flag multiple times. We've got a marshal down by the flag waving at him to say, black flag, come in. Hopefully they have seen that now, and hopefully they will, because we don't want them to not do that, because that will ultimately result in it won't be a good time for them, let's put it that way. Meanwhile, at the front, we are still watching this battle between, I think that is Kyle Knight. In fact, no, Loughborough B. So Ben Smith now in front of Kyle Knight in the Loughborough B car. So doing a very good job is the second team of the Loughborough University. As Trinity B once again shown that black flag. Hopefully they have seen it to come in this time. Is the marshal going to be waving? Yes. And I think now they finally Trinity B has seen it on the digi flag.
Not the first time we've said it with that team today. They were the other team who they struggled with the black flag earlier today. We're watching Freddie Fincham going into well, now coming out of the Dell and onto the back straight through this NGK chicane and breaking down into the hairpin at Raymond's. Say breaking down, I mean he's applying the brakes, not having a moment of introspection, but he's being chased by Kyle Knight in that Newcastle A car, and Will Stacey in the number 30 of Leeds A. On the bottom part of the circuit here now, this right-hander here, again going for that late apex. None of them feel like doing a dive bomb down the inside. Instead they stick to the conventional racing line, then braking into Chandler's, and then they'll head up to the Dell. And we've stayed with them pretty much for a full lap of the circuit there. That's how you drive Llandow.
That's a lap of Llandow.
That's hard to say with the correct
lap of Llandow
Welsh pronunciation, which
Indeed.
I'm trying to do justice, but I'm probably failing. But a good little battle this, nonetheless, for third place.
Just to confirm, Howard, is it? We've got it on here as Ben Smith as Loughborough, but is that Freddie Fincham instead?
It looks very.
Because Max O'Shaughnessy is 100% racing for Exeter A, but we've got it as Sam Hampshire. So maybe there have been some swapsies.
There may well have been some swapsies.
So we might be bringing you the wrong drivers. If we do, and you're watching this back and you're looking for your big moment, and we're calling you a different name, we can but apologise.
We can only go off what we've been fed.
Exactly.
In terms of information on that one. But yes, just coming towards the halfway stage here. This is a nice little battle that we've picked up here. This is quite a little way down the order. Southampton B in the 61 kart leading Cambridge C and Bath A in a battle. This is over 24th place as they work their way through the Dell section. It's so easy to get to get greedy in the early part of the Dell and just completely mess up your run onto the back straight. It's really easy to do.
It's also yes, exactly. It's very easy when coming out of the Dell. If you're on that inside, you don't have the optimal racing line in the person, and then the person who's on your inside, then all of a sudden they've got the inside line for the chicane, and you're hung out to dry, and that could lead to even more people getting past you. So you've just got it's all about timing with this circuit.
Yes.
As just looking out of my commentary window, you can see the leaders for the race. It looks like Oxford Brookes D, Seb Marlowe, the gap at 0.6 of a second, so that's shaping up very nicely there. Meanwhile, there goes Ocean Beach, and it's Max O'Shaughnessy now just behind him. So in this battle for ultimate, basically for the championship, it has to be said now, any battle concerning Exeter is a battle for the championship. They have heaped an awful lot of pressure on themselves, losing out on 5 points in that last round to lose their advantage over Oxford and fall behind them. So really got to keep an eye on this one. But here's the battle for the lead then. Seb Marlowe in the Oxford Brooks D kart versus Sam Sanders in the University of East Anglia A kart. We would normally try and say UEA, but obviously there's University West of England as well. So and then that just gets confusing. So we'll keep to East Anglia for the moment. But come across the line. What is the gap? In fact, it is gained by 1,000th of a second. It was 0.0608. It's now 0.6609.
Well done.
Got there in the end.
That's a tough one to say. Just like lap of Llandow. So the battle coming through the bottom section. Yeah, this is an interesting one, isn't it? We can sort of just... Well, I say we can just enjoy this one. The one thing that we haven't mentioned yet, which we will try and keep you up to date on, is where we stand on Clubman's, because East Anglia A is one of the teams that is of interest to us in that particular championship. So that's one that we'll try and get an update on you on, because I know we were focusing on the Prems a lot towards the end of the last round, so we will try and get you an update on that one as soon as we can. So there might be an implication there for East Anglia, but for the most part, this is just a fun battle that we can enjoy at the front of this one.
Gap down to half a second now, so it's just it's nicely ebbing along. Is this one? We're just waiting for. This is going to be a very close battle as and when. Speaking of which, there goes Bournemouth A, who've had their trials and tribulations in this race. Having a little look out of the Raymond's hairpin. Looks like the gap is closer now, visibly on track. You can see it between Seb Marlowe and Sam Sanders, but again, it's still about half a second. In fact, I think Sam Sanders might have just taken a little bit of time out of Seb Marlowe on that last lap. In fact, yes, it was just under, just about half a tenth of a second. That's the level of these guys. That's how well they are racing with each other. As we watch Kyle Knight and William Stacey. We've got a yellow flag down at Chandler's, but it looks like doesn't look like there's anything major. Like, yellow flag should hopefully have now been removed. But yes, there we've got close battles on track for sure, and we've got the full. There's the 33. Now who's that? Who's that? Who's had themselves a bit of a moment? It's Nottingham Trent B, pointing.
Well,
they're being wheeled into the pits.
Yeah, so I think something sent them into a little bit of a spin through the hairpin.
Looks like they might have lost it on exit of the hairpin, but I'm watching the driver now, and looks like he's unable. Is he on his way?
Seems to be going again.
He's got on his way. Unfortunate for that man there. Number 33, Nottingham Trent B. Let's have a look. Who?
Well, he's going to come. That was bold. I think he came out in front of the third place battle. Anyway, let's keep with
Oliver Yule. There you go, Oliver Yule having himself a little moment there. But Larry, let's as Howard rightfully says, let's have a look back at this battle towards the front of the grid. So we've got the 19. This is the battle for fourth place between Kyle Knight of Newcastle A.
So that's putting in a lap on Leeds Beckett, just to be clear.
Yes. Putting in a lap on the Leeds Beckett car. But yeah, we've got Kyle Knight of the Newcastle A team, and then it is William Stacey, your pole sitter, in fifth, still in the hunt for this one. He obviously was leading for a time. He's only 5 seconds off the lead, and then actually the gap at the front coming down to under 3/10 of a second.
We need to be looking at it if we can. In fact,
There
side by
we
side,
go.
there it is. Switch for the lead there. Marlowe ahead of Sanders as they come through Chandler's. Has Sanders got a response? No, he hasn't. So with the 13 now ahead of the 12, that is a change for the lead. Well, as I'm an endurance sports car fan, it's not official until they've crossed the line. But that is,
hang on here.
It's going to have to be defensive from Marlowe, isn't it? But Sanders is going to look for the switchback. Let's
He's
see how he
gonna get
plays. Side by side across the line. It's still technically the lead with UEA, but we know the truth. And then again, Marlowe's coming back. This is a fantastic battle here, coming out of the hook on to the Surtees straight. And tucking underneath for the double left-hander. There goes Sanders again. We've not seen too many passes there, but again the switchback will come into play, and Marlowe's going to switch back. He'll hug the inside here at Matt Werters, but that will allow Sanders to get a good, and there's a gesture there to say, hey, let's work together. But you know what? The gap's 2.7 seconds. If I was Sanders, I'd say, I'm not sure I'm going to accept that.
Absolutely,
We'll
you can
see.
see still right on the rear of Marlowe is Sanders heading into the Dell, and as they come back on to, it is effectively the back straight, heading now down towards Raymond's. And is he going to have a little, no, he thinks better of it this time, hanging out, waiting to live another day. Heading now down in to start a new lap, and now Oxford Brookes do finally lead this race. Seb Marlowe looks like he's just gained a little bit through the hook. Now heading into Surtees. And Seb Marlowe hanging on to this lead now, but he's got to be careful of Sam Sanders, who certainly, as they've been demonstrating, they are lapping very closely. But it just looks like Seb Marlowe has just got that little bit more consistency about him. Sam Sanders, yes, he can put in a decent lap to give himself a little bit of breadth, but although having just said that, it does look like it is quite close, heading out of the Dell down towards Raymond's. But is he going to have a look? No, not quite. Just coming towards the 5-minute mark. Less than a kart length separating them as they go across the line underneath our commentary position here. And this looks like, this is where it looks like Seb Marlowe gaining a little bit of time, but it does have to be said, looks like it's staying relatively even now. 0.2 of a second separate these guys, and Sam Sanders surely going to have a look at, is he going to try it into the long right-hander? No, not quite yet, although he is massively closer. Heading now down towards Chandler's. Opportunity to go down the inside, but he thinks better of it. I'm imagining he's looking at trying to surprise him into the Dell, or maybe send a more definitive move down into Raymond's. He's left it be for the Dell, but he is certainly close on exit. Now, here is the best opportunity. He's right on the bumper of Seb Marlowe, but he decides he opts not to. So the gesture earlier from Seb to say, let's work together, at the moment at least, it would appear that Sam is acknowledging that, and they are working together to pull away from Ben Smith or Fraser in the Loughborough B car, and the gap is still staying around 2.5 seconds.
You can afford to do this, though. Got plenty of time on the clock, so he can play ball for a few laps and then bide his time. And what you can do during this period as well is you can work out where the vulnerabilities are, and then set up the opportunity to pounce in the last few laps. You can go, well, you know, I noticed that I close up to the back of him through this bit, or he does leave the door pretty wide open. And this is a particularly tricky track for that, because the racing line into the corner they're heading to now, and we've spoken a lot, and here we go. This is the move from Sanders. So is this the gloves coming off again? Yes, it is. Marlowe's going to pull alongside off the switchback, but he hasn't got enough overspeed, and Sanders is going to retake the lead with just under 4 minutes of this one to go.
Perfectly timed there from Sanders. This has got to be the best battle for the lead we have seen today. Obviously, we saw Seb Marlowe get past. We saw him go. We expected him to head off into the sunset, but no. Sam Sanders held on to him. The Club 100 test driver gets out of the way. So fantastic driving from both of them. And now it almost looks like that Sam Sanders is pulling away really from Seb Marlowe. Now the gap over the line was just a 1/10 of a second, but it's the thing with these guys. It seems like some of them are faster on some parts of the track compared to each other. So we're just keeping up with this battle now, and the gap over the line was at 1/10 of a second. It's now 3/10 of a second, nearly 4/10 of a second. Meanwhile, in the battle for 4th place, Newcastle A, Carl Knight staying in front of William Stacey, but that is a very, very close battle indeed, as Liverpool C have just overtaken Birmingham A a little bit further down the grid. But you can see here, if you're wondering who that other kart is involved there, that is Sam Dimlow, who is the Club 100 test drive. And there you go, fantastic move there from Seb Marlowe down the inside of the Dell on Sam Sanders. Where on earth did that come from? I can't imagine that Sam was expecting that one. Seb surely going to go defensive, but no. Oh, he had a little look at it, but he's just, as we were mentioning, biding his time. Doesn't want to do anything too rash because they don't want to fall over each other. They don't want this to go wrong, and that is an interesting sign there from Seb Marlowe to say, I'm fastening you into the Dell, and if I get you there, it's going to be very difficult for you to get back past me into Raymond's.
Yeah, absolutely. This could all be to do with how you time this with regards to the last lap. Fastest lap of the race, though, is with the third place, number 20 Loughborough B Karts, with, we believe, Freddie Fincham at the wheel. But either way, Loughborough B with the fastest lap of the race. Can Sanders return the favour? And he's not as quick out of Chandler's as was his rival the last time around. So it stays at what, but we've seen him make moves into Raymond's hairpin before. Through the NGK chicane, has he got a run? He's going to look for the inside. He's going to find the inside. And once again, East Anglia A goes down the inside. Once again, Brooks D will try and get the switch back, and they'll be side by side across the line. And once again, it'll be Sam Sanders who leads it coming into the hook. This is a beautiful battle here. There's plenty of changes happening behind as well, though. Manchester A and Exeter A have just got past Newcastle A and Leeds A. So that's one as well to watch as well. They're just coming out of the down the Surtees straight now. There's so many battles around this Llandow circuit at the moment that it's difficult to know where to look. We're rightly giving attention to the lead battle here, but there is an almighty battle going on for fourth place, which Loughborough B are safe from in third place. They've got enough pace at the moment. Unless anything drastic happens, they will stay ahead. There is the battle that just went through your shot between Manchester A, Exeter A. There's the 5 of Ocean Beach with Manchester A, and then it is Exeter A behind Newcastle A and then Leeds A. So that's how they currently line up, as we're going to be surely going on to the last lap here. Yes, it has been called the last lap. And Sam Sanders, I can see just out of our comms position here, has a few kart lengths now over Seb Marlowe. There they are. Nice pick up there on the cameras. But no, Marlowe's had a really good time through the hook. He could pull this back if he has a good middle sector. And we know that he's strong coming off of Chandler's heading towards the Dell here. Sanders takes a slightly tighter line through Matt Werters. He's wise to this attack from Marlowe as they head down towards Chandler's. It's going to be swooping through the right-hander, but I still feel here that Marlowe, he's a bit too far back this time, and Sanders is strong in this latter part of the lap, is he? We will stay with them as the battle for fourth place is also, and there are moves happening behind. We can see out of here Exeter A, you might see them in the back of this shot. Exeter A have just gone down the inside of Manchester A. Sanders, though, is going to go defensive. That's not going to compromise him enough off the last corner to change things. Sam Sanders takes a well-deserved win for University of East Anglia A, giving a lot of points there to a clubman's team. We'll have to look at how important that is in the standings in that one. Brooks D finished second, Loughborough B in third, and Exeter A clinching fourth place, at the last there from Manchester A, ahead of Newcastle A and Leeds A, Nottingham A and Cardiff B, and Southampton A round out your top 10. Then it's Liverpool C, Birmingham A, Oxford Brook C, University of Central Lancashire A, and then it will be the University of West England A finishing just ahead of Leeds C and UEB. Swansea A, Reading A and Exeter C round out the top 20. And just as the last few carts are coming over the line, that was fun, wasn't it?
That was very fun. that simmered away like a lovely slow-cooked bit of shoulder of lamb, that one did. Took a while to get going. Had a little bit of searing at the start with some excitement with Cone Man, but then as it just bubbled away nicely, and then right at the end we started to get that flavouring coming through, and we saw that lovely battle in the end there between Sam Sanders and Seb Marlowe. And as you rightfully say, Howard, a well-deserved victory for Sam Sanders. He judged that to perfection. Did you like that? Did you like that analogy?
You can pre-order your copy of Cooking with Karting now where Mr. Johnston will talk you through many a good recipe. This is going to be the thing now. When we're off air, we're going to start characterising all the circuits of Britain as a dish. That's what we're going to do. But that was a brilliant way to kick off round number 8. And don't worry, we will be going down to the grid in a moment. With Jacob Harris, who will be getting all the reaction from the drivers and some of the preview and some preview thoughts, I should say, ahead of race number 2. As The glorious sunshine keeps coming down upon us here at Llandow. We honestly weren't expecting this, but it's a very pleasant surprise. Nice conditions to go racing in. I have to say, I like this circuit in all conditions, but I do prefer the dry conditions here at Llandow, as I believe we're ready to head down to Jacob on the grid. He's going to lead us through into race number 2.
And that's a race win for Sam Sanders. Sam, tell us about it.
Yeah, that was a really good race. I had a bit of a struggle this morning, finishing 9th. I struggled a bit with the balance, but getting out early at the front in this one, I felt really good in the kart, and I had a great battle with Seb there in the middle and then again at the end. So yeah, I was really pleased with how that panned out in the end. Kind of looked like I wasn't going to be able to get a gap off the front, but I managed to stabilise it a little bit. And yeah, a really good battle between two of us.
Good stuff, and something for you to celebrate on the night out tonight.
Absolutely, I look forward to it.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'm going to go quickly chat with Exeter after a strong drive from Max O'Shaughnessy up to 5th, just getting the lead. Get it off after. You got a bit of a queue. 5th place, happy with that?
5th? I thought it was 4th.
5th by my count.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I think we had Sam, Seb, Ocean was in front of you in 4th. Ocean wasn't in front of you. You got Ocean on the last lap. Apologies, I missed that. I was getting ready to do this. So yeah, 4th.
Yeah, happy. Once we got through the main pack, I was running with Ocean, and he was basically just clearing the traffic out the way, and I was following him through. And then the gap between the main pack and then the front was huge. It took us maybe 20 minutes to catch up. But yeah, quite happy. Better start to the afternoon than this morning.
Good stuff. I'll let you get your lead and make you over to the cube. I'll be over there myself. A good start from Exeter over to Oxford Brookes now to see what they can do with their first race in race number 2. I'll try and grab Ocean because I haven't spoken to Ocean today, and we do love a quick chat with him if he's still in the queue. Can't quite see him. Is that him at the front? There he is. I will dive on in that quite distinctive helmet that he's got. Let's jump in here. Ocean, decent battle there with Max O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we just couldn't quite close the leaders in.
Too much battling early on in the race, I think, was it?
Yeah, and too many penalties as well.
Well, we don't condone that sort of behaviour, but I'm willing to ignore it for the moment in this interview. Are you enjoying yourself today?
Yeah, it's lovely. I mean, I've been not slow, so I'm quite happy for drivers on Sunday.
Okay, that's good. Good start. You confident of getting yourself a title on Sunday?
I don't know. I've got to beat Serenotti. He's looking quite speedy today.
He is indeed. He's looking quite speedy all season, actually. I'll let you jump on the scales, but speak to you soon.
Live underweight reaction.
Live underweight reaction. Let's have a little look. Ocean's not too confident of his weight. The man in front of you seems to be struggling. Manchester B is struggling.
2 for 2.
Let's have a little look. Yeah, it's not good. Manchester B could well be underweight in that one. I'm going to leave this rule breaking. I don't want that on the live stream. Let's wander back. We're spoken to Sam. Scott Van Breda's here. Scott, podium for Bath this morning. Can we do the same in the afternoon?
Well, if the other guys do better than I did, then maybe, but my result wasn't very good, that one.
What happened, Scott?
I don't know. I think I just got bullied around. It's my last race, so...
You're graduating this and you're not coming back. It's going to be sad to lose you. You've been doing BUKC forever, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a master's degree, so 5 years. Yeah, well, I'll be back on Sunday, though.
And you'll be doing grads year after year, won't you?
Possibly, yeah.
Good stuff. I'll see you every year from now on.
Yeah.
Scott Van Breda there of Bath. We're really running out. Sarge there we spoke to earlier, Max O'Shaughnessy. A couple of the Leeds guys here. Will Stacey was running high up early on. Will, what happened?
I don't know. I didn't really... I felt like I was struggling about the corners, then just sort of dropping back. Wasn't quite the race I'd hoped for.
No, not quite what we discussed earlier in terms of going one better.
You jinxed it or something.
Well,
it was a commentator's curse.
I'm really sorry. Maybe the thought of me buying you a drink for winning the race was overwhelming and you couldn't quite cope with the pressure.
I thought it was a bit like I was being hit on, you know. Probably, yeah.
I'm sorry to have ruined your race in any instance. Well, jump on the scales. Hopefully you're overweight.
Cheers.
Oh, all right then. We've got race number 2 coming up. We've got 2 or 3 more drivers to be weighed. We'll jump in on the scales now. He's dropped his GoPro there. Gabby there for University of Bournemouth will be the last on before we get gridded up for race number 2. It looks like Charlie Lamb there of Nottingham getting ready. Gareth Haynes out for another race for Brooks. Hopefully he can abide by the rules a bit more this time. Let's talk with Charlie. Charlie, walk and talk with me. Where are we starting?
9th.
It's a bit of a walk from here. How did you get on this morning?
Not great. I binned myself in my race, so I ended up 25th.
Oh dear. Well, Henry's won a race, or came close to winning a race already today. Surely you've got to match that and prove that you are the star driver in this team.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. It's the last ever BUKC race for me now, so hopefully you can end it off on a high.
We've had a few though. I think the turnover this year is going to be higher than normal with the whole grads thing going on. We're nearly at your kart, aren't we? We've got to be over the other side. But you know, it's been a respectable BUKC career, I'd say.
Yeah, there's been some highs, there's been some lows, as there naturally always is. But it's been really good fun. I'm going to miss it for sure. Yeah.
Give me one more race win.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I'll give it the best shot I've got.
Good stuff. All right then, jump on in. Let's see who else we've got in this one. A few people counting. That's Jensen Brown, I think, for Exeter. So they're back out in this one, our championship contenders. And Matthew Taylor is in for Brooks A. I'll let him get the pins in the number plate. No lead. Oh, there is a little bit of lead, actually. I didn't think he'd need it, but perhaps he's been to the gym. Matt, solid result for Exeter in that one, a 4th place.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I'm not sure where they started that one. I'm not sure if you know.
It's quite far back, actually. Yeah, he's made up a fair few places.
Yeah, well,
can you match or better that?
Well, hopefully, if I keep out the carnage on the first couple of laps, we'll see. I should hopefully get a good result as quick as in the one earlier, so I don't see why not.
You got an eye on Jensen, I think it is. I'm not sure where he's gone.
At the back, so hopefully I won't be seeing him. That's the aim.
All right, well, keep it calm if he does come past you. I'm sure you've got the pace to, get back ahead yourself.
Yeah, no, just fire it now. I'm not messing. Yeah, no, I play it smart. We've got the lead now, so there's no need to risk too much. But
good stuff. All right, then. I'll let you get on with it, rather than keep on pressuring you into championship talk. Corey, are you going to finish last again?
32nd this time I'm aiming for.
30 seconds. There you have it. Corey, I want to see you after the race to confirm. Tom, we think Loughborough are mathematically out of the championship race, but 3rd place still on?
Yeah, it's my last ever race, so I want to go out on a high, basically.
You're pretty much like, I think, the 4th or 5th person to say that in this particular grid walk, so...
I think it's because of the 1-year grad thing. Yeah. There's a massive bunch of people going, so...
But, well, I mean, not all of you. There's Charlie Lamb and... Who was it that said it before as well? Charlie Lamb, I said, can you finish with a win? You can't all finish with a win, but is it going to be you that does?
Oh, I don't know.
Go on.
I just want a nice kart to have a fun race with, to be honest. We'll see where we end up.
That's what it's all about. Yeah. All right, and I'm going to interview the man in front of you, actually, because I haven't spoken to anyone from Warwick today. See you later, Tom.
All right, see you in a bit.
Tom Thickpenny there, and I'm just going to shoo this man out of the way so we can talk to my good friend Archie Hobson. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
How's Warwick's day going? I haven't actually come across any of you on the grid so far.
It's been all right. Got P11 this morning. Would have been P6 if I didn't get a penalty for overtaking under yellows, so hopefully a little bit of a better afternoon.
Yeah, and as a marshal yourself, you should really be paying attention to those waving flags.
Yeah, I should be, but hey, we all make mistakes.
We all do. Well, no mistakes in this one. How high do you reckon you can get?
Top 10's the aim. We'll see from there. It felt really good in the kart this morning, so I think the pace is there to do so.
It's sounding positive, and most importantly, our Team Warwick out tonight.
We're not. None of us are, actually. A few of our Inters drivers may join, but all mains people have got stuff on tomorrow.
Right, well, I'm not happy. Make sure those Inters drivers are there to hold up the team, because, that's a major disappointment.
Yeah, I'll let them know.
Good. One of my favourite teams on the grid. Don't spoil that, Archie.
No, we'll try our best.
All right, have a good race.
Cheers.
I've been told that the teammates are getting off the grid, but we haven't spoken to the local guys yet. At least I can't remember speaking to anyone locally. But Josh Ladd is here. Josh, how's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty well. Got taken out the first race. Came back to 16th, so hopefully I can do the same thing, same pace, but not get taken out at the start. That would be ideal. And get that free drink.
Of course. Solid result for your B team in this morning's round, third in Clubman's. Did they beat the A team?
I'm unsure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Unconfirmed, but Cardiff B may have beaten Cardiff A. Josh, set that right now.
Sorry?
I said set that right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan.
Cheers. Josh Llandow of Cardiff A. Right then, race number 2 of 6 this afternoon, about to get underway. Corey Richards' kart is struggling a little bit to get going. Hopefully that doesn't hamper his ambitions to finish 32nd, but he's away now. Back to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for race number 2, and I'm going to remember that they don't get any warm-up laps, so we're going to go through this nice and quickly. Sorry if we miss anyone's names. Manchester B and Brighton B are on row 1, then it's Brunel A and Cambridge C. Nottingham, Trent B and Loughborough B make up row number 3. Liverpool C and Edinburgh A on row 4, with Nottingham A and Nottingham Trent A making an all-Nottingham 5th row to round out the top 10. Then it's De Montfort A and Sheffield A on row 6, Coventry A and Imperial A on row 7. Row 8 is Exeter C and Oxford Brooks A. It's Oxford Brooks E and UEB on row 9, with Warwick A and Surrey A rounding out the top 20. Then it's Loughborough A and Brighton A, Cardiff A and Exeter B. Backstage Academy A and Brooks C are on row 13. Row 14 is Liverpool A and Birmingham B. Southampton A and Oxford Brooks B round out your top 30. Then it's Exeter A and Manchester A, UClan A and Bournemouth A to round out the 34 kart grid. And I have been joined back in the comms position by... they're going around again, aren't they? No, we are good for the start. Sorry about that. It's Manchester B with Zacharias Lee leading them away into turn 1. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid, which is a slightly unusual pole here in that it's on the right, which is correct, but it's sort of balanced out by the left-hand kink on the start-finish straight. But coming through the hook there, and in all of that action, I am just going to say welcome back to the comms position to Reeve Taylor. Hello, sir. How are you?
Thank you very much. Feeling slightly hungry after James's analogy at the end of race 1 there, it must be said. But yeah, good to be back in the glorious sunshine, although it's slightly chilly out there, actually.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we are away for race 2 of round 8 already.
And it's been good start for our pole sitter. Zacharias Lee leads them through the Dell for the first time. It's definitely a good start there as they all stream their way onto the back straight for the first time. Bit of a contact warning for Nottingham A, but otherwise it looks like a clean first lap. We've not seen too much drama out there.
Looks like the lead is under contention. There's a little bit of contact between the two leaders there. It's just pushed off the number 63 car of Manchester B ever so slightly. He's now back down into P2.
And I think it's Seb Algieri in the Brunel A kart who's got up into the lead there. As they were, well, I say that, they're still battling away. They're battling away for second place. Now behind them, that's Manchester B off.
Big off there. I think he's going to struggle to recover from that one, and he does so actually relatively quickly.
Yeah, you can, so long as you so long as you get off the loud pedal and allow yourself to guide yourself back, you can sort of steer back, particularly if it's dry out there, which mercifully it is, but it is the 56 of Brunel A and Seb Algieri who comes through the Dell and onto the back straight. Algieri with not just BUKC experience but Club 100 sprints experience as well, so he's gonna know how to race this kind of format for certain. As down the inside, I believe on A there goes Matthew Taylor in the Oxford Brooks A kart as they come around to finish lap number 2. And it wasn't A, it was De Montfort A that I believe Brooks A were getting by there. So Matthew Taylor trying to get Brooks A up the field, really trying to grab this round by the scruff of the neck of Brooks because things are very tight between the only two teams who can mathematically win the championship now, Brooks A and Exeter A.
Speaking of very tight, the field at the moment separated by only 10 seconds pretty much as we head through the first few laps here. And yeah, very nice consistent gaps between all of the drivers.
Now, Brighton B are sat in second place, and that's significant in terms of clubmans because whilst there are several teams still within a shout of this one, as there's plenty of battling going on here during the head. If the drivers could calm down for just like 5 seconds, so we could, it's fine. But Brighton B anyway could do themselves wonders here by securing some solid points. They're relatively safe at the head of this Clubman Championship. They're not home and dry, but if they can bring home a result like this currently for Martin Matchak in second place, they will be well on the way to securing that. As someone has a bit too much of a nibble of the sausage there. I think I'm getting hungry now. Anyway, Into Chandler's they go. And as you say, Reeve, not a lot of spread here between amongst the field. It is a fast-paced field, this one.
As we head through the chicane now, I think there was just about to be a switch for position there, but it's not the easiest overtaking spot. Here is an easier overtaking spot though, but it doesn't look like we're going to have one. Everyone following each other in very nice, orderly fashion.
Absolutely. So, curb warning for Bournemouth A. And they'll be wanting to avoid any more of that if they can at all help it. And there's been a contact warning for Loughborough B as well. Onto this. I like to say back straight, but there's almost like there's two back straights here at Llandow, because this is the one leading to Chandler's. And it's all single file through there, and then here into the Dell. We're watching the battle for third place here. That's Edinburgh A in the 46, who had a really good round earlier on, and they're being chased by Loughborough B. And behind them, that is the 63 of Manchester B having a look at the 62 of Cambridge C, but they didn't go for it, and that may have left them exposed actually to Sheffield A's attack, as there's a penalty for Oxford Brooks B. ABC bump and pass, getting quite a common penalty that we've seen today, unfortunately, so it's going to be 4 places added to wherever they finish, as the battle for third place comes into Matt Werters. And the battle for pretty much every other position in the race after 4th place comes through Matt Werters as well.
Yes, the order changing in that pack quite constantly, actually, pretty much into every corner. They seem to be swapping around. I'm sure we'll see it change again as we go and follow them back in. The camera back on that battle for third position now. Heading down the back straight once again, it is the number 63 Kart in the lead of that pack. But for how long we have the braking zone into the Raymond Holt corner. Number 27 is thinking about and making a move up the inside, but well defended by Manchester B there.
Yeah, Callum Barnett in that Sheffield A kart, and Manchester B, of course, are former race leader insofar as he was the pole sitter, Zacharias Lee, who did have a good first lap, but then on the second lap, I think it was, had the off-track moment right about here. In fact, this is very similar circumstances, yes, and the same's happened again. Oh, goodness me. But that time...
He picked up another car.
Yeah, Sheffield A were involved, and, oh, my goodness me. Zacharias Lee is going to be... I don't think it's his favourite corner come the end of this one, to be honest with you. And it's just... it's a difficult one. This is the thing about overtaking into that corner, though.
Just running yourself a little bit too wide.
It's running yourself wide, and it's also... If you're not sufficiently alongside, it's one of those corners where someone is like perfectly entitled in some ways to just go, well, no, this is the line. You've got to run it on rails, because if you do go out wide, you're right, you're going to have a bad time of it. It's a little bit like overtaking into the S's in the middle of Butmore Park. It's like, you can do it, but you really need to make sure that the other driver's aware you're there, because otherwise it's going to end in tears. It's sort of like that, I guess. It also gets a bit interesting, unless they've resurfaced it since... this is a great move by Matthew Taylor there, down the inside of Nottingham Trent A, which is Jake Mills, according to what we've got here in the box in that effort. But yeah, it's an interesting one, that corner. You'd think that you see loads of overtakes into it because it's got... Oh, and that's a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for the number 43 of Oxford Brooks E. That was a clumsy one. I mean, you are right on the limit of adhesion there as Callum Barnett goes down the inside of Coventry A, I think that was, and they're still side by side. I can see as they're coming onto the new lap. Yes, it is indeed Coventry A, as Matthew Taylor behind is leading that pack through there in the battle over 7th place. He's doing well for Brooks A here, is Matthew Taylor, doing his best to get their hand on the trophy. But yeah, that was a moment for Brooks E. I don't think they've got an eligible driver in this one, because we haven't got a driver listed, which usually indicates that they're not scoring points for this one. Oh, and that's a move by Nottingham Trent A. Has got back past Brooks A. So Matthew Taylor's been slow off of Chandler there. It's allowed Liverpool C through as well, as there's a penalty for Coventry A for multiple contact. New fastest lap of the race was always going to give mention to our race leader, Brunel A.
Yeah, responding to the challenge from behind. I think Brighton B, as we mentioned about them earlier, having a cracking race so far. really putting pressure on the leader as we see the tyre barrier being repaired there. Imagine that. You won't feel it in the cart at the moment, but that'll probably hurt as soon as he gets out of the cart.
Yeah, you can feel that. And certainly we've spoken a little bit about some of the curbs around here. If you have a moment with some of them, your body won't thank you the following day as Matthew Taylor gets back past Liverpool C there. So the number 3 ahead of the 111, piloted by Joshua Ingle, who had a strong race this morning because he was leading it for a little while, I want to say.
Yes, he was. I had a chat with him in the intermission between the 2 sessions, and by his own admission, he was an idiot.
Okay,
so that is for everyone to hear. Josh, well done with the overtaking on the yellows there, the penalty.
You can't learn from your mistakes if you don't admit them, so that's half the battle won right there. That was a very brief look at Edinburgh Rail, Phil. But this is your lead battle, and look how this is closed up between Brunel A and Seb Algieri at the wheel, and then Brighton B's Martin Machak, as there's a black flag for Exeter C for an ABC takeout. That does not mean they've gone to the local takeaway, although food does seem to be the commentary theme today. That means he's taken out a fellow competitor. He's made contact in a way which has brought another kart to a stop, and that means he is going to be penalised for that, as he was judged to be at fault. Now, this is the interesting one. If you're Brighton B, it's 2.5 seconds the gap behind, which we were just talking about a fantastic battle between during the last race between the top 2, in which we were talking about when do you pounce, when do you go with this, and there was a few gestures of let's work together. The gap was around about the same. It's just gone up to 3 seconds, but then they started fighting and it went down to 2.5 seconds. So this is an interesting one again of, if you're Brighton B, when do you go for the move and where do you go for the move? Because that's part of the strategy of how this all plays out in sprint racing.
Yes, a bit of a yo-yo effect there of when to pick and choose your battles, as you say.
Still a good battle going on between Edinburgh A and Loughborough B that you'll see just coming to the back of the shot there. You'll see them coming through the chicane behind them as well, so they're keeping each other honest at the moment.
See the number 29 car really exploring the track limits there, heading through the chicane, really trying to put as much pressure on the leader. Try pretty much anything, try and make all the opportunities available to him as we head through the hook with the 2 leading karts now.
I'm very happy that it's dry today. However, there's a small bit of a good old dogfight in the wet round Llandow really is quite entertaining. And one of the things that changes when it gets wet round here is that back straight, because there's a change of surface as you come onto the straight, and there's something about the greasiness of the surface as you come onto it on the back straight. The rear wheels just suddenly start lighting up, so you've got to hold that. And then that NGK chicane, which all in the dry is just run it through, right, left, right, think about the braking zone for the Raymond's hairpin. They're about to go through it now. So they've just crossed onto the new surface now. The rear wheels would spin up, and then suddenly the NGK chicane is suddenly one of the most heart-in-the-mouth corners ever, because you can just about do it flat in the wet, but you will get really close to the curbs, and you'll suddenly worry, and then somebody will misjudge it, and there'll be a cone in the middle of this. It's one of the things that's fascinating about this track is how much it differs, I find, between the different conditions, which is always fascinating to me. Through Matt Wirt as they go. Further down the order, a few changes coming in. Warwick A and Loughborough A are working their way up through the order. I'll just double check who's in for them. It's Archie Hobson. Of course it's Archie Hobson. Saw Jacob interviewing him down on the grid with the customary Warwick Tash on the helmet. That's a kart tester straight line in the chicane. Don't worry about that. That's perfectly fine. But no one take inspiration from that, please.
Well, we did mention a Joker lap. We did mention that.
We did, yeah. Maybe that is the... but it was supposed to be an April Fool. It wasn't supposed to be genuine. But,
and he didn't do the YMCA dance.
He didn't do the YMCA dance. That's what we thought should be done. Nottingham A, penalty for forcing a driver wide. So that's going to be, I think, 2 positions dot from there. And I didn't finish off who was in those karts. Warwick A is Archie Hobson, and then it's Tom Thickpenny in the Loughborough kart. So 2 very experienced drivers working their way up the order there. And I tell you who they're bringing with them. They're bringing Jensen Brown with them to the party in the Extra A kart. So 3 drivers there who I think are working together. And actually, there's a significant one. Extra A got past Brooksby on that last lap. So the sister kart to the Brooks A kart has done all they can, unless they can get back past, in holding up the championship rival for their sister team. This is Edinburgh A still, with Loughborough B behind. Good little battle this between these two. And Edinburgh A carrying on what has been a really strong day for them so far. They were in contention for that clubman's win in round 7, and they're driving really, really well today. Doug Old-McGregor at the wheel of that Edinburgh A kart. As we have a look back at our lead battle there just briefly. Here they come into Chandler's.
While all this is going on as well, there are still plenty of battles going on throughout the mid-pack. Oxford, Brooks A, Nottingham A and Nottingham Trent A. Manchester A, Oxford and Nottingham. They're all pretty much within a second of each other at any given point. So they are revelling in the battling. Further down the order as well, likewise UWB, Loughborough and a couple other teams there. Didn't quite catch them, but absolutely flying around.
Absolutely. There's some really experienced teams and drivers. I will do actually, you know what? I'm going to just give a small shout out to this. Not going to be the last time I say this probably, but we are on the last day of the season, and that does always mean that some drivers are in their last ever race, potentially, in which they'll represent their university. So if you are a driver who is coming to the end of your BUKC career, thank you for the support that you've given this championship, and thank you for being a part of the BUKC family over the years. And I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you're enjoying your last race or your last round out there. I felt very weird when I finished driving for Birmingham. It's a bit of an odd feeling. But there's the Grads Championship. There's obviously the Club 100 Championship, which I highly recommend. That's exactly where I graduated to out of the BUKC. And James Johnston just stood off to our left, also graduated up into that championship. So it's a bit weird when you come to the end of your time with the BUKC, but there's always a place for you to race in the Club 100, in the wider Club 100 family. And as we have on Sunday, the Graduates Championship always provides that opportunity to come back and catch up with old friends. Just thought I'd get that bit in. Into the final 10 minutes then of this one, and there's still some tasty ones out there, aren't there? Close at the front and still close for third place. This is Brooks A chasing Nottingham A. That's for 8th place. As we just take in a bit of a wider shot here at Raymond's. Still gorgeous conditions here.
And that shot really does show just how close some of these trains are. Even it might look like on some of these closer shots, might look like the drivers are further apart with such a short lap, relatively speaking to others. It's only 4 minutes long, given for a kart track it's quite long. You know, there's still plenty of battling to be had.
Absolutely, absolutely. Who's coming into the Dell now? It's the lead battle. Good pick up there on the cameras, because this is Seb Algeri in that Brunel A kart and Martin Machak in the Brighton B effort in the number 29.
Looking particularly close this time. Is he going to go for a move up the inside under braking? I think he will, but will he get the switch back? We can't quite see. He's just out of shot.
He's done it. That's job done there, but Seb Algeri is going to try and come round into the hook, but couldn't make it work. I think he was hoping... You can do overtakes around the outside there, but you've almost got to squeeze your competitor towards... This doesn't sound very sportsmanlike, does it? But you almost have to sort of give them enough room, but maybe they'll mess up and touch the curb slightly, and that'll slow them down. It's a bit of a...
I was going to say, is that a mess up and touch the curbs in inverted commas by any chance?
No. It's a legitimate overtaking option. And Algeri is trying to return the favour. Look, into the Dell here. He's going to have a good run onto the straight. He's going to be on the outside, though, through the NGK chicane.
Now we get to test this theory.
Oh, they're going to be side by side again, coming into the braking zone, but the inside line is going to be with Brighton B. Algeri will look to get the switch back for Brunel, but it's not strong enough, and it stays with Brighton B for now. And Martin Machak.
Just didn't have the momentum that time round, unfortunately, but they are still so close together. I imagine he's going to have plenty more opportunity in the remaining 7 minutes of this race.
Absolutely. Further moves out there. And there's still this body of really experienced drivers in the working their way up through the order. Just looking at, this is a race where we've got Ocean Beach, we've got Charlie Lamb out there, Archie Hobson I've mentioned, Matthew Taylor obviously out there for Brooks A, and Exeter A have Jensen Brown. There's just a lot of experience in this field who are working their way up, as once again the lead battle's going into the hairpin.
Taking the inside line, under braking, then losing a bit of momentum perhaps as he barges his way through, does the number 29 car of Brighton B, gets the position back. Does he? No, he doesn't.
No, it's Brunel going by there. That was Algieri just getting the run there, and you could just see that kind of what I was talking about with the left side curb going past start finish. It was just like Matchak had to run his wheels just, and where we've seen drivers getting penalties for forcing drivers wide, it'll be a situation like that, but where they haven't conceded enough space on the left-hand side to allow a kart width. That was just about right, because Matchak's wheels just kissed the quite hefty left-hand curb, actually, that's in line with the start-finish straight. And then you've got a similarly bumpy curb into the hook, the first sort of proper turn, if you like. We'll see it again this time. Is there a run for Matchak? There's not, but you'll see as they come through the hairpin here, they'll come here, and then that's just a painted curb there, but then there you can see the curb there, and you don't want to hit that. You really don't.
Will upset the car,
and of course there's the bollards just behind the curb as well, and well, that's never fun if you see a driver going into that, because it's rather a thing to hit a bollard, and it can bounce the car back out across the circuit. So that's why, if you're wondering why we see forcing driver wide penalties here, perhaps a bit more than other circuits, because race control really do want to discourage the kind of behaviour that could lead to that kind of contact with the bollards there down at the start-finish straight.
So as we enter the final 5 minutes of this race, and still two battles raging on at the top of the field, but the battle for P3 has kind of become a three-way battle now. Sheffield A have caught up in on the action as well. They had a bit of clean air and were able to run fairly pacey, and now they are right behind Loughborough B as well. Elsewhere, the battling between, I'd say actually they are probably the closest battles going on at the moment. Loughborough A making some progress as well. In terms of fastest lap, it is currently Sheffield A.
Just a small reminder on the championship, or same reminder, I'm not sure if we've covered this aspect before, is the battle for thirds going through, and that is a lovely move by Sheffield A on Loughborough B. So this is Callum Barnett in the number 27, who's arrived onto the back of this race-long battle between McGregor in that Edinburgh A kart, and do we know who's in Loughborough B's kart? We had a bit of an issue with that in the first race. It's Oscar Lancaster. Of course it's Oscar Lancaster. I recognise his helmet suit combination. But Callum Barnett in the 27 kart there has just put a move on Lancaster in the Loughborough B kart. I've got to be careful saying that. I meant Oscar Lancaster, not a Lancaster uni. As they put a move there. Still a good battle going on that I can see of Oxford Brooks A running in 9th place with Loughborough A in tow and Exeter A. Now Loughborough A can't win this championship anymore, but they can disrupt that championship podium, and so you've got the top three in the championship battling. Is also battling away is Oscar Lancaster trying to come back here, trying to get by on Edinburgh A, and he's got through on McGregor. So that is, after a race-long battle, admittedly Sheffield A have sort of come through and disrupted it and taken third off of both of them, but that is Loughborough B, the number 20, finally getting by on Edinburgh A after a race-long chase, and Edinburgh A isn't, they're not done. They'd like to get that back with Donald McGregor, and he's going to try and find a way through, but just can't get by as they head into the hook. But I don't feel that this battle, which has for most of the race been for third place, now for fourth place, I am going to keep an eye on the battle. How long have we got? 2.5 minutes. Callum Barnett's pace in that Sheffield A kart is such that it could just about become a three-way battle. In fact, it very much could, because there's some traffic for them to deal with as well here. So I think that this could be a three-way battle for the lead in the last few laps.
Yeah, with traffic involved, all he needs is a few tenths advantage on the two cars in front, and as you say, he could be right in contention for that. We've seen some of the overtaking zones where drivers have been surprisingly brave on the brakes and got moves done that I really wasn't expecting. So yeah, with 2 minutes to go, don't count him out yet. To see the two cars there just rubbing his racing, I think is the mantra.
Yeah, he's trying to put a lap there on the, I think it might be I know it's U-Clan A. So that is Callum Barnett just putting a lap on there, and that's it wasn't U-Clan's fault at all there. He caught them as they were going into the hook, and it's really difficult to let anyone by there. So that hasn't worked in Sheffield A's favours. That may have just thrown a lifeline as the changes for position out there amongst what's happened to Brooks A? What has happened to... Oh, they've dropped back behind Extra A. So Extra A have got past Brooks A on the road is what Mr. Johnston was getting rightfully excited about here in the box. That is Extra A past Brooks A. Now, just to be clear, Brooks A had a really strong round 7. Extra A had a so-so round 7. They're both trying to best an 8th place score on their scoreline, if you think about how the drop scores work. So they're all trying to beat that. And here we are. This is Brooks A versus Extra A into the Raymond hairpin. Matthew Taylor in the Brooks A kart and Jensen Brown for Extra A. This is crucial. This is championship stuff right here. If Brooks A and Extra... There are pretty much no tie-break situations in which Extra A can win the championship. Brooks A now have a scoreline that means that they get through very nicely on countback in most of the situations. And we're indebted to a certain Mr. Mather for spelling this particular scenario out to us. So now, whereas Extra A, to my mind, came into today as the favourites, they've got to take the fight to Brooks A. They have to beat Brooks A on points here if they're going to win this championship. But if they end up tied on points, tied on championship points, in most of the ways that can happen, Brooks A win. And you can see how much it means to Matthew Taylor. He knows exactly who the target is here. Our leaders are on the last lap. I think there's just enough in hand for Seb Algieri in that Brunel A kart that he'll hold on to it, but we will keep an eye on it. But rightfully so, we're looking as Jensen Brown in this Extra A kart tries to find any way through on Matthew Taylor. And the trouble for him is that Cardiff A have a dog in this fight as well, and they haven't really got anything to lose either in this. They'll just happily nab a place here or there. I actually think it's traffic that's behind them, though. I think it's a back marker. Into Chandler's. This will be an unusual place to go for it. I'm just keeping an eye out for our leaders as well. And there is Brunel A crossing the line to take the win. So Seb Algieri takes the win for Brunel A. Machak holds on just for Brighton B ahead of Callum Barnett of Sheffield A. That could be very important for them in the Clubmans. But here into the Raymond's hairpin is Matthew Taylor going defensive against Extra A, and Cardiff in the 18 there really fancy their chances. It's side by side between the two of them. That is super close, but 94 thousandths of a second.
Photo finish.
Indeed it is. Brooks A take the first blood then in the first proper on-track battle we've seen between these two for this one. Strong finishes. Let's go through in the proper order. Brunel A, Brighton B, Sheffield A and Edinburgh A, Loughborough B in 5th place. Then it was Coventry A, strong drive from them for 6th. Manchester A in 7th, Nottingham A in 8th, 9th for Loughborough A, 10th for Oxford Brooks A. Then it was Exeter A in 11th, Cardiff A in 12th, Brooks B in 13th, Liverpool C in 14th, 15th for Brooks C. Then it was Trent A, Brooks E, UEB, Warwick A and Southampton A to round out the top 20. Then it was Exeter B, Liverpool A, Manchester B, Cambridge C, Birmingham B in 25th. Then it was De Montfort A, Brighton A, Backstage Academy A, Imperial A, Nottingham Trent B to round out the top 30. Surrey A, UClan A, Bournemouth A, Exeter C. And Reeve, I felt like that one had it all. We had a lead battle, we had a 3rd place battle, and then we just had the championship protagonists kicking off as well.
Yes, it was great to see then as they pulled up the two leaders, congratulating each other on an excellent battle as well.
Yes, good point.
And as you say, that championship battle there, I think Oxford Brooks really have laid down the gauntlet with this race here. It shows that we mean business.
Absolutely. They've got that momentum from this the morning's round. And there is a confidence that they've got at the moment. But Exeter are still very much in this. They can do this. But in order to take Exeter's first ever BUKC, they have to beat the most successful team from BUKC history. So that is not an easy ask. The fight goes on, though, for the championship as we're waiting to be able to go down to the grid, which we just need a little bit longer. But do keep your comments coming in, because this is going to be a fascinating one, and at the moment the way the maths looks like this one is going to run and run. You know, that was a super strong drive. I'm not sure we even mentioned the fact that was Jensen Brown coming from 31st on the grid, so that was Exeter A's lower grid position. They will start from higher up the grid now because of the way that the random grid positions work. Fascinating stuff still yet to come. Let's head down to Jacob on the grid, who's getting some of the reaction from the drivers.
Here we go. We're making our way through the grid with race winner, or at least provisionally, Seb Algieri. And Seb, you're telling me it's the first race win you've had on the road taxes?
Yeah, I haven't seen the top step since the TKM days. God, that's a good 3 years ago or something.
Sorry to interrupt. I've just realised that the scales are... Oh, they're over there. And there's no one... Is there someone there weighing people? They're not. I think you're just going to get away with this, to be honest. I'm not going to weigh you. And... yeah, congratulations, you're definitely the race winner. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a win in one of these, but it's nice to have it when it all hooks up. You know, you get a good kart, good drive, and yeah, it's yielded a nice result.
Bit of a battle with, I think it was Martin Matchak in the Brighton Kart?
Yeah, it's good fun. You know, it's always more fun to, even if you come in second, to have a bit of a battle rather than just turn laps by yourself. You know, if you wanted to do that, you could jump on a simulator, but, you know, we're here for a race, and that's what we've done.
Good stuff, and free drink tonight, I guess?
Yeah, sounds good. I'm not going to let you forget that.
All right, I'll see you at the bar. Seb Algieri there, winner of that race. Now I've walked all the way over here, and they're not even going to wait him. But that starts us at the back of the grid for this track walk, which in some ways is good. John Ratcliffe's here, and John Ratcliffe's going to have a quick chat with us. He's getting a bit of advice from Josh Ladd there, who's just been out in that one. John, I don't want to talk to Josh. Well, he's not very interested, is he?
That's very true.
So, last on the grid?
Yeah, mate, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, my last race in BUKC ever, so I need to kind of go for it, but I don't know how well I can do from 32nd.
If I had a pound for every time someone said last race in BUKC ever, I'd be able to buy everyone a drink for winning races.
That's true. Are you going to buy me a drink tonight?
If you win a race, yeah.
To win? Oh, OK. Well, that's asking a lot, but I'll do it just for you.
Yeah, all right, then. Good. You looking forward to this, though? Night out on home turf?
Yeah, I mean, the night out should be good. It should be good fun. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited to have a little boogie. Are you going to have a little boogie?
Get my moves on, you know. Nice. Get loose later on the dance floor.
Yeah, looking forward to it, mate. It should be good.
All right, then. Enjoy your race. I shall speak to you later. Let's get in here. Loughborough enjoyed a solid race there. Sam Cobb's back out for Cambridge to my left. But we are going over here to talk to Hertfordshire.
Yeah,
you stepped away as if to say, don't talk to me.
I thought you were going to speak to him.
Oh, I thought I'd speak to you.
Okay.
You know, whilst we're here. How are you getting on?
It's all right, yeah. Doing all right. We had a really good first race. Ali stormed it in the first race. Kind of just having fun at the moment, really. A couple of takeouts in other races, but pushed past it. Yeah, it's the last rounds. We'll enjoy it.
Good stuff. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. And who's racing in this one?
We've got Adam in this one. Adam's racing in this one, and then next is going to be me, and then after that, at the end, it's going to be Ali again.
Is Adam any good?
Yeah, Adam's all right, yeah. He knows how to drive. He knows how to race.
You got the stickers. Let's jump in with the man himself. Official sponsorship from Santander? Or?
Absolutely not. But, you know, Santander's the bank to go with, so I'm promoting them. And trying to get a bit of power there as well, so...
Good stuff. Santander, Johnny Walker, Sody Kart. I'm going to jump off because they're about to give you some fuel. I think you need to get out as well and take the fuel cap off. Let's get out of their way and head further down the grid. We spoke to Hirsch earlier, and we got some Leeds drivers here. Go to the front of this one. It's a decent result in that one for Oxford Brooks A with Matthew Taylor, but hoping to go better again will be Lucas Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Lucas, a middling start, shall we say, to the afternoon for Brooks?
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of first rounds for us.
However, Exeter did get a penalty in that one.
They did. I think they finished 13th to our 8th, so we're still there, but 8th isn't... We would like us to be our drop score for this afternoon.
All right, then. So, Max O'Shaughnessy got a 5th as well. Are you looking to better that, not just better to the 8th?
We definitely have to better it, or our championship will be slipping away.
All right, then. Pressure's on. Can you handle it?
Should be able to. We've got a couple of Brooks drivers up the front, so we'll see if we can just pull away, work together.
All right then. Well, I look forward to watching that. Lucas, see you after. Let's have a chat with who have we got in here. Who have we got here?
Hello.
It's my man Axel.
It is.
Looking for a repeat success.
Correct. I'm not on pole. There's supposed to be someone in front of me. So.
Who's supposed to be in front of you?
I have no idea. But we'll try and beat them.
What are you doing in their kart?
Sorry?
Was there a kart in front of you and they've drove off? Okay.
Yeah.
Still, third place is pretty good for a man who's won a race already today.
Exactly. I got gifted all the front row starts, so yeah, I got to try and capitalise.
Right, and since I didn't fancy butchering it at the podium, how do I pronounce your surname?
Slijepcevic.
Slijepcevic. Slijepcevic. Got it. I'm ready for your post-race interview.
Exactly.
There we are.
And the medal afterwards as well.
Exactly, there we are. Axel Slijepcevic for Bath. Let's grab one more. Who's alongside him? It's Theo.
Hello.
Theo.
Hello.
Who are we racing for?
Oxford Brooks E.
Are you going to help Lucas behind you?
Yes. I think my captain would be a little bit angry if I didn't. So,
so you're going to be getting furious hand signals from just over by there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, you got a system worked out? Do you know what all the different hand signals mean?
No.
So it's just going to be like numbers, is it?
Yeah, it's normally just like take out and then white line and then take out as well. Yeah.
Okay, you don't speak sign language or anything?
No.
It would have been handy if you'd learnt that.
Yeah, well, I'll just do whatever I think, yeah.
Next year, though, sign language.
Yeah, I'll try to. Yeah.
Enjoy your race.
I will, yeah. You too.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to race, but let's grab one more from the middle of the pack. And who's in the number 12? It's Adam Sears. You're ineligible. I'm not talking to you. I'll go to the 19 instead. Who's in number 19?
Sam Gazy.
Sam, of course. Who are you racing for? Remind us.
Newcastle A.
Newcastle A. How's Newcastle getting on today?
No comment. Apart from Kyle.
I saw Kyle went all right, yeah.
Kyle was sick. And then the first race, he got punted off a couple of times.
We're going to have to cut this one a bit short because you're on your way, but have a good race, Sam.
Thank you. I'm going to start.
Sam Gazy of Newcastle A. Right then, this is race 3 of 6. We'll be halfway through after this. Back to you guys up in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Jacob, and we best get underway with the grid fairly sharpish. So row 1, Southampton B, Brooks E. Row 2, Bath A, Brooks A. And then we have Beckett A, Coventry A. Row 3. Row 4, we have Cardiff B and De Montfort A. Row 5, Trent A, Brunel A. And then row 6, UEA A, and then Brooks D on row 7. Oh no, we don't, row 6 rather. Newcastle A, and Leeds A, row 7, row 8, Brighton B, Leeds C, row 9, Edinburgh A, Reading A, row 10 we have Birmingham A, and then Trinity A, Liverpool A, and Hertfordshire on row 11, Swansea A, Brooks B on row 12, and then we have row 13, Trinity B, Birmingham B, row 14, Brighton A, Cambridge B, row 15, Surrey A, Loughborough A, Cardiff A, row 16, row 17, Backstage Academy, and UEA. Just about in the nick of time there. Apologies, we missed a couple of you there.
Reeve Taylor, welcome to the BUKC grid launch. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Looks like we're ready for a race start here. And we are going to see the number 61 lead us away. We are go here at Llandow for race number 6. And it looks like the 61 has just forced the second place car over the grass. We've got a number of forced drivers over the grass, and that looked to be a little bit cheeky from the Southampton B kart, but they have kept it going. Oxford Brooks E, who were certainly ineligible in the last race, but I'm not sure how they are. We shall wait to find out. But either way, it is Southampton B leading this race, although they have certainly got some interested company heading into the Dell. That's the number 3 of Oxford Brooks A, Kyle Young at the wheel, and it will be important for them because, as we remember, in his race in the morning, Kyle Young got the lead early on, held a long-lasting advantage, but then lost it. So can he not replicate that this time around? Can he get this Southampton B kart, and can he take a commanding lead and this time hang on to it? Because it was touch and go for a while for Oxford Brooks, given they did not have a race victory compared to Trinity A, and but they were just about able to get through. Nearly knocking over the cone there, as here goes Kyle Young down the inside of the Southampton B driver, and it looks like he has got that move. They're going to hang it out down towards Chandler's, but I think Kyle Young has got that move done. Lovely stuff indeed.
Yeah, wheel to wheel, eventually got the move done. It looked for a second there like he would have a bit of a rear gunner in this race in the form of Oxford Brooks E, but unfortunately they've had to dive into the pits and are now running a little bit further down now alongside Oxford Brooks D, but Oxford Brooks A still under pressure as we head into the Raymond Holt right-hander there. Only about 0.3 of a second separating there. Who's that going up the inside there? Excellent move.
Like Leeds Beckett A on a move on De Montfort A, and in fact I think it was. We didn't quite see who that was there. Do you know what? It might have actually been number. We'll find out at another time. But the main thing is that Oxford Brooks A are leading this race, as you can quite clearly see. We've got Jonathan Dalton in the Southampton B car, and then it is Cardiff B, who have been springing a few surprises this time around. It's that man again, Harvey McBrien. He so nearly won a race this morning. Unfortunately, could only settle for second place in the end as he just got pipped by Sam Johns at the end. But here comes then Jonathan Dalton. Carl Young not going to have this all this way. A little bit of a click out as there goes the number 11 of Nottingham Trent A, Dante Dillon. The seven layers of hell there is Dante's Inferno, and he has got himself in front of Harvey in the Cardiff B Kart. Couple of movers as well.
Yeah, Newcastle A having a couple of issues there.
Yeah, and De Montfort A dropping 5 places on that last lap. So they've had a bit of a nightmare somewhere on this track. So it's all good at the moment. Everything running smoothly as it should be for Oxford Brooks A, but I'm looking at Nottingham Trent A, I'm looking at Dante Dillon, and I'm wondering, is he the man that's going to deny Carl Young a victory? Well, say that, Jonathan Dalton still right on Carl Young's case here, heading into the Raymond Holt hairpin. It's going to be very interesting, this one.
Yes, those two those two duos leading the field at the moment. Cardiff B really putting the pressure on the local boys. Yeah, as we mentioned, a bit of a surprise kind of force here today, that is for sure. But yeah, Oxford Brooks, a fairly good start for them. They can be fairly happy with this, obviously, in the lead of the race. Exactly what they needed, especially off the back of an excellent race 2. But they're not in the clear yet, that is for certain. Dante
Dillon is certainly gaining on this one. For making food analogies here, what I'm going to compare this one to, we've got a banging pub dinner here. We've got a great starter. I'm expecting a lovely main course, and then the dessert is going to just round that off perfectly, because this is you can just tell immediately, just as soon as we walked in to this establishment, we can tell this is going to be a lovely event.
I think you're missing a couple of pints to celebrate there, but maybe Southampton B were thinking about that they were going to have a couple there, but unfortunately a little bit too far back into the tight right-hander that time round.
Gap now less than a second, covering the top 3 drivers. This is what was missing from the morning's action, if I may be so bold. We didn't see too many genuine battles for the lead, but we've got absolute humdinger riding up right now. Again, 8 tenths separate Brooks A, Southampton B, and Nottingham Trent A. There's a nice little move there from the Newcastle A kart. Not entirely sure who that was on. Find them.
Sam Gazy in the Newcastle A kart there.
Do you know what, Reeve? I might be misreading this. That might very well be. Is that the number 10? I think that's the number 10 of Sam Johns in the Trinity.
Whenever we're commentating together, there's always the battle of the definitive Sam.
There is a definitive Sam. We didn't get to see Sam Johns versus the other 4 Sams. I'll just watch them.
Excellent move by the number 30 car of Leeds A there, although he's got him on the switchback, unfortunately, there. Beckett fighting back.
Leeds A, I think that is a move there. Leeds A now find themselves in front of the Coventry A kart, as Swansea A pick up a contact warning. PTSD moments for myself, just coming into the fray, but we move on. It was a long time ago. Don't worry about it anymore. Meanwhile, Gap at the front, it's holding station at this very moment in time. But the fact that Sam Johns in this race, we've got Harvey McBrien as well, it's shaping up nice, this one, and I fully expect Sam Johns. He's quite a bit further back from this pack than he was in the first race this morning, where we saw basically a very similar thing happen, where Sam just reeled in the guys in front and was fortunate to take the win thanks to the penalties. But He did that from 34th, and it looks like, where did he start? He started 20th in this one, so he's had a little bit of a leg up on this one. So I expect it. I expect him to be firmly within the battle very, very soon, as we just follow him around now as well, with the number 30 of Jake Bailey Saltmarsh and the 97 of Andres Moreno. So Andres has dropped down a little bit. He started 6th, he's running around in 7th, and then obviously Sam John's rising from 20th, and then we've got Jake, who started in 14th. So the Leeds and Trinity drivers doing a very good climb up the field, and Coventry A basically holding station.
As we see the Becker driver just under a little bit of pressure from Brooks behind there, and in fact number 43 getting the overtake done there. That is the 43 of Theo Fedrick there. Started second on the grid, so he is climbing his way back through the field as we speak, and doing a nice job trying to salvage as many points as he can.
Absolutely, there is just, if things don't go well for you at the start, it's just a recovery drive, and that chap doing it very well at the moment. Meanwhile, just watching them out of our commentary window, you can see the leaders going. Dante Dillon getting a little bit detached from this battle. The gap was at one point, it was just about 8/10 of a second. It's climbed to 1 point. Wait to see them across the line. The gap now stays. To be fair, he has just set a personal best lap of the race. We'll wait to see what the gap is, as a little battle here between Adam Sears. The gap at 1.2 seconds, so he did gain some time on that lap. So we will, again, just simmering over nicely this one. We've had the starter, we've had that lovely opening pipe, we're just waiting for the main course to arrive now. So just taking it time, having some meaningful conversation with learned friends and family, waiting for that main course to arrive in. Oh, a little bit of bumping there from that chap in the white helmet going up against. That's probably, I think that's one of the University of Leeds drivers. Might be Exeter. Both of them do have their own unique team suits. It might even be Leeds Beckett A. This is a very tasty little battle here, this four-way fight. So number 60, so it's a Leeds Beckett A. We've got Oxford Brooks B now making a move down the inside of the 49. The 49, so there goes, that is the University of Leeds now losing out on that place as well. Let's just quickly check who that was for. So it's Leeds C, Birmingham A, Oxford Brooks B, and Leeds Beckett A, who are in this very tight, tasty little fight for 10th place. The gap at the front, and there goes Oxford Brooks B having to defend. In fact, here now comes Birmingham A, coming down the inside into Chandler's. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. So Oxford Brooks B had to go defensive into Mac Werthers, and coming into Chandler's, they have now lost that place. Lovely move there from the Birmingham C driver. That is Jack Finch on the Oxford Brooks man, who is Tom Geeney. Jack started higher than Tom, but it is now Jack in front. Although, sorry, no, that's now Tom back in front of Jack. Brooks gets the position, Brooks pointing to the Leeds Beckett driver, saying let's get him and then worry about us two fighting amongst each other later on. Meanwhile, we cut back to the lead of the race, gap at just 1.5 tenths of a second, and then it's just a little 1.2 seconds, well, it's 1.1 seconds, sorry, back between Southampton B and Dante Dillon in the Nottingham Trent A kart.
Yeah, that gap staying oh so close throughout this entire race so far. It is the Southampton B kart that holds the fastest lap of the race, but he's very much challenged by Lucas in the lead of the race. They're only 200th of a second apart in terms of best lap here as we go back to the battle further down the field there.
Yeah, the Leeds Beckett driver unable to hold back the Birmingham A and Oxford Brooks B there, so they have finally relinquished. That would have been 10th place. So it's Birmingham A now running around in 10th. Jack Finch in front of Tom Geeney in the Oxford Brooks B kart. Going down into the Raymond Holt hairpin. And again, the gap is just it's just staying at 0.2 of a second. It hasn't really changed for most of this race. It has to be said, Jonathan Dalton was leading in the Southampton B kart for a good old while, but has just hung on to the back of Carl Young ever since. Now, this is fantastic. It has to be said, Reeve, this is fantastic for Oxford Brookes A in their pursuit of the championship, because at the moment it would look like, if it's only on-track stuff, the lowest they could possibly finish would be third, and that's not a bad position to be in, let's face it.
No, not at all. They are very much, I'd say, the favourites at this point in time. I mean, yeah, as you say, it's not certain that they are still going to be holding this lead by the end of the race. Southampton B are certainly putting up a fight, but in terms of the wider championship context, they are looking in good stead.
Absolutely, and it's great to see both Kyle and Jonathan working so well together in this race, just to make sure that Dante Dillon doesn't really get much of a look-in the battle for the lead. Meanwhile, look at this between, what's this? This is the 29 down to, well, it looks to be a good, I'm just trying to see who that last car is, but we've got about an 8-way battle here for the lower reaches of the grid, and this is what makes Club 100 karting and the BUKC just a fantastic championship, because you get battles like this that just everyone's in the same machinery. There's all even, and it's all just comes down to the driving, and you get these massive trains like we're seeing right now. That chap look at he's looking frustrated. He's trying. Oh, sorry, we've got a change for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Southampton B, Jonathan Dalton now in front of. Oh, and there is a spin for that man in blue. But let's not worry about him. He's on his way. He's fine. No problem. Let's try and get focus back to the lead of this race. This is the fight we need to be focusing on. Where are they on circuit? Hopefully they are just now coming.
Heading through Sector 2 at the moment.
They're just coming through China, so we've just picked them up now, heading up to the Dell. So it's Jonathan Dalton now in front of Carl Young, and here comes Dante Dillon. Yeah, this is what was always going to happen. We've got traffic in the form of the number 23 kart. That is, if my memory serves correct, that is Trinity B, who have been certainly in the wars today. Oh, and Jonathan Dalton just getting a bit caught out by the Trinity B car, under braking, and here comes Carl Young then. Black flag for Cardiff A, but Jonathan Dalton just sticking in front. He's got to get past this back marker, and he hasn't been able to do it. He's still stuck behind the Trinity B car, and this is doing wonders for Dante Dillon, but also Carl Young. Now they're all going to get the opportunity to go down the inside into Surtees. Jonathan Dalton gets the move done. Carl Young follows through, and so does Dante Dillon. So that definitely will have raised the heartbeat of Jonathan Dalton in that Southampton B kart, but it's heartbeats raising all round right here. This is the main course. This is what we were looking for. This is your roast chicken with the potatoes, with the roasted veg, and some lovely gravy to go on the side.
And once again, I am hungry. But as now we head onto the back straight, it is still that same trio heading through the chicane now, somehow in the same order, despite the traffic difficulties we faced just earlier on in the lap, echoing each other's lines through the final corner now, and back onto the loud pedal on the start-finish straight for yet another 1 kilometre here at Llandow.
Glad you remembered it's 1 kilometre, because I certainly did not. But yes, no, you can just see here, it's all now just going to even out a little bit. They're all basically on the same time. I look at the lap times: 52.648 for Jonathan, 52.668 for Kyle, and then a 52.762. These guys are miles in front of anyone else. The closest guy next to them is Sam Johns, doing a 52.5 further down in his pursuit of Harvey McBride in the battle for Welsh supremacy here at this track. Although it has to be said, Trinity definitely taking that mantle this so far today, coming home with that second place in the morning. But as you can see now, Jonathan Dalton just with a bit of a gap now to Kyle Young. So it would appear, if I'm going to make a Formula 1 analogy at this point, back in a couple of years ago with Valtteri Bottas in the Mercedes, everyone said that he took his time to get going at the start and then got good towards the end of the race. I feel like for Kyle Young, it's like the opposite effect. He goes on very strong at the start and then just loses a little bit as the race goes on. Am I talking nonsense, Reeve, or would you agree with this particular analogy of mine?
Well, as long as he doesn't end up in a backmarker kart, like he has, although I say a backmarker kart this year, that's very much not happened, has
Let's,
it? We're getting distracted with Formula
Let's
1
not-
anyway.
Let's not get bogged down with who made a good career choice and who didn't.
But someone who is making a good choice here is the number 22 car here, defending very well. Actually, no, he's not defending, of course, he's traffic. Ignore me.
He's trafficking.
Yeah.
No, he's doing the one thing that you shouldn't
Yes,
do
ignore
as
me.
a back marker, getting in the way. And to be fair, he's done a good job there. He's helped Dante Dillon out there quite nicely. I want to see the back wheels cocking out as they head through the hook. And the gap staying, it's what it was right at the start. It's an 0.8 of a second gap covering these top three drivers. They have not lost touch with each other at all. I was expecting to see Sam Johns get onto the back of this fight, but the gap's 10 seconds. His fight is with Harvey McBrien in the Cardiff B kart, is that man in the Trinity A kart, a stalwart of the BUKC driving.
Yes, those two involved in their own little battle. It must be said at the moment, Cardiff, as Cardiff B number 65, has kind of been in his own little no man's land at the moment, but he is soon to be under pressure now as we head back onto the start-finish straight with the leaders. That gap just a little bit bigger than it was on the past couple of laps, and by that I mean it's still only standing at about 0.4 of a second. Elsewhere throughout the field we have a pretty immense battle going on between the two Brooks teams, D and E, running in P8 and P9 respectively, and Birmingham May getting involved in that as well. There's a cone penalty there for Birmingham B, as we have Birmingham A getting an overtake done on the two Oxford Brooks teams, maybe not helping each other's races out there. If you were the manager of that team, I imagine not entirely happy.
I owe a massive apology to Lucas Sullivan, who is of course in the Oxford Brooks A kart. I've been calling him Carl Young. I think I've just been getting myself a little bit confused. So massive apologies, Lucas. Obviously that is you in the resplendent, beautiful and magical yellow and green helmet. Wonderful colour combination.
Yeah, the
Please.
suit as well reminds me of the new Aston Martin livery.
Absolutely, yes. So basically, Oxford Brooks social media team, please don't come for me. It was an honest-to-God mistake.
Oh, they will.
Yeah, they probably will, let's face it. Anyway, let's not get bogged down with who's going to be attacked by the Oxford Brooks social media team and who isn't. Let's get back to the racing. Here's the battle then for 8th place. This was another tasty little battle that we saw earlier between Jack Finch in the Birmingham A car, and then it was as well the Tom Geeney in the Oxford Brooks B kart. And we can see Jack there. Where is Jack? He is well. He's nowhere. He's gone. There's Oxford Brooks D and Oxford Brooks E. There he is. He's in 11. So we've got Oxford Brooks B 9, 10, 11 going on at the moment. So
stressful times for the BUKC captain of that team then.
Absolutely, and I think, where are we looking now? We're still with this battle. Just
Birmingham A getting a very nice overtake. Don't know that's some traffic again.
Yeah, and Trinity, it's worth pointing out, Trinity, as you might have just seen, Trinity A have now got in front of Cardiff B. So Sam Johns once again getting past Harvey McBrien in the Cardiff B kart. So Trinity A putting in a very good shift once again. Find themselves up in 4th, which is where they finished in one of the earlier races this morning, but because of penalties, were able to take a race win and help themselves to second overall, oh so close to beating Oxford Brooks. Just watching the leaders go underneath us in the commentary position, it is as you were, about 0.6 of a second now separate, and we are coming into the final 5 minutes. This is where it starts getting important. I can just see Lucas Sullivan getting really close to the back of Jonathan Dalton, so it might be worth trying to find this battle on the track. Looks like they're just coming through Chandler's up towards the Dell, so we will wait to see them any moment now, I am sure.
And here they are then. We've focused on some tyre wall. We are back with the leaders now. Some lap traffic in front as well. Oh no, that's a different car.
No, this is the battle for
this
is a battle in the lower echelons of the race, but here they come then, and now Jonathan Dalton with a late bit of overtaking into the final hairpin to get past the number 55, who's got Lucas Sullivan just going past, and Dante Dillon about to get held up by this back marker, and this is catastrophic for Dante Dillon in his pursuit of Lucas Sullivan and Jonathan Dalton as they head now down into 30s and then into Mac Werthers. Dante now past the back marker, but he has lost a significant amount of time. That all started from Jonathan Dalton making a very late but very well timed overtake on the back marker, the number 55 of, let me just find them, the number 55 of Liverpool A.
In the middle of all of this as well, the battle between Leeds A and Coventry rages on. They've been within a couple of tenths of each other for a considerable amount of time now as the leaders navigate some more lapped traffic there.
Absolutely, Jonathan Dalton getting that one nailed to perfection. What this has meant then for Dante Dillon, that hold up with the traffic here at the hook means that he now has to do this back marker by himself. He can't just follow Lucas through. He has to do it himself now. So he's probably going to go down. But no, is the back marker fighting? No, Dante is through, and Jonathan is also through on the next back marker. So this is where back marker driving comes into it. To win a race, you have to be able, particularly at this level, you have to be able to navigate the back markers. I was in a race earlier, at the end of last year, I should say, where I was the back marker. I was having a woeful race. Leaders came through. I made a mistake, and basically the leader went left, the second place went right, and second place took the right path, and it's all about how you judge this traffic. It looks like they have cleared the majority of the traffic for now. We've got 2 minutes left of this race. There is another gaggle of about 4 carts just in front of them. I think Swansea A are involved in that little scrap. I think it's Swansea A, UEA, Reading A and Birmingham B are the next back markers they're going to come across, and that is a very tight battle towards the back of the grid. We're talking sort of 25th up to 22nd place. I can just see them now going through the dell. So I would predict these guys are going to catch them.
Yes,
we're going to get at least 2. We're going to get 2 more laps in of this race. And the gap is, I would say, it's half a straight as they come underneath the commentary position. So they might get away with it, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, indeed, very close. And as we were saying, navigating through that back marker traffic, it was just a couple of tenths can make all of the difference. It's kind of put a bit of a stopper on the number 11 Kart there, really, because that few tenths that he lost out, that he wasn't able to get past the traffic there. Dante has just kind of lost out, really. He's kind of fallen off the back of this battle for the lead now. This battle for the lead, which is getting ever closer to those back markers as we speak. That half a straight maybe coming down to about a third of a straight now.
And the back markers are fighting amongst each other, so the Swansea battle, then I was hoping that I'd be able to use them for something today. Back marker wasn't the idea, but here, nevertheless, here we go then. So, coming down into Raymond, this will be the final lap, and Jonathan Dalton is surely there's going to be some nerves on this last lap. This might be the most nervous last lap Jonathan Dalton has ever done, but Carl Young he's not that close to him, really. The gap is coming down. It's about 2 kart lengths at the moment, but here we go then into 30s. Jonathan Dalton down the inside of the 17 of UEA. Here comes Carl Young. Is Carl Young Lucas Sullivan? My humble apologies. I think it's not worked out for him. I don't think it's worked out for Lucas Sullivan. I think Jonathan is going to be okay because there is now a back marker between himself and Lucas Sullivan. There are 2 back markers in front of them, and desperation starting to sink in for Lucas Sullivan. Second place is still a very respectful finish, but it does look like as they come now into Raymond's, we have got still some back markers in the way, so it's going to be very frenetic across the line. But across the line comes Jonathan Dalton, there goes Lucas Sullivan, and there goes Dante Dillon, 6 tenths separating them across the line. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Brilliant battle for the lead, best one of the day. And it's worth pointing out as well that Harvey McBrien, I think, is about to cross the line in front of Sam Johns. In fact, yes, he does. Brilliant recovery, revenge for the morning for Harvey McBrien on Sam Johns. They finish 4th and 5th respectively. Then it's the Leeds A driver in 6th place. And I just try to make sure I can tell you who they are. Jake Bailey Saltmarsh. Then we have the Birmingham A driver, who I've mentioned enough times this today, but I should be able to remember his name. Completely forgotten it. well, he's the Birmingham A driver. Then it's Oxford Brookes D, Oxford Brookes B, and Oxford Brookes E lining themselves up in 11th place.
That really was an education in how to navigate some back market traffic, wasn't it? I think the top three there were absolutely class on the field. Saw the gap to the cars behind, even with all that traffic that they had to negotiate. They had such a nice delta between them and the midfield.
They really, really did. It really worked out for them in the end. We can just see below our commentary box the top three drivers congratulating each other. Very, very, very well raced. A little bit of gesticulation from Lucas Sullivan, which is his name, 100%, not Carl, or Young, or in any way, shape or form.
So my question is, was that the dessert then? Was that?
That was the dessert. Yeah, that's what we got. We got a nice little cheesecake right at the end there with the back markers. Maybe a little berry compote on top just to add in that extra little bit of intrigue. Not really sure where I'm going with this one, but we will. I'm getting looked at. I think I'm going to stop making. I think I might stop now. I did very well with the slow cooked lamb, but yeah, I think we will leave it.
We're done on the food thing.
I think we might be done on the food thing now. But yeah, I think we are now ready to go and speak to Jacob down on the grid.
Down here on the grid, we've got the man who inherits the race win from Jonathan Dalton, Lucas Sullivan. Lucas, exactly what you needed for your title challenge.
That was well, it was a very good drive. Shame we couldn't have got first on circuit, but for the championship, we'll definitely take the inherited first. And in my last BUKC race, we'll take the first ever official sprint victory as well. So
first ever sprint victory,
official sprint victory.
Official sprint victory. Well, you get a hug at the end and a free drink tonight if you're coming out.
Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm at Clay Pigeon tomorrow, so we're going to go set up this evening.
So many people going to Clay Pigeon tonight, and it's only like 2 hours down the road, so I don't know why people don't just come on the nights out, but I will take it personally. Saves me a bit of cash, though, at least, and so, you know, good for you, good for me.
Yeah, have a drink on me, mate. Have a drink on me.
Thank you very much. Right, I'll let you grab your stuff and get out of these guys' way. I think that's Rory Hudson there. No, it's not Rory Hudson, it's the other Hudson that I've made a mistake about. And Southampton B's Jonathan Dalton has gone. I was going to have a quick chat with him about being the actual winner of that race, but never mind. Let's have a little look. I think we've got Joe in for Backstage Academy. Getting his lead on. How's it going, Joe?
Yeah, I'm all right. Are you okay?
Yeah, good. Are you doing any better than when I spoke to you earlier?
You know, I've actually had some really good races. I'm having a lot of fun. Yeah, I keep messing myself up, man. I can't help it. I don't know why.
You can't mess this up. You just have to drive away from everyone.
Yeah, it don't work like that. Definitely.
It doesn't work like that for me either. But
there are a lot of really good people on the grid, and there's a lot of pressure. But yeah, it's all right. I'm excited.
Just have fun, mate. Just have fun.
Yeah, it's the last race of the season. I'm not coming back next year, so. I know.
It's heartbreaking, these great interviews. So many people telling me they're never going to see me again.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it could do. I might do, maybe. 24-hour series, maybe.
Yeah, you can do the 24-hour this summer, right?
Yeah, I reckon so. I might have to talk the team into it after last season, but yeah.
You can't have bad luck 2 years in a row. It doesn't work like that.
No, that's definitely not true.
Tell them it is. All right? Tell them it is, and I'll see you there.
Nice one. Thank you.
Joe Kennedy, Backstage Academy. Who's on pole position for this one?
Felix Connolly.
Felix, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I just saw you giving him tips to.
Yes, a couple.
Me, that's
a couple. Well, you know, you're such a talented driver.
Thank you.
I thought it was, you know, I had to let him know.
Yeah, that's fine.
I had to let him know.
Yeah, I'm quite excited for this. First time on pole ever. It's my last race as captain for UE.
What's the plan then? What are you going to do?
Had a race earlier, started third. Was second until I had an incident on the grass. So hopefully more of the same, except for the grass cutting part.
Okay.
And then the win would be nice, but I'll take a top 5.
I reckon you can do that. I believe in you. You got Cardiff captain Ben Healy-Smith behind you. You're alongside Joe Kennedy from Backstage Academy. Anyone else on the grid you're worried about?
There's a couple. I've looked at the grid and they're all A teams up right by me, so I'm a little bit worried. But I thought that last race and it went better than I expected, so we'll find out.
Well, good luck.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck. I believe in you.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to me.
Felix Connolly there of UE. We're going to wander back to mid-grid. We've had 2 Cardiff interviews in the last couple of grid walks already. The one person I haven't spoken to, who I do want to speak to, is on my left-hand side here, and it's Harry Farnhill of UWT SDA. Harry, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. You've been in and out of BUKC this year?
Yeah, I've been in and out of BUKC a bit, so yeah, I'm glad to do Shelly in this one anyway.
Are you doing Drivers' Champs on Sunday?
Nah, I can't make it. I'm racing my bike. I know. I like Drivers' Champs as well, I like this track, but no, I can't make it.
That's a real shame. So is this your last ever BUKC race as an undergrad?
Yeah, it's the final one. I'll do Drivers' Champs when I'm grad and stuff, but yeah, it's the final one here.
How's your day going so far?
It's been alright. It's quite a fun track. Like, did alright this morning because we got 7 in the second in the round, but yeah, looking forward to this one anyway.
You'll do well to stay out of the penalties in this one. The race control aren't too happy after Ewan's race earlier and the race Sam just had, so keep the behaviour up.
There's been a lot of penalties, especially for one of the drivers in the B team. He got a lot, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
All right, keep it clean, all right? Harry Farnhill there. Let's wander right to the back, find someone I haven't spoken to already today. I'm going to go for this man with the wonderfully colourful helmet. Who have we got here?
Dan Henderson from Brunel.
Dan, of course. Love the helmet. Is that new?
Thank you. Yeah, it's brand relatively new. Got it for this year, so pretty cheap buy. So, like the pink flowers. Thought it's different to all the white other helmets.
Certainly makes you stand out. Can we have a result to make you stand out to match?
Not sure about that one, but I'll give it my best. And
all right then. Well, all the best, Dan. I shall speak to you later.
Thank you very much.
There's Team Brunel there. Right, this is race 4 of 6, I think, I hope. And the championship is heating up. Not seen any other Brooks drivers. There's Kyle at the back. We'll have a quick chat with Kyle whilst that car starts. Kyle, real quick one, you going to win?
I hope so. I need to.
I owe you a drink if you win.
Huh?
I owe you a drink if you win. 2 drinks from here. All right, go on.
Yeah, good luck.
2 drinks for Kyle Morby if he wins this one. Back to you in the comms box.
Thanks, Jacob, and 2 drinks certainly does sound like a treat, but we got to do a very quick grid rundown now. And UEA with Felix leading up on pole. Backstage Academy P2, row 2 Cardiff A, Loughborough, row 3 Warwick A, Surrey A, and then row 4 we have Cambridge B, Brighton A, row 5 Birmingham B, and Trinity B, row 6 Brooks B, and Swansea A, row 7 Hertfordshire A and Liverpool A, row 8 Trinity A and Birmingham A, row 9 Reading A, Edinburgh A, row 10 Leeds C, Brighton B, row 11 Leeds A, Newcastle A, row 12 Brooks D, UEA A, row 13 Brunel A, Nottingham Trent A, row 14 Montford A, Cardiff B, row 15 Coventry A, Beckett A, row 16 Brooks A, Bath A, row 17 Brooks C, and Southampton B.
You're nailing these, sir. It's the hardest gig in town to try and rap. You basically become a rapper for like 30 seconds with the BUKC grid in this round, so well done to you, sir. We're looking now for the start of this one. UEA takes it away, but that was a strong start, perhaps a bit too strong from the anti-pole side of the grid with Backstage Academy A as they come into turn, well, the first sequence of turns, I should say, at the hook. Is it clean on this first time around? More or less. No, we've got a driver off to driver's left as they head down the straight, but at least everybody is facing the right direction, and it is University of West of England A coming through at the moment in the lead with a few kart lengths in hand that Felix Connolly has at the start of this one as they stream. Oh, that's a kart going very wide. That's the number 23 going wide there. It's University of Wales Trinity St David B. And that was a hairy moment for them there, but the main pack streaming onto the back straight now.
Yeah, those 2 leaders building a nice advantage so far as they head down into the Raymond Holt right-hander now. Already starting to see a few packs building up. Kart number 31 of Swansea A in their own nice little kind of mid-pack where they have got a little bit of clean air as we head through the hook now with the leaders. Plenty of karts still to go. There's a nice spread of the field already. So UEA of West England then still leading for the moment, but under pressure from Cardiff A, under pressure from that car of Ben Healy-Smith as we head through now Surtees right-hander. And there's actually a nice little mid-pack forming up between Warwick A, Loughborough A and Cambridge B. Those three start to put the pressure on each other. And now back onto the back straight with the NGK chicane. And I'm joined once again by James Johnson.
Yes, sorry, I was doing some spreadsheet of doom nonsense, which will come into the fray definitely later on. But we've got a Phantom Cambridge C out there. Apparently they're meant to be in certain races, but it turns out they're not. So we will gloss over that. What have I missed? Fill me in. What's been going on?
Well, we had a couple of we had a bit of argy-bargy on lap 1, but then after that we've had a fairly clean getaway.
Cheers, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Is that a reference to the F1 game by any chance?
Yeah, pretty much, or FIFA, whatever your pick is. But so it looks like we have got Cardiff A out in the lead, and I recognise that lid as belonging to, I believe that is Mr. Moto Meerkat, whose name is John. 99% certain it is him. I shall confirm it in just a moment for you.
That's more boring than a Moto Meerkat.
Yes. Well, actually, no. It's Ben Healy-Smith is the chap leading the race in the Cardiff A car. And who's this we've got stuck at the side, parked away? Not entirely sure who that was. We will find out at some point.
I believe it could be a number of cars. Actually, a few cars have dropped down the order by the looks of things. I believe it is the
It's Oxford Brooks D from the looks of things. So unlucky for that gentleman there, but he looks like his race is run. Not sure what happened with the kart, but unfortunately is what has happened to him. Meanwhile, it looks like the Warwick A kart. Now, Warwick A have had a quiet day today, it has to be said. They have been there or thereabouts, and I think they have now actually. Matthew Hudson has now taken the lead of this race. Yes, he has, from Ben Healy-Smith in the Cardiff A car, and now we have got the reigning champions. Giulio Peroni is also getting in on this. Obviously, Loughborough cannot win today, unfortunately. They gave it their all, but unfortunately just a few too many, just not quite able to keep up with the back of the likes of Exeter and Oxford Brooks A. Yes. Brooks A, I believe, are in this race. I will try and find them for you. They are currently running around in 18th place at the minute. As here we go then with some forced onto. There's a yellow flag there as well. Not so sure about that.
Yeah, the race control don't look too kindly at that sort of thing.
And we have got a penalty for Brighton B. That is an ABC BAP, and a black flag for Brighton B. Makes me think it was the Brighton B car who just were trying something they really should not have been, when there was quite clearly a yellow flag out there.
Cardiff losing out there to Loughborough. Loughborough setting fastest lap of the race. They've been looking fairly pacey, as you mentioned, out of the running for the championship, but still certainly in the running for this race now.
Absolutely, yes. And shout out to Lewis Byatt, giving the Swansea name some joy there, running around in 7th place, and there goes number 13 of Oxford Brooks D, being pushed back into the pits. Looks like some form of mechanical issue for them. Meanwhile, back at for this battle at the lead, Matthew Hudson leading from Giulio Peroni. Warwick versus Loughborough. Used to be a time where Warwick were rank outsiders for championships. There's a little bit of a throwback then to my time in the BUKC as Birmingham A pick up penalty, and Loughborough A have themselves a penalty now. So that means that Loughborough cannot win this race, overtaking under yellow flags. That will be at least 4 places, if not more. And Surrey A also picking themselves up a penalty, and if just saw him go underneath the commentary position, I believe that is my mate Adrian Porter, which is a track limits penalty. I don't see a lot. I haven't seen too many of them today. It's always been it's all been about the sausage today, but looks like he's got himself a track limits penalty. So Giulio Peroni cannot win this race anymore. If if you are familiar with Club 100 racing, we do race with radios. We do communicate to our drivers, and this would be the sort of thing that we would be telling. If I was the Warwick A team, I would certainly be telling Matthew out there that there's no need to worry about the chap behind. He has a penalty. You will still be in the race no matter what. It's things like that that you really just things you just don't know in a Club 100 car, in a BUKC race, that could really help you. Because he will end up fighting without doubt as and when Julio comes down the inside of him, or goes around the outside of him, or just does anything to get past him. But there's no need for there to be any real tripping up. Matthew Hudson can just let him through and not have to worry about it, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah, of course, because obviously Julio is going to want to carry on pushing as hard as he can, even though he is carrying that penalty. I suppose it would help him in some way, because he can't breathe too easy in the lead of that race, of course, because Cardiff is still only 7/10 of a second behind, so that's only a couple of corners worth of time to be gained, really, and he is right back under pressure from P3.
Yes, Ben Healy-Smith showing himself to be no slouch in this battle between Loughborough and Warwick. Gap standing at 1/10 of a second. Here it goes down the inside. That is Oxford Brooks A. Going down the inside. Not too sure who that was. I'll pick it up for you. So that was, I think that was De Montfort A. They've just got past Lewis Bliat in the Swansea A car. So that is the battle for 11th place. So Brooks A move themselves up into 11th. It's then Oxford Brooks B. So you can imagine there will be a multi-21 situation there between the B team and the... Wide there. That's brilliant to see, sort of thing. No fear, no surrender, no mercy.
Julio has actually found a way past.
Oh yes.
Of course, it will not result in victory for him, but I imagine he still has something to prove out on track there.
So a maximum of 5th. Certainly the highest place he can finish will be 5th in this race, promoting the likes of Cambridge B into 4th. UEA at the moment, UEA piloted by Felix Connolly. They will be up into 3rd. Cardiff A, who did just set the fastest lap of the race on that last tour, now find themselves just a couple of tenths behind Matthew Hudson in the battle for 2nd place. Let's see if I can spy them.
Yeah, in terms of best lap pace, they're only a few hundredths of a second apart, so they are rivaling each other neck and neck at the moment. In fact, the top 4 are only separated by a second out on track. We might see something a bit similar to what we saw in the previous race, where the front runners are able to just kind of push each other and break away from the rest of the pack.
Now, as Howard said to me in the gap between these two races, this is possibly where I got a bit confused name-wise, because it's Kyle Morby out there in the Oxford Brooks car. He started right at the back in 31st place. Where the young came from, no idea, but the fact is it's Kyle Morby out there, and he now finds himself in 10th place. Penalty for University of East Anglia A. But yeah, we'll just follow it. So they have now got past the Oxford Brooks B car. Lovely bit of team play there between Kyle and Brad Butcher in the Oxford Brooks B car. And actually it shows obviously I haven't been able to speak about them too much today, but shows how well a start Swansea A had. Lucas Bayat, I should say. They started behind Oxford Brooks B and were running up in 7th at one point, but have just fallen back a little bit. Meanwhile, battle for the lead, Matthew Hudson, as I must say, rather predicted, going past Giulio Peroni once again. And I think, as you rightfully said, Reeve, yes, he doesn't need to fight Giulio Peroni, but there is the threat of Ben Healy-Smith right behind him. So if he does end up behind Giulio Peroni, then Ben Healy is there to try and pick up the piece and potentially take a win for Cardiff.
And that certainly is happening now. That top 4, that pack at the front is closing up. Only 7/10 of a second now separating those 4 cars, and that's going to promote some excellent racing, I can imagine, as we're watching them now head through the final corner and onto the start-finish straight once again. Pretty much bump drafting each other. In fact, I think they are there as they separate a little bit through the hook, the left hand there. There aren't really many slow speed corners here at Llandow, are there really?
No, there really aren't. Even the Dell, probably the slowest section of corners rather, on the track is still it feels so rapid through there. You just, again, as we've been saying for today, you've just got to make sure everything is timed to perfection on this track. And it's also worth mentioning as well, very brilliant drive so far from Felix Connolly in the UEA kart. He's putting in a fantastic shift. Just a second covers the top 4. So again, what we were saying earlier today, there weren't too many brilliant battles for the lead this morning. Well, this afternoon is proving to be very much different. If I had to make another food analogy, I'd say this is a bit like a steak and ale pie with chips and gravy and maybe some mushy peas to go along with it. Just an absolute classic, a banger, one that everyone could enjoy. And here comes then Giulio Peroni down the inside of Matthew Hudson to take the lead back of this race. No, actually, that is still Matthew Hudson is still in front, but here now comes Ben Healy-Smith down towards Chandler. Obviously, he lost out on the race victory this morning. He'll be out for revenge, and it is certainly in the mix. He won by 10 seconds this morning, but because of various sausage penalties, or sausage and mash, that's a good analogy as well.
I thought we were done with the food, but I'm glad it's getting more northern as we seem to progress.
Yes, that's got nothing to do with our producer, who had a massive go at me for mentioning a berry compote. What are we doing here? What are we we're trying... keeping it professional all the way till the end, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, let's carry on with the race, because it's actually really entertaining what's going on track. What's going on track here, as there goes Matthew Hudson down the inside of this back market in the lovely pink helmet. I think Jacob was talking to them on the grid, and actually the 55 there of, I think that is Liverpool A. Let's give them a shout out on the comms as well. Harrison Farrar, Liverpool A. Actually, I've got that right. I'm staggered.
This is his first weekend in mains, correct me if I'm wrong. I should probably know that. Given
I should probably know that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I am on the committee for that team as well, so I probably should.
Oh yeah, of course, you're a Liverpool. Yes, of course. So there we go. Harrison Farrar, your captain, doesn't know, or whatever.
Social media. Don't worry about
social media sec doesn't know if this is your first main. So there you go. You can bring that up with him at the next committee meeting, I'm sure. Meanwhile, it is that is Trinity B, who have been certainly in the wars today. Actually, I think they are going to let the leaders go through. Brilliant back marker driving there. No blue flags in Club 100 or BUKC racing, so lovely little move there, a lovely little gesture there from the Trinity A car, although I think he's rather compromised himself because Harrison is now passed. So there we go. That could be one for the social media team, although based on the fact he didn't know that it's May first May, probably won't be any social media at all, will there, Eve?
Probably not, no. Too busy talking about what's going on here, as we see now the pack still leading the race there, and there's still this immense battle going on between Loughborough A and Warwick A here. It looks like UWE A is starting to catch back up. For a little while they seem to have dropped off the pack ever so slightly, but now right back in that fight.
Absolutely, yes. So the gap has extended a bit. We're now, whereas at one point it was 7/10 covering the top 4, we're now at 1.3 seconds between Warwick A and UEA. Cambridge B a fair way off, about 7 seconds behind this battle, and then it's Trinity A. And we're mentioning first mains races. I think Jacob just got it on camera there. I believe this is Harry Farnhill's final race in the BUKC, a stalwart of the Trinity A car, a fantastic driver, taken a few victories, I believe, over the years, helped Trinity A rise to be one of the best Welsh teams out there. A fantastic BUKC career, and here we can find him on camera, the man in all black. I remember the first time, I think I was on my year abroad when I was at Swansea when he made his debut, or the first time I remember seeing him at a BUKC venue, and it is, again, as Howard was mentioning, it is a funny feeling when you finish in the BUKC. I remember when I finished my Drivers' Champs back in 2019, didn't really quite know how to feel. That was it. It was done. There was no big fanfare, but I would never be a student racing in the BUKC again. It's a weird feeling, and I'm sure Harry will be feeling it, and I'm sure he'll be enjoying it right now. Maybe trying to put the squeeze in. In fact, he's up into 5th now, so that's what we were seeing. Harry Farnhill up into 5th in front of the Birmingham A driver. Let me just find who that is. Fred Lee, he is in front of, and they're both in turn in front of Dom Cousins in the Cambridge B kart.
Shout out there to Kyle Morby in the Oxford Brooks A car there. Another fastest lap for him. He is progressing nicely through the field with just under 10 minutes to go. He could soon find his way at the top of the midfield potentially if he carries on with this pace. He's only got a couple of seconds to make up before he's back in that. Back in the pack, battling with the cars in front of him.
Yes, he's just a couple of seconds off Dom Cousins in the Cambridge B kart, so expect him to be getting involved in this battle. First with Dom, then with Fred in the Birmingham A kart, and then finally with Harry Farnhill in the Trinity A kart. So that could be significant, because I think Exeter have had their two lowest races of the day at the start, and I think their next two races are all going to be right at the front. So if Oxford can put a really smart result together here from their lowest position of the day, we could be that will go a long way to helping them to have a very successful result come at the end of the day. Meanwhile, down the inside goes the Edinburgh A kart. I haven't really mentioned Edinburgh today, although Howard did give them a nice little shout out earlier on. They go down the inside of Newcastle A. Again, I will find them for you on the list. It's Matthew Collins in the Edinburgh A kart going down the inside of the Newcastle A drive. That is Adam Fleming, another stalwart of the BUKC grid.
As we see already, Kyle Morby in the Oxford Brooks A kart still making progress through the field. And what do we have going here?
We've got the leaders coming down towards the final corner, and it's once again 7/10 of a second separate them as they come underneath our commentary position. Anyone's race this, they've all just got to be sensible, not trip up over each other. None of them are fighting for the championship. They've got none of them have nothing to lose at this rate. I'm sure all of them would love a very good finish. Obviously, Giulio Peroni in the Loughborough A kart running around in second place has got that at least 4 places worth of penalties coming his way. So at the moment, in fact, actually, Reeve, this could play into Oxford Brooks A's hands massively, because if they can get past Dom Cousins in the Cambridge B kart, Fred Lee in the Birmingham A kart, and then Harry Farnhill in the Trinity A kart, they could find themselves in 4th place here. And I expect with the pace that Carl Morby is showing, I expect he will certainly be up to the back of Harry Farnhill. And who's that goes? Oh, that's the Trinity B driver, again demonstrating how backmarkers how it should be done these days. Meanwhile, I think this is now the lead. Is that no, it's As You Were, ladies and gentlemen, as Oxford Brooks 8 are now in front. Carl Morby making that move on Dom Cousins into 7th place. 2 to go before he will definitely see the benefit of that penalty for Giulio Peroni.
Yes, I think Mr. Morby is doing everything that he needs to do now. It's just whether or not he has enough time to do it. Just under 6 minutes to go in this race. Will it be enough to potentially start to pressure that top 4 based on what happens in their battle? We know he has the pace for it, it's just whether or not he has enough time. Absolutely,
yes. And what Exeter will be keeping their fingers crossed for is that Giulio Peroni can get past Matthew Hudson, because at the moment, if it were to finish like this, I'm expecting Carl Morby to get past Fred Lee in the Birmingham A kart fairly soon. If he were to do that, then that would mean that he would benefit from Giulio Peroni's penalty and finish 5th regardless. So they'll be hoping that Giulio Peroni can get past, and in fact, here we go then. Is it going to be down the inside? Oh no, he's gone round! Giulio Peroni goes round. I believe he's onto the grass, so he will have to push himself off, and that is an absolute tragedy for the Loughborough A team. They were not in championship contention. It could not happen. They had that overtake under Yellow's penalty, and that has now meant that the attempted overtake on Matthew Hudson, it looked to be very late heading into Surtees. It has to be said, it looked to be a bit of a lunge, a bit of a desperate move, almost as if he was listening to me on comms. And actually, there goes the Cardiff A driver, Ben Healy-Smith. Has he got past Felix Connolly? He was so close.
I believe he
but
has.
It's still. Actually, no, yes, it is. So it's Felix Connolly in second from Ben Healy-Smith.
Commiserations to Giulio Peroni for that one there, really. That was a bit of a disaster for Loughborough, but it's played right into Kyle's hands there. Now up into P6.
Up into P6, yes, so...
And he's only got 1.2 seconds before he could be in P4 on track.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll keep you abreast of all the developments. Meanwhile, though, in this battle for the lead, here is Felix Connolly harrying Matthew Hudson in the Warwick 8 car. So penalties no longer apply. There's no, at the moment, unless one of these teams has a penalty that I haven't spotted, this is it. This is a legit battle for the lead, as Matthew Hudson taking a defensive line there, and he was defending against nothing. It's Giancarlo Fisichella versus Kimi Räikkönen in Japan 2005, and Felix Connolly just having a little look there.
Has
Matthew
some
Hudson,
traffic to negotiate.
absolutely, yes, they have got some traffic to negotiate. As we saw at the end of the last race, negotiating traffic is a fundamental part of the races, and here comes Felix Connolly then. Matthew Hudson going to have to go defensive, take a defensive line. He's done that very nicely into Mac Werthers, and here we go then down towards Chandler. This is going to run and run, I feel, until the end of the race. Meanwhile, Oxford Brookes A, the gap is at 0.6 of a second between themselves and Fred Lee in Birmingham A. It is, I believe it's then a, well, we'll look to see them out on track, try and find the Trinity A kart, but it's getting very, very close here between your leaders. We've got the final back marker, and there goes Ben Healy-Smith down the inside of the back marker, I should say, and I think Carl Morby is up into fourth. He's got past both Birmingham and Trinity A, so this has turned into a fantastic result for Oxford Brookes A. They started down in about 31st or so, their lowest starting position of the round. And here comes Felix Connolly then, looking down the inside into Chandler's. Is he going to get it done? Yes, he is. Very smart move indeed. He has got it down very nicely, defending into the Dell, but he's been able to take the racing line. So now heading out of the Dell, 2 minutes left of this race. What can Felix Connolly do? Can he hold on to his race? Remember, this man started on pole, fell down to about 5th, but now finds himself back in the lead. And there goes Ben Healy-Smith on the inside of Matthew Hudson. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. So in one lap, Matthew Hudson falling down from 1st to 3rd, and now it is a battle. Can Ben Healy-Smith enact his revenge and get the race victory for this race today, whereas he finished in, whereas he won on track in the morning, but had that taken away because of various penalties.
All going wrong for Matthew Hudson on that lap then. Still in a good position, still in P3, but he'll be kicking himself for that one, I am sure. Just 2 tenths here and there have made the difference between P1 and P3 in this race. That's just how close it's been at the top of the running. Meanwhile, speaking of close at the top of the running, Oxford Brookes no longer close to P5 and P6. Now we're breaking away from them, and it looks like he's going to be in pretty much no man's land till the end of the race, doing a very nice job ending up in P4 for the moment.
That's exactly what Oxford Brookes would want in this situation. 31st to 4th, you take that all day long. We are on, this will be the penultimate lap. We'll get one more in after this. We will want to be keeping an eye on that battle for the lead, and it looks like Felix Connolly has now got a little bit of a buffer to Ben Healy-Smith in the Cardiff A kart. I think the question now is, can Matthew Hudson get Ben Healy back? It was a late move, I believe, or I think Matthew Hudson just made a little mistake on exit of the hairpin, which allowed Ben Healy to get past. It looks like at the moment, again, not wanting to put commentators' curse on it, we're about to come on to the last lap, but it looks like Felix Connolly has got this one not in the bag, because it's still close, but it's looking very good for him just based on that gap now. Last lap board is out. What can Matthew Hudson do? Can he get second place back? This race is definitely pushing. The gap is getting lower and lower. It's nose to bumper, but it looks like Ben Healy has just got a little bit of a buffer heading through Surtees as we now come into Mac Werthers. Matthew Hudson, I should say, getting a nice little exit out of Mac Werthers, and now as we come into Chandler's, it's not quite enough for Matthew Hudson. He's only got a finite amount of overtaking spots left heading into the Dell. This was one of them. He's still not quite there. The last chance he's going to have is into Raymond Holt. Felix Connolly looks like he's got this race in the bag. The gap is too big. It's all about, can Matthew Hudson send one down the inside into the final corner, and Matthew Hudson is going to get P2. Fantastic move at the final corner. Felix Connolly takes a well-deserved victory for UEA. Matthew Hudson with that brilliant last gasp overtake on Ben Healy-Smith for second place. Ben Healy in third. A fantastic drive of the day. I think we are now going to be able to see it on the replay. Here we go then. It's almost as if Ben Healy, this is the point, he should have just looked over his shoulder to see what was going on. Had he done that, he would have gone defensive. It would have been fine, but no, he did not, and that allowed...
Seized his opportunity.
Absolutely right, Reeve. He seized his opportunity right at the death there. That's what you have to do in racing. If there's a gap, you go for it, as the great man once said. So as I mentioned, Carl Morby with a fantastic finish for Oxford Brooks A up in fourth. Then it's Harry Farnhill on his final, well, I believe that anyway, it's his final race for Trinity A in the BUKC mains, coming home fifth. Fred Lee in sixth for Birmingham A. Dom Cousins in seventh for Cambridge B. And we've just lost the timing, but I will keep you abreast of it. In 8th place, it was Edinburgh A, fantastic climb up the field. Then Newcastle A, Adam Fleming, and finally rounding off the top 10 was De Montfort A. Reeve, sorry I spoke for the majority of that one, but that was a cracking race, wasn't it?
Yeah, once again, a battle for the ages at the front of the pack, really.
Yes, I would certainly say that was the best. I think that was race of the day for me so far. We've still got 2 of them to go. It's amazing how quickly today has gone. It's already 4:15, and we've still got 2 of these races left to run. But yeah, definitely race of the day for me. That, and again, Giulio Peroni with that, he's going to be kicking himself. He had that penalty, but.
Contrast those emotions, though, with how Oxford Brooks must be feeling right now, with a very impressive performance there to recover all the way to P4. They can be happy with that one, and it shows why they have got so much momentum behind them in this championship fight.
Yes, absolutely. And so we've had the 2 races without Exeter. Exeter are in the next one, as are Oxford Brooks. It will be Oxford Brooks' last race. We cannot wait for that one. Let's now go down to Jacob, who is with the race winner, Felix Connolly.
We are live. Felix, you did it.
I'm ecstatic.
I'm so proud of you.
It's been 4 long years that I've toiled away, getting it started inters, and now we're finally here, winning on pace in mains. I'm extremely happy, so happy.
And I buy you a drink tonight.
That's the best part. And that was all thanks to Alessandro Serenetti. I gave him the idea for the free drink, actually, so it was a whole big long game.
You pulling the strings all along, I see. 4D chess.
Yes, exactly.
Love it. Talk us through your race. You had a good battle with Mr. Hudson and Ben Healy-Smith.
Yeah. So I started off. I almost got overtaken off the line because I presume of your tactics, time to come across. But I managed to get away. The other 3 came through. They were quicker at the start, and I just stuck behind, learning the lines, following them, seeing where I was quicker. And then they sort of self-imploded at the end. Mr. Hudson seemed to be struggling with his front grip a little bit. And I just took my time, didn't make any mistakes, and capitalised.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations on your first ever BUKC race win. Better late than never. And I shall see you at the bar.
Yes,
I'll
definitely.
see you at the podium for a hug first.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. A lot. Thanks a lot.
Handshakers. There we go. There we have it. Right then, I'm going to have a quick chat with Mr. Carl Morby because
I actually finished worst.
That's your last points eligible race in BUKC. Storming drive to 4th.
It was alright, wasn't it? Wasn't too bad. Better than, well, I was saying that, I had technically a better result in the first one, despite not being that position, but it was good.
How does today rank in terms of the all-time Kyle Morby BUKC performances?
It's very, well, to be honest, it's very rare that I'm at the back to start with. So they just didn't want me. Oh, no, I'm not going to say that, actually, I sound like a dick. Actually, no, I will. You know, I've got too many medals now.
Good job you're retiring, isn't it? You can give your neck a rest.
Yeah, well, it'll go badly wrong probably in the last one now, but it's ineligible, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, and stay out of trouble because you know we've had a bit of an issue with Brooks ineligible drivers. I say Brooks ineligible drivers. Gareth Haynes was pretty poor in his race.
That's just Gareth in general, though, isn't it? I know Sarah's going to be watching this. Hi, Sarah. I like Gareth really. Just, you know,
So do I, by the way. We're only doing it because we know he's going to watch this back later. But yeah, perhaps a couple of words of encouragement for him.
I think he'll need more than a few. I can't stop. I've started now. Quick shout out to the boys at Cosworth. Hope you're all doing all right back in process engineering. Yeah, sorry.
Right, I think someone's waiting for your transponder or just advice, but Kyle, been a pleasure.
Good luck at Sky Sports.
Thank you very much. Right, on to the next race. Let's get down the front and see who we've got in this one. And another Hudson. We spoke to Rory earlier. He's back out in this one. In behind him for Manchester is, I want to say, James.
Yes, hello.
James, how are we doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Looking forward to the night out tonight?
Oh yeah, should be good. Free drink on you, so I'm looking forward to it, hopefully.
Well, there's a free drink for everyone who comes, but yes, an additional free drink if you win this race.
I mean, if you're offering an additional free drink, then yeah, I'll definitely try my best to win this one then.
Yeah. Drinks are on me if for all race winners. One drink, not like for the whole night. I'm not made of money. Can you do it though?
I'm going to give it my best shot. Yeah, I had a good race in the morning, so yeah, we're going to try and push for the victory on this one.
Rory Hudson's pretty good, mind. I don't want to big him up or anything, but he's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure we'll have a good battle out on track, and we'll see how it ends.
All right, enjoy yourself.
All right,
I'll speak to you after. Rory, I've spoken to you already. I'm not ignoring you, but I've spoken to you this morning. So there's a limit to the amount of screen time that people can take. I'm going to sit and here because I haven't spoken to Ross Woodford this morning at all.
Yeah, I'm happy to be on the front row. First good grid I've had. From nice captive keeps giving me some ones near the back, so we'll see what we can do this time.
I mean, second position, could get them first from the first lap and lead from there, yeah?
Yeah, I think the outside is better for the start here, so try and keep it clean, maybe follow Rory for a bit and see what happens.
Sounds like a plan. And you're out tonight?
Not sure.
Not sure?
No, I have to drive back up to Preston tomorrow morning, so...
Tomorrow morning? Yeah, so you got the whole evening free?
Yeah, but I don't want to be completely wasted on the drive up.
Yes, you do. Not on the drive up, no, I do not condone that at all. But certainly have a few tonight.
I will have. I'll be out at Prees with people. I'm not sure if I'll come to the main event, but
I'll work on you later. Tom's going to get a quick photo of us, and I've run out of questions, so just pretend I said something interesting.
Okay.
There we have it. Photos are done. Right, enjoy your race. Cheers. Let's have a wander back. These carts are being fueled, so no one in them so far. We've got Brighton. I haven't spoken to anyone from Brighton. I did wonder if these guys... You guys are Brighton, aren't you? Yeah. I was going to say, I haven't spoken to any Brighton today, and I don't want you to... Oh, let's go for both, shall we? Which way's which?
I'm B.
You'll be... not on the podium this morning?
No,
Wait, is it A or B that's normally on the podium? I can't even remember. B on the... neither of you on the podium this morning. Are you going to make up for that this afternoon?
probably not.
Okay. It's probably not from the A team.
No, I can try, but probably not.
How about the B team?
We might be in for a long shout because we're starting last and we didn't have a great race last time, but a 6th and a 13th. So if we can make something, we might be all right, but we're focusing on the championship overall. So I think we're on for a win in the championship. So that's what we're going for.
There you have it, Clubman winners, Brighton B. Lads, I'll leave you to it. Let's wander back. There's a problem going on here. James Mills is clearly unhappy. What's happening, James?
I just thought I'd set my car up in the middle of the track.
It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off in the race. You're not worried about getting sandwiched at the first corner?
No, I mean, if they're spread out, I thought I'd just go down the middle in between the trains of carts.
Is this your plan or is this another one of his harebrained schemes?
I'd like to claim it as my own, but I've got to say it was Tom who came up with it.
All right, then. Well, I look forward to seeing how it pays off. You enjoy your race. James and Tom there from Loughborough position their cart in the very middle of the track. Right, I can't not talk to Coventry. Pavlo, some decent pace in that last race. Yeah, the fastest lap at one point. I'm not sure if you finished with it, but good car.
Yeah, surprisingly well. Well, could be better without the crash, but I did what I could do. So.
And how's Coventry's day going in general?
Great. We're looking for a podium, so we'll see. We'll see.
There you have it. And of course, challenging for the Inters tomorrow. Coventry are as well, aren't they?
Oh yeah, B and C are going for the win. So yeah, I'll be there. Look for them. So yeah.
Good stuff. You coming out tonight?
Yeah, hopefully.
drop the hopefully. You're coming out tonight. Yeah. Right, got to get out for good. Good man. Paolo Jasenko, there's someone, the first person who said they'll buy me a drink tonight, which is absolutely fantastic. Right, one more. Sam Cobb, we've had. I'll go for Ewan for a more respectable interview. Ewan, this one's the respectable one that you can show people and say, look, I got interviewed, rather than what happened earlier.
Yeah, we'll just not talk about that one.
Yes. I don't remember interviewing you. No. That's why I'm here, because I like to interview everyone.
This is the first time I've ever been interviewed.
Yes. I've never met you. I'm not quite sure who you are, to be honest.
I don't know who you are either.
No. What are you doing here?
I don't know how I got here. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what I'm doing.
There we go, an unnamed man. Ewan Irvine there, making up for his earlier interview. Right, back to the comms box. We've got 2 sprint races left today. This is the first of them.
Thank you very much, Jacob. It is myself, Howard Mitchell, back in the comms position with Reeve Taylor alongside me still. James Johnson's taking a break. Here's your grid. Bournemouth A, New Clan A, row number 1, Manchester A and Exeter A, row number 2. Then it's Oxford Brooks B and Southampton A. Birmingham B and Liverpool A are next. And it's Oxford Brooks C and Backstage Academy A to round out the top 10. It's row 6 for Exeter B and Cardiff A. And then it's Brighton A and Loughborough A on 7. Surrey A and Warwick A are row 8. UEB and Brooks E are row 9, with Brooks A and Exeter C rounding out the top 20. Then it's Imperial A and Coventry A, Sheffield A and De Montfort A, Nottingham Trent A and Nottingham A are row 13, with Edinburgh A and Liverpool C on row 14, Loughborough B and Nottingham Trent B round out the top 30, and then it's Cambridge C and Brunel A, and Brighton B and Manchester B to round out your 34 kart grid for race number 5 of round 8 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship, with coverage being provided live by Alpha Live. Here we go then. Rory Hudson in the 45 for Bournemouth A has Ross Woodford alongside for UClan A as they head into the hook for the first time. Is it all going to be clean as they head through there? We've seen a few incidents and accidents as the day's gone on, but that one looks relatively clean to me, I'm delighted to say, as they go into the double apex left-hander at the bottom of the track. It's been a dream start this for Rory Hudson.
It has been, apologies on mute there. Ross looking quite pacey into turn 1, but had to drop back, unfortunately. And yeah, as you mentioned, Rory getting quite a good getaway after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Streaming through Chandler's then for the first time in this one into the Dell and out onto the back straight, as I cannot remember the last time I was at Llandow with weather like this. I can barely see from the glare, but this is a move for Manchester A down the inside of UClan A. It's James Walkington who had a stellar race for Manchester A earlier on.
Ryan fancies his chances as well by the looks of things.
Yeah, absolutely good spot there. Ryan Luscombe for Exeter A. And Exeter A, we are trying to do as much of the maths as we can here, folks, but we know that it is tight between Brooks and Exeter. They've got to push as much as they can in this one. Bournemouth A leading at the moment, though. I'm just double checking. This is the last of Brooks A's races, I'm pretty sure. Contact warning for Sheffield A. There's also been a track limit warning for Cambridge C, but other than that, relatively clean start to this penultimate race of the mains championship season. I really can't believe I'm saying that, but that's how quickly this one has flown by. The number 6 of Brooks B now lies behind Exeter A, and that's significant. No, sorry, they don't lie behind Exeter A. It is Exeter A on the tail of Brooks B. So this is another one of those situations, because this is a lowly starting position for Brooks A. They started well down the grid, and so it may be the time for Brooks B to shine here in this battle over third place. Ultimately, they can't deny that many points from Exeter, because fourth place is still a decent place to be. But nevertheless, whatever they can do to help, they should.
We saw the gap between James and Rory stood at about a second at one point, which is probably the biggest we've seen for the lead at the moment, but that has closed right up once again as we head back onto the back straight.
For the moment, at least, Exeter, here they are, side by side, sorry, Exeter A and Brooks B. And Brooks B, they've both got by on Manchester A. James Walkington's in the middle of this with, to be perfectly honest, nothing to lose. And that also is the situation for Cardiff A as they come onto lap number 4 and through the hook once again. So many drivers today. I mean, I know James was giving mention to Harry Farnhill earlier. So many drivers today who I know are finishing their racing with us here in the BUKC Mains Championship. Most of them will have some fun still ahead of them in this BUKC Finals weekend in the Drivers' Championship on Sunday. But as I said several times, it's thank you for their support, and hope they've enjoyed the ride that has been the BUKC, and do hope to see them racing in other formats and any opportunities to come back as graduates in the future.
Some fun tonight as well. Have you seen the JV tokens?
I have. I think let's leave it at that. Yes, I don't know how. I don't quite know how. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But it's an interesting night that's planned, certainly. And it's an interesting race that's happening out here right now, because Brooks B are looking to maximise their points here. Lewis Bracewell here on the tail of Rory Hudson, the 6 chasing the 45 of Bournemouth 8 at the very head of this field. They're not interested in holding up Exeter. They're interested in taking the whole darn race. And, well, they might, trying to get as much as they can from this one. And Brooks A, do you know what? That was a bit of a costly lap for Brooks A. I want to say it's Alex Page at the wheel of that Brooks A car, and I want to say it because I'm pretty sure that it is. As going defensive there is Rory Hudson, and behind them it's all bunching up as well. They're not breaking away at the front here, and that's through by the number 18 of Cardiff A, and that is Fraser Brunton. Of course it's Fraser Brunton at the wheel of that one. So he takes the opportunity to get by on Rory Hudson, so it's all changed at the front. Brooks B to the lead, with Lewis Bracewell in here in the number 6, but how long can he hold on to it when he's got a good 8 karts right on his heels?
Yeah, looking at the Backstage Academy karts as well, they've made some very nice progress in the past lap, also catching right up to that battle for the lead. In fact, that battle for the lead is effectively, if you counting kind of that top second, is 5 or 6 karts pretty much. So it is anyone's game with 20 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a really interesting one. We are not seeing the early spread here. And look at this side by side for the lead of the race. That's going to be a bold one from Fraser Brunton, but it's a successful one from Fraser Brunton, and there's none too many people we've seen actually pull that move off today, where they've been on the right-hand side of the track coming across start finish and have managed to muscle their way through by the first apex of the hook section. So that's impressive stuff there, and it throws Bracewell back into the clutches. No, sorry, it doesn't throw. It partially throws him back into the clutches, Rory Hudson, but behind him, Exeter A and Manchester A are going at it at the moment. Well, it says we've got Ryan Luscombe in the Exeter A kart, but that doesn't look like a Ryan Luscombe to myself. They are side by side with Backstage Academy, though, either way, who have got into this fight as well. And who else is getting involved in this? Just for good measure, Loughborough A feel like they might get involved. Why not have the former champs in this one as well? Gosh, I'm sorry, that's the first time I said former champs rather than reigning champs. That might have been a bit of a blow to any Loughborough fans out there, but just to confirm, we do believe they are, sadly for them, mathematically out of this one now. So I should still use reigning, though, a side-by-side again for the lead, but Brunton knows exactly where to position that Cardiff A number 18 kart to deter any assault there from Lewis Bracewell. The leaders stream through the Dell in a race in a leading pack, which shows no signs of breaking up here.
No, in fact, the top 10 only get covered by about 3 seconds here, so it is anyone's game, that is for sure. Let's go for an overtake under braking there by the looks of things.
Side by side here through the hook. Brooks B and Exeter A are once more lying astern. Apologies, no they're not. That's actually a very similar helmet on a different car. I'm getting my Backstage Academy A mixed up there. So Backstage Academy battling away with Exeter and indeed have got by. And now Loughborough A goes down the inside of Chandler's, which is not a move that we've seen all too often so far this weekend.
As we are following the leading pack back onto the back straight now.
Yep, absolutely. Further back, not that much further back, BUKC in the number 14 defending against Liverpool A, as there's a new fastest lap of the race by Lewis Bracewell in second place. He'll have got a nice little tow from Fraser Brunton in the Cardiff Kart down any of the straights. And
some very impressive times at this point in the day. Obviously the track well and truly rubbered in, some nice temperatures as well.
yeah, it's actually warmed up out there as well. I did pop out during the last race, and it's actually not that cold now anymore either. So
It's certainly warmed up in here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As into the Dell comes the race leaders. See James Mills out for the Loughborough A kart. I hope I'm not doing him a disservice, but I wouldn't be too surprised at all if this was his last outing. And he's giving us a show either way as he looks for a move there on Backstage Academy. Backs out of it, doesn't want to get any bump and pass penalty. Heads up driving there by Mills. Experienced driver for the Loughborough A kart squad. Good battles further down as well. You can see that Nottingham Trent A is leading a pretty good battle for 14th place, with Brighton A and Oxford BUKC along for the party at the very least.
Great shame for Bournemouth A. They're tumbling back through the order. Now down in P, I believe, last at this point.
Did we spot what happened to him?
I saw them, I think they dived into the pits. I'm not sure if they had a black flag to serve potentially, or maybe a mechanical issue. But yeah, they have to dive right back down the order.
You're right, they did have a black flag. I'm not entirely sure what that's for, but they have been given a black flag.
There we have.
It's fine. New fastest lap of the race, Fraser Brunton, as James Mills goes down the inside of the number 50 of Backstage Academy with Sam Holgate at the wheel.
You see the leader there posting, I believe, his first fastest lap of the race, so he's responding to the charge from behind. Those two out in front have broken away from that leading pack a little bit now. The gap now starting to get near enough, makes no difference, 2.5 seconds. Yeah, although that best lap time, so I'm struggling to read the screen with this sunlight there, that best lap time is pretty much equal to Oxford Brooks B behind, with only 0.005 of a second separating their two best laps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very impressive pace at the front of this one as Liverpool A goes down the inside of Brooks C there.
Switchback work though.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a textbook one there. And it's the 8 of Warwick A, who I feel like Warwick's had a solid day. I feel like we've been talking about them plenty, as there's another move on here for Liverpool A into the double left-hander, gets the job done. And Warwick A may sniff the opportunity, but they're denied it by Brooks C staying tight for Matt Werters. And the universal sign from Liverpool A, therefore, let's all work together like a big happy family, which sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. And that's part of the fun. Contact warning for Warwick A. Don't want to attract too many of those. Further down the order, Cambridge C have just got past Brighton A. And Liverpool C have just got past Nottingham Trent B. Shout out for those teams who somehow have given us a bit of a headache on the spreadsheet of doom this afternoon. We're trying to work it out. But, yeah, it's a bit odd. Anyway, that's not their fault. That's our fault. So, on the race, we're just coming up to the halfway stage here of the penultimate race of the day. And Liverpool have been able to pull out a bit of a gap.
They have actually, but very quietly have climbed their way through the order. Although it must be said, Warwick A behind them looking fairly racy, as we just have a small pause in the screen into the commentary box. It's back now, which is good to see the cars riding over the curbs there, getting unsettled, bouncing into the air a little bit. These drivers pushing them to the absolute limits as we're watching the leading pack heading through the final corner. The Raymond Holt right-hander, as we have so christened it. And starting the lap with the leaders, then we're going to go on board with that kart, number 55 of Liverpool A, building a little bit of a gap to BUKC and Warwick A behind there, involved in their own little battle as we head through the hook with the 2, now heading into sector 2 in just a moment, having Surtees come up in just a second. Oxford BUKC looking behind there to see how far behind his rival is, and the answer is not much at all, as we have trading positions for Loughborough and Edinburgh as well. In fact, is that Birmingham dropping down the order? I'm not sure if it is. But someone who isn't dropping down the order at all are those 2 leaders out in front. Nearly 3-second gap to the Kart behind, doing an immense job out in front. We've seen so far this afternoon the leaders absolutely controlling the pace of the races, as we've said, really in a class of their own. The battles for the lead so far have been intense. Haven't been too overtake heavy, but have raged on throughout the races. As we are staying with the camera at the final corner of the lap now, we're going to go on board with the battle involving the number 11 Kart. Can't quite work out where they are at the moment. Unfortunately, the screen is just so difficult to read in this beautiful Welsh sunlight as we head through the hook left-hander once again. That gap between the 2 leaders then staying at about a tenth of a second. And we're going to follow this battle with the number 11 car, just doing a nice job of keeping those 2 cars behind there, although number 21 giving up the position, going a little bit wide on entry, and there was a gap there. Very easy for Cambridge C to make up that position into P14 then for Cambridge C. As actually, if you look, Loughborough A, the number 1 kart, of James Mills, in their own nice little bit of track, a little bit of clean air there. Let's see what they can do. Will Backstage Academy be able to press on in the remaining 10 minutes of this race, or will we see, with a bit of clean air, will we see James Mills start to push towards those 2 leaders up in front? He's got his work out for him. He wants to make up a 2-second deficit, but it can be done. It certainly can be done. He does hold the fastest lap of the race so far, only by about 300 tenths of a second, but it is showing that he is certainly on the pace, certainly willing to fight with those leaders. As we will stay with the battle for the lead then. Number 6, Oxford Brooks B. Lewis Bracewell leading the pack in this race at the moment, under pressure from Fraser Bunton in the number 18 Cardiff A Kart there, as we head towards the hook, the left-hander there, and we will follow this battle for the lead throughout this lap.
Absolutely, and it's been a really entertaining battle at the front in this one. Not for the first time we're saying that today.
Looking actually at the pace of James Mills there, he has closed the gap somewhat. He's found about 8 tenths in the past lap or so, so he is in a bit of clean air. He is starting to push towards those 2 karts in front, so don't count him out yet with 10 minutes to go.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. If you're watching this and you're a student and you're at a university and your university has a team, then what are you doing sat at home? Get involved. If you're at a university and your university doesn't have a team, or maybe you're starting at university in September later this year, then bukc.co.uk for all the contact details for the office. Get in touch, get involved in this series. This series, I'm genuinely passionate for advocating for this series. It has been an absolutely fantastic thing to be involved with for myself. This is we're just coming to the end now. I'm going to make myself sound old now, but we're just coming to the end of my 10th season of association with the BUKC in either a competitor or a commentator form. And met a lot of fantastic people. There's someone off there in the double left-hander at the bottom of the Surtees straight. We'll have to double check who that is on timing. But met fantastic people, got to do some fantastic racing. And the opportunities that this has provided. I'm going to sound a bit boring for the students for a second. I've mentioned it in job interviews as well. And when they ask you, give an example of a time when ... working on a committee for my university's motorsport club, that provided a lot of stuff. So from these little things, quite a bit can grow for people, and that's just my case study. There's many other people I know who are in that sort of situation. So. And I had a lot of fun getting that bolster for my CV. I'll tell you that there was a lot of fun involved in taking part in this championship, and I still have fun today. These two helping, these two Having three commentators in the box today allowed me to just go and stand trackside, and it's still fantastic to watch a BUKC race live going on. Everyone pushing battles all the way through the field. There is always someone for you to race in the BUKC.
That's the thing, as close and as thrilling as the action is, it is at the end of the day just a bit of fun. Everyone's here to have a good time, and it's a good way to get involved in some motorsport action.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just under 7 minutes to go then. This is the number 55 of Liverpool A, who's been having a great race in 7th place. Cardiff A and Fraser Brunton still your leader, but being kept so honest by Lewis Bracewell in that Brooks B kart. Just 0.2 of a second when they were last across the line, so I don't think this one is run yet. And once again, we have got a fantastic battle going on at the front. This is the battle between Brooks C and Warwick A over 8th place. They go by the 46 of Edinburgh A. He's had a strong day here, but maybe not their strongest race of the day that I've chosen to say it, but they have impressed me today.
Yeah, likewise. It looks like the case that Brooks C and Warwick A are gaining slightly on Liverpool A up in front. They maybe decided that they want to work together actually, and maybe try and catch up to Liverpool A, who for a little while was sort of romping away. He's now within a second of the two carts behind, and might be starting to struggle with over 5 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's getting quite warm out there. Our drivers getting tired at all if they've already done plenty of track stuff so far today. Coventry A just got past Brighton A, that's for 18th place, and Imperial A have just taken 22nd off of Liverpool C as well, so there's good battles going on out there. We're watching Warwick A.
I think a good day's racing in the heat here will be very good practice for the 24-hour event coming up in just a few months' time. That certainly does take it out of you. I can attest that I only did one 90-minute stint last year, but decided to do no cardio training beforehand, and was broken, shall we say, is the word to describe it.
That is a good word to use for that. I can certainly relate. How much sleep did you get?
None.
No? Was it your first time doing it?
It was my first time doing it.
I got no sleep my first time.
Yeah, it was my first time doing it. We had one of our members had a car crash on the way, so their car was out. We had a van as well that was kind of been used as a gazebo, so therefore I was on taxi duty all night and was very broken afterwards.
Yeah. But we love it.
Oh yeah, it's a great weekend.
It's amazing.
It doesn't sound like a great advert, but oh my god, do it. If I think if you're going to do any BUKC events of the year, it has to be the 24.
That's the nature of endurance. I'm a big endurance fan. Manchester 8 leading Backstage Academy 8 into the Raymond's hairpin. This is a battle over 5th place, or even over 4th place. Let's get that one right. James Walkington ahead of Sam Holgate. It's been a strong season for Manchester 8. Another strong season, I should say. They did come into today with a mathematical chance of winning the championship. That's no longer the case. We're going to have to study and see if we can let you know what the situation is between Brooks A and Exeter A. We are fighting a little bit of a gremlin here in the comms box with quite how the scores are being calculated at our end. Failing all else, we want to stress results.alphatiming.co.uk is where the official results are going to be posted. That's results.alphatiming.co.uk. That's where you can get all the official stuff and anything and everything. Even if we were 99% confident in our maths, which has never happened, ever, we would still stress how provisional all of this is. So that is always what we must stress. We can even scream and shout about a champion, and it's not official until it's in those results. So results.alphatiming.co.uk to get all of that. And indeed, we should mention, again, live.alphatiming.co.uk. We've got 2 more days of racing at this BUKC finals weekend. But unfortunately, we can't bring all of that action streamed to you live. We wish we could.
Just want to mention, actually, Liverpool A receiving a cone penalty there. That will put a bit of a damper on things for them, losing out on a couple of positions as a result of that, I believe.
1 position for a cone.
Position. Okay.
So not too bad. But yes, 2 more days of action. If you do want to follow what's happening here at Llandow for the rest of the weekend, live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on British University's Karting Championship. You can see all the live timing, and there will be plenty of coverage on the social media side of things as well. So do check out the British University's Karting Championship on Facebook and on Twitter and on Instagram. And I'm going to get into trouble with Jacob because I can never remember quite all of the social media that they're across these days. Snapchat as well, they're on that. Check it out on your social media platform of choice to keep up with all the goings on there. Or, do you know what? If you're nearby, come on down, come to the track. Maybe not, you know, it's the end of season party tonight. You maybe don't want to see some of that. I don't know. Depends what you depends.
Come down, get yourself a JV token.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I've no idea what value it holds, so why not? Yeah, it's fantastic. All the stuff that's put on BUKC finals weekend. We do wish we could bring all of it, but there's still plenty of ways to follow what's going on. Last lap board has been shown to Fraser Brunton, who has controlled this one so well ahead of Lewis Bracewell in the number 18 Cardiff Kart. We know how good Fraser Brunton is. As I say, leading the lightweight sprint championship at the moment, having an absolutely awesome season in the Cardiff A kart. But this is just going to be another one to top it off. As he comes into the Dell, just a little way up the road from this pack, I want to say. That's the 16. I think Fraser is coming into the hairpin. Ah, there he is. Sorry, just trying to pick him out. There he is with the orange shoulders on the suit. Sorry, it's because he worked his way through traffic. But Fraser Brunton takes another fantastic win for Cardiff A in race number 5, secures a fantastic victory ahead of Brooks B. Loughborough A with another good result in 3rd place. Manchester A are 4th with Backstage Academy in 5th. Exeter A in 6th place. Important for them as they try to pursue this championship. We'll get to Brooks A in a moment as to how far they got up the field from their lowest grid position of the round. Liverpool A were next in 7th, then it was Brooks C and Warwick A and Euclan A to round out the top 10. Cambridge C and Exeter B were next, and then it was Nottingham Trent A, and then how critical is this going to be? Joe Perkins, not Joe Perkins, excuse me, begging everyone's pardon, Alex Page. Joe Perkins, it was out for Warwick A. There you go. Alex Page getting Oxford Brooks A up the order. And then it was De Montfort A in 15th, Southampton A, Sheffield A, Coventry A, Loughborough B, and Liverpool C to round out the top 20. And we've got to work out exactly how we're playing the last race here in the Commons box. There is a chance, but for yourself, Mr. Taylor, this might be the last time we're hearing from you for today. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Very much so. The day's absolutely flown by.
Cool. If we do hear from you again, pretend I didn't ask you that. But thank you very much for joining us in the comms position today, nevertheless. And taking the low, we've all got to remain calm. We've got to share the burden of a finals weekend here. Otherwise, we'll run out of voice quite soon. So it's been a pleasure having you, sir. And yeah, is there any social media stuff that you want to push whilst you're here? Not to put you on the spot.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't say follow at UOL Racing Society on Instagram to keep up to date with everything going on with our society. Apologies there, had to get it in at some point.
I thought you'd go with that.
Yeah.
I did ask. I did ask.
I thought it'd be selfish to put my own there, but I thought better of it right before.
There you go, folks. If you want to follow them on social media, I'm not gonna.
Not that there's any bias in the comms box.
Not that there's any bias here, but if you want to follow them, then go for it. Go for it. It's nice actually. Follow teams. That's the great way of finding out, experiencing the BUKC in a bit more detail. So fair play. But yes, right. We are going to wrap up for now in the comms box. We'll go down to Jacob in a moment, but here in the comms box, we're going to see what we can sort out ahead of the final race of the 2022 Mains Championship.
Sorry, we're just switching places so that Fraser gets in his good side on the camera. Another race, another win, Fraser.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he kept me on my toes the whole way through. It was a good battle at the start between, I think there was like 4 of us. But yeah, good race all in all.
And finally, Cardiff take advantage of the local track.
Yeah, so I think we were equal on points with Brooks B coming into the round. But yeah, I think we may have done it, so it's all good.
Good stuff. And it's been a strong season for the Cardiff team, both A and B.
Yeah, definitely. I think B got their first podium today. I think I might be on for another one also in this round. But yeah, it's good.
You'd love to see it. And of course, you're all out tonight, aren't you?
Of course, yeah. On the lash.
I've seen the event for pre-drinks. I'm still in the Cardiff University Facebook group. I get invited to these things. Won't make it to those pre-drinks, but see you at Yard.
Yeah, definitely.
I owe you a drink because you won a race.
Thank you.
Nice one, Fraser. All right then, that's Fraser Brunton, winner of our penultimate race of the day. It all comes down to this. This is the last race of BUKC 2022, and we're better to start than 13th place, where a number plate and transponder has been attached, but a driver is conspicuously absent. So Exeter will be starting here. Here's one of the team now, putting the transponder on. Let's go and interview someone else whilst we wait for them. Starting in front of Exeter is Benson. Benson, it's your last race in the UK, as I understand.
I don't know my future, but I'm graduating this year, so we'll see. I don't know, probably, maybe. It can be my last race, yeah.
Have you enjoyed your time in the BUKC, if this is...
I did one season, I had some good results, every track was new. I enjoyed it, yeah. It was very, very difficult to catch up with the guys in the front, but I enjoyed it.
As I've said many times on the stream, if you had fun, then you won.
Yeah, I agree.
Excellent. Right, there's a bit of an argument going on behind you, so I'm going to go wade into that.
Okay.
But, enjoy your race. Brooks and Exeter arguing over which car is which. Surely not on the championship decider. Ryan, can I grab a quick word? Or are you two in the zone?
Oh, yeah, it's going to have to be a big effort.
Yeah.
But yeah, should be doable.
Brooks reckon you need a podium. I've had people say you need a top 5, top 4. Yeah, is that in your mind at all?
It is in my mind. I think it's around the 4th, 3rd mark. So it's going to need a good start. Obviously, Brooks in front will be on, strict instruction to try and keep me behind. So I'm just going to have to try and get past them quick. And then, try and get in around the top 4, really.
All right, Ryan, I won't influence anymore by talking it up and pushing you for answers. Just good luck. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Ryan Luscombe there. Exeter A's championship hope lies with him. Let's move a little bit further back and see if we can find a university we haven't spoken to yet so far. I'm conscious that I've missed 1 or 2, but I can't at the minute see anyone from those universities, so we'll simply have a quick chat with Team Sheffield. Have you just been out?
I've just been out, yeah.
Okay, so it's Amy in this one, is it? Amy, I'll dive in. How's Sheffield's day gone?
Pretty mixed. Callum was 2nd, which was very good. It was his last ever race for Sheffield A, which is very sad because we started together in 2018, but yeah, he's going to graduate, well, hopefully.
You got a bit of a job on coming from back here, haven't you?
I know, but we're starting in 27th, which is our race number, and it's my race number in my kart as well, my super kart, and I've literally got it tattooed on me, so can't go wrong.
It's all 27s here with Abby and Sheffield. Presumably you don't want to stay here, though?
No, yeah, hopefully don't finish 27
Maybe
as well.
2nd or 7th to fit in.
Yeah, why not?
There you have it. Ami's finishing 2nd or 7th. I'm going to jump in to talk to Michael Preston from Southampton. Michael.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, all right. Not bad. You?
You know, decent. I think this is... it's nice and sunny, isn't it?
It's got a bit warmer now as well.
There's been some good racing as well. I've really enjoyed it. Not least from Mr. Dalton earlier on.
Yeah, Jono's had a good day. Although me and Jono have been racing for B team as well as A team because we have no drivers, typical Southampton. And we've had better races for B than A, so...
It's because you practiced when you go out for the B team. You've had your practice and then you're in the groove, really, isn't it? But one last race of the day for you?
Yeah, good practice for Drivers' Champs on Sunday, so...
Good stuff. Well, I'll see you then on Sunday. Michael Preston there, University of Southampton. Right, that's it. This is the final race of BUKC 2022. It all comes down to this. Can Ryan Luscombe get on that podium and secure the championship for Exeter? Talk us through it in the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. Here's your grid for race number 6 of round A. Exeter B are on pole with the University of Wales, Trinity St David A alongside. Reading A and University of Wales, Trinity St David B are on row 2. Then it's Swansea A and Hertfordshire A, UEB and Birmingham A, Bournemouth A and Manchester A round out your top 10. Brooks C and UCLan A are next with Exeter A and Southampton A on row 7. UEA and Cambridge B are row 8, Leeds Beckett A and Manchester B are row 9 with Liverpool C and Bath A rounding out the top 20. Then it's Cardiff B and Nottingham Trent B, Cambridge C and Loughborough B, Southampton B and Brooks D, Sheffield A and Leeds C and Exeter C and Nottingham A to round out the top 30. Newcastle A and University of East Anglia A round out the 16th row, and then on the 17th row, Imperial A and Leeds A. James Johnson is back on with me. He's going to be trying to keep us up to date. It's still fairly close, but we think that Brooks may have set it very tight here for whether Exeter just need to go and get as much as they can out of this race. Max O'Shaughnessy starting in 13th place. How far up the road can he get is really the question here. As far as we understand it, he needs to pretty much boss this one and just go all in on that. So if you're an Exeter fan, you're wondering how we're looking, Max has just got to go for it. As I say, small discrepancy between what we have here in the box and Alpha that we've been trying to resolve. So yeah, it's provisional, whatever we say, folks. Apologies on that one, but we're trying our best. James?
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Max O'Shaughnessy race in race number 1 for Exeter? It was listed as somebody else, but Max O'Shaughnessy, there was definitely Max O'Shaughnessy's helmet out there. I remember it well.
I don't believe that was Exeter's.
It definitely was Exeter A because they finished in 4th place.
No, Exeter A were in race 1.
Yeah, race 1, Sam Hampshire. I thought it was Max O'Shaughnessy.
Well, it might be Sam Hampshire, to be fair. I haven't clocked eyes on who the Exeter driver is in
this
this one.
Just to say, we have a classified race, race 5.
Yeah.
So, I'm just going to... basically, for those of you watching at home, what we would normally use to calculate the race positions, it's all gone wrong, ultimately, but the main thing is that we've still got the correct points for Exeter A and Oxford Brooks A. Yes. So I will let you know. I think we're about to go for a race start, so I'll come in a second. So Howard, take it away.
Thank you, mate. We are indeed ready for the off here. The last mains championship race for the 2022 season. Exeter B is leading them away, but what can their sister team do? Joshua Kraft in the number 41 is going to be overtaken by Ben Gilbert round the outside into the hook, I believe. No, it's actually... oh, and is it all clean through the hook? Yes, it is just about. We've got, I think that's a Henry Jackson squirreling around on the grass potentially for Nottingham A, but coming through in the lead here, it is Ewan Howells for University of Wales Trinity St David B. He's got the jump on all 3 karts ahead of him, including his sister kart, and it's a full start. It's a full start, and I'm just trying to clock. There are a few stricken karts around the circuit. Unusual number of karts for a full start to be called, unless I'm not seeing too many stricken karts, so I wonder if maybe there was something else. It's 2 or 3, 4 maybe off the back. we're being told there was quite a jump start, which kind of explains the strange goings on that we had there. So we will form up again because there just wasn't enough tension in the air with the championship on the line. They just thought they'd throw another one in there.
I do have a prediction. I do. Now we have Exeter's confirmed result as 6th place.
Yeah, which go on, sorry.
So this is the main one. First of all, I will issue an apology to Clubman's. It's too complicated to try and work out that championship at the moment. We think Brighton B have probably got it because they've got a big gap.
To be clear, we would rather not get people's hopes up by saying the wrong thing.
Yes, exactly. So Clubman's, I apologise to you guys. We're going to have to we're just going to focus on the main championship fight. But with Oxford Brooks A have submitted 168 points. That is it. They are done. Exeter A, their maximum score they can get is 172 points. So if Exeter A were to finish in 4th place, they would have 169 points. If they finish 5th, they'll have 168 points, and Brooks will win it on countback. And in fact, thinking about it, if they finish, if that's what happens, then we'll have to look at the countback in the championship. Who's got the most victories?
That's the. I don't want to give you even more maths homework, but that is the question. If they manage that and they overhaul Brooks for the round, is it enough? And that's a bit of a difficult question because we are having problems with the other team's scores, so that's a difficult one. But this is going to be an interesting one. As I say, they've just got to go for it. We're away again here in race number 6. Can Ben Gilbert get back into the lead this time around? Looks like he can, but he's going to be swooped back again by Joshua Kraft, who's wise to it, and Kraft still leads for Exeter B as they head down the Surtees straight through the double left-hander. Is everyone going to keep it clean through here? We've seen a few accidents and incidents, but for the moment, it looks all fair to me. Streaming through the bottom part of the lap on what is still a glorious day, and it's still Exeter B in the lead as they head through, but Reading A's Ross Deal, who had a fantastic run this morning towards a race win, is right in his wheel tracks here, and he's going for it early doors here. Does Ross Deal for Reading A, nothing to lose, and just pops in the move there through Raymond. So at the end of lap number 1, it is Reading A, Exeter B, Hertfordshire A with a fantastic start there for Alessandro Serenetti, another race winner from earlier today. Trinity St David A in 4th, then it's Manchester A, Birmingham A, Swansea A, and Trinity St David B. Difficult day for the number 7 of Birmingham. Didn't have the strongest round earlier on. One of the long-standing teams in the BUKC. Some of these names that have been around, as I say, pretty much since the beginning. And, one of those names is Brooks A, and at the moment Brooks A they're not on track, but they will or should be watching this one. Where is Exeter A?
They are down in 14th place at the moment, so they need to make up at the very least to win this round and take it to. What I'm doing at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'm leaving you with Howard at the moment, but just to fill you in, I'm manually inputting all of the results so I can bring you a rough championship picture, because there is every possibility there are some teams that have put in strong results, and they could potentially make the difference between Exeter and Oxford if Exeter were to win the round and Oxford did not come second.
Absolutely.
Because if that happens, if Oxford comes second and Exeter lead, it goes down to a count back on the championship. If Exeter win and Oxford Brooks come 3rd, then I believe Exeter take it.
Yeah.
Because there's only 1 point in it.
Yeah. The ball is in Oxford Brooks A's court. We should be clear about that. If Exeter don't overhaul Oxford Brooks here, that's done.
Yeah.
That is done.
I know which position I would rather be in if I was Exeter or Oxford Brooks. And as Jensen Button once put it, it's always better to be the hunted rather than the hunter.
There is that. Jensen Button doesn't usually have to stand at the sidelines though, because he doesn't take part in some of the Grand Prix. That's the only difference here. I always wonder how it is to sort of stand there and go, well, Here's hoping we win the championship. We've done everything. Extra A get past BUKC, the sister kart, up into 13th place. How crucial could that be? There are now no more Brooks karts in front of Extra A in this race.
Just have to go on a charge. They just have to go on a charge now.
There's the number 1 of Loughborough.
You can confirm. Sorry, Howard, to cut across you. You can confirm. So that is not.
That is Ryan Luscombe. Yeah.
It's not Max O'Shaughnessy in that car. We can confirm that because he was definitely in race 1. I remember that very, very clearly indeed.
And he's just got no, actually, I've got to double check. He's chasing down Bournemouth, I think, at the moment.
Yes. Whilst you're doing that, finally, praise the Lord, I can do it. Swansea A, 4th overall at the moment. They are having a stormer of a race. Is their driver? I probably don't know who it is, but I'm gonna make sure they get the shout out anyway. Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't know where they are. Henry Alp Williams started 5th, running in 4th. Well done, that man.
And if you don't now have an issue, then you are pretty much impervious to commentators' curse.
Yes,
that was one hell
absolutely.
of a shout out. One hell of a shout out. Ryan Luscombe then in that Extra A kart, 12th place at the moment. BUKC have followed through though, so the 14 kart is marking their player, or marking the opposition's player, I should say.
Sorry, Howard. A lot of penalties coming in. This will play into Extra A's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Southampton B penalised for speeding under yellows. That takes some doing, to be honest, because that usually suggests you didn't spin under the yellow.
Well, they've also got an overtaking under yellows penalty as well.
Right, okay.
Lead C, where are they in the runnings? They are 6 deep. So actually, okay, I take that back. Extra A not necessarily going to benefit from these penalties.
Reading A lead. Ross Deal doing another stellar drive for the number 52 Reading squad. Clubman kart leading this field. We've had plenty of Clubman victories this year. My goodness me, the pack of karts that's just gone by me here. There is an amazing battle out there for 17th place, being led by the number 20 of Loughborough B. Southampton A, Southampton B, Nottingham A, they're all in there. Absolutely manic battle in the mid-pack here. Come into shot. Here it is. It's like we've sped up a rolling up lap. They're so side by side in this one. Such is the nature of sprint racing in the BUKC. Hey, fastest lap for Swansea, eh?
Go on, Henry. Show them how it's done, my son. Show these Cardiff and Trinity boys that Swansea are still there. They're still alive and kicking.
I'm not sure I've been able to instill a sense of neutrality in this comms box today.
No.
Henry Jackson down the inside in the Nottingham A kart of Loughborough B, as there's a curb warning issued for the University of Central Lancashire A team.
Just want to make the point that Extra A, if we look at the gaps, so really the team they need to beat, the team they need to usurp is Swansea A in 4th. That's the position they need to beat Brooks in this round. That's the one thing we know for sure. The one thing I'm not clear on at the moment, I'm still going through it, is where could Brooks ultimately finish at the moment, depending on scores. Now, that's what I'm going to try and bring to you for the moment. But obviously at the moment it's moot because Exeter still find themselves down. They're not even in the top 10 yet. They're still chasing Bournemouth A. They might have just got themselves up into 11th, actually. We'll wait to see them go through. In fact, there go Exeter A now.
Yes,
they were fighting a 40 kart. That might have been Bournemouth.
It was Bath, I think.
It was Bath,
it was
okay.
42 of Bath A, but that's kind of a moot point because the Bath A have a bump and pass penalty, I'm fairly confident. But I think they're not really in this fight.
We'll wait to see.
Albeit they're physically in the fight. I mean,
it's mad to think we're beyond half distance. Half of this race has already gone.
Yeah, I just don't feel like Extra A are making. I mean, Ryan Luscombe is trying here, but I just don't feel they're doing enough here.
There's Bournemouth A. We've got the 47.
That is Uclan. He's going down the inside there at Raymond. That is for position for Ryan Luscombe in the Extra A kart. And UClan have to yield, and that is another position gain for Exeter A. It takes them up to 11th place.
They've then got Birmingham are in there, then the Trinity Karts, Cambridge, Manchester A and Swansea A, if they have any if they are to have any chance at this rate. That's what they need.
And here's goes for the move. It was a bit of a quick chip to the inside there, but nice move from Ryan Luscombe, and he takes Exeter A up into the top 10.
He's got just over 11 minutes to get onto the back of the Birmingham Karts, because once he does that, it's all very close. So if Ryan can get his foot down and really go for it, and these guys can start tripping up over each other, then there is a very good chance. So he's got a chance at the very least.
Oh, but that is a counter attack there, coming from the Brooks C card, is it? No, it's from.
I think it's still from
Bath. Yeah, sorry, it's Bath A still. It's the 42. Yep. But as I say, Bath A have got a penalty. I'm going to double check that statement. Yep, they have got a penalty for bump and pass. So 4 places added to Bath A's race. I mean, that's the critical. There's a penalty for Nottingham A for bump and pass. Now that doesn't help Exeter either, because they're running in 14th to Nottingham A. And there's a black flag for Nottingham A as well, potentially for a repeat offence of bump and pass. Here's Bath A.
This could be the championship.
Well, as I say, Bath A have a penalty, so in a way it can't be. But if Ryan Luscombe loses time defending, you're absolutely right.
And with less than 10 minutes of the race.
Yeah. And apologies, mate, we said which position for for the point where they could realistically start to overhaul Brooks for the round. Is it literally the next kart down the road, or is it a few more than that they need?
Well, when Exeter can overhaul Brooks.
Yes.
They need to be in 4th.
Right. Okay. Yeah. This is a big ask. 3.3 seconds of the gap at the head of the field. Ross Deal in the number 52 Reading A kart. Then it is Alessandro Serenetti in the Hertfordshire A kart, and 2.5 seconds back from them. It is, and look at this. The number 14 is getting involved now. That's Brooks C. Brooks C are on the scene, and they would like to get by, and they have got by. Brooks C have got by on Exeter A. And Brooks D are in the vicinity as well. Riley Phillips in the Brooks C kart doing a massive favour to try and seal the deal of the championship in the Prems for the main championship for the sister team. There's a black flag for UClan A. That will actually... no, UClan A have fallen a bit off the back of this pack. So that's not really going to help Exeter. But the critical one for me there is, have they got back past the 14 now? I'm going to have to double check this as they come through. There's Bath. There is the 14 of Brooks C. So if you're Brooks C now, and Brooks D is the 13, which is right on the tail. So can another Brooks kart get by as the 13 comes down on the Exeter kart, and he's going to squeeze him out surely. There. Gives Racing Room fairly. That's contact! That's contact! Oh, and a big hit as well!
Hit. And that's it.
That's it for Exeter. That is certainly it for Exeter. That is devastating stuff. Yeah, that's a heavy hit. And the hit, ironically enough, was with the number 14 of Brooks C as well. It wasn't really Brooks C's fault because they were just taking the hook.
No.
And Luscombe went straight through, but it was with Brooks D, the initial contact.
No, I'm sorry, if I had to call that right there, I would say that was Exeter's fault. They were hanging it round. The move was not there, and that's the championship. That's it.
That's it. Definitely
and
it.
We've got a window open here, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I can hear the Oxford Brooks lot cheering away. They know they've done it.
I couldn't tell if it was Brooks lot cheering or if initially I heard the Exeter squad. We're going to get a replay here, so here it is.
No, he gets on the curb.
Though, that's quite an awkward... Oh, this is going to be awkward. Can we have it again? Because that is so... that was difficult to call.
Do it one more time. Here comes the Oxford Brooks C kart.
Well, you can't say that Brooks D, in the 13.
They do clip the curb. They do.
They clip it, but I think from my initial, there's no malice in that. I'm not seeing malice in that at all. I'm not sure I'd be.
Oh, it's certainly not.
My gut instinct on seeing it again is racing incident. These things, but I mean, it's irony of ironies either way that they through a bit of contact with Brooks D, they went barreling across the hook and then got hit in the side pod by Brooks C, just by sheer chance, right? That it came out in the path of the got hit by the 13 of Brooks D, because this is the odd thing about the Brooks karts. The Brooks D kart has a lower number than the Brooks C because they finished ahead in the championship last year. So the 13 of Brooks D made some contact, didn't look untoward to me. That's just my initial assessment here in the box. And then they happened to be collected in the path of Brooks C.
Yeah, X to A were without doubt.
Yeah.
Trying to put the squeeze on the Oxford Brooks kart to get around, go down to set up the inside.
It's the move I described earlier today, and you can see there that is a dejected Ryan Luscombe on the sidelines. He's just parked it up and he's sat on the tyres in the infield, and who can blame him?
Yeah,
that is devastating for Exeter.
But no, as far as I'm concerned, that's a racing incident. There's no Oxford Brooks. They have done nothing overtly wrong there. X to B, X to A did nothing. Ryan Luscombe did nothing overly aggressive. They've just come. It's ultimately just one of those things when you're trying to race together trying to go side by side through through the first part of the hook, and that's what's happened. It's the most dramatic moment of the day, without doubt.
I will say this though, and I'm making an observation here, folks. I don't know if this really adds to it because the salt is probably already in the wound. Brooks D kart isn't eligible for points in this race. The Brooks D car is not eligible for points in this race. I want to be really clear here. Under the rules, they're perfectly entitled to do that.
Yep.
And they've declared themselves completely appropriately as not eligible for points. So I'm not in any way, saying anything by that. But that is, to me, that is Kyle Morby in the 13 kart, and I was surprised when I thought, is Kyle Morby in the Brooks D kart? Yes, he is. And according to the info we have here, not eligible for points. Still a competitor, still on the racetrack.
It's allowed.
Was given a contact warning immediately. Well, we didn't mention it at the time, but the contact warning came through immediately for Brooks D. And if there was no championship at all, you would watch that back and I think say, yeah, that's the right call. I don't think I can look at that and say, it wasn't a contact warning seems appropriate to me.
I would agree.
For that incident.
Yeah.
That's just our initial assessment in the box. Others may have other opinions. The undisputable thing, though, now is that is a devastating moment for Exeter, and what was looking like a tough ask it's now impossible. Exeter are effectively out of this race, and with 4 minutes left on the clock, I stress this is provisional.
Yes,
Can't stress it enough, but Brooks A have taken yet another championship in the British Universities Karting Championship.
And just to point out how this is all without winning a race today.
Yes,
they have not won
a very
race
good point.
today.
Very good point.
The race victories have come from other people. We had Sam Johns took a victory. We had Cheresoni took a victory for Loughborough. But Oxford Brooks have not taken a victory today. But they are going to be the champions, which is quite extraordinary. And yet, well, again, everything is provisional.
Yeah.
Everything is provisional because certainly from we just commentate on it. We make our assessments. We're not the ones to make the rules. We're giving it. We say it as we see. We have our traditionally reliable spreadsheet of doom. Unfortunately, today it has been. Doom is certainly the word because we're unable to really read anything from it because something's happened.
Today it was our doom today.
It was yeah.
Which seems fitting for the final round. But yeah, and what it does mean, as far as we can tell, would be that Oxford Brooks University take their 6th ever British Universities Karting Championship, which, just in case you didn't want more controversy now and looking ahead to the 2023 season already, that means they're equal on the number of championships with their long-standing rivals of Loughborough. It's now 6 apiece. Six apiece, or provisional, but 6 apiece.
Brings me back to the 2017 season where it went back to how many 5th places they had.
Yep.
I think Piers Pryor breaking down in the pit lane at Wilton Mill.
Yep.
That's what that made it very tight for Loughborough and Oxford. I think Loughborough ultimately won that one, just. But yeah, so we could have that will be very interesting going in there for Brooks and Loughborough.
Also not out on the track at the moment, Brighton B. We think, and this one comes with a heavy percentage of uncertainty here, we think they've done enough to retain Clubman's. But I want to stress again, the official results are the official results. We are not representative of the official results. We are two guys, well, there's three of us here in the box today, and an Andrew Mather back at base, furiously trying to back up some of the stuff we're saying here.
He'll be listening to this, and just the smoke will be coming out. His beloved spreadsheet of doom. He'll be typing away furiously.
I'm slightly worried we're going to sort of hand him back the same file and go, what on earth have you done to my spreadsheet? But anyway, 1 minute left on the clock. That man there on your screens, Ross Deal, is going to be a double race winner today if he can keep this one together. The card immediately behind him is, that's Mr. Dimolo, isn't it, in a tester car. It's one of the Club 100 tester carts. Apologies if my Club 100 tester helmet twitching is off.
It is Dimolo.
It is Dimolo, yeah. I thought so.
One of the great contributors to the track guides.
Absolutely.
There's obviously Nicky Richardson, the goat of the track guides, and then you've got Mr. Dimlo, and then there might be somebody else in there that does some quite good ones, but we'll gloss over that.
Last lap board is out for Reading A. Hertfordshire A are some 6 seconds down the road, and then it's 2 more seconds.
Very quiet.
Where Swansea are about to get a podium. Don't let on. Exeter B is the man to my left who's going to get very happy in a moment. What a dramatic day of racing it has been. What a dramatic season it has been. You know, Exeter A mounted their best ever challenge for the championship.
They'll be back.
They'll be back for certain. They didn't have as much strength in the endurances. Did that mean that they were leaning too much on the sprint results? Maybe, but that's all to be debated and discussed afterwards. But it's Reading A who will take the final win of the BUKC mains, and Hertfordshire A will come across the line several seconds later. There they are. Good run from Serenetti. There's Swansea A with the podium. Congratulations to Henry Alt Williams on that. A really good drive there. Manchester A finished their season strongly in fifth.
They just pipped Exeter B on the last lap.
They did as well. Exeter B in fifth, Cambridge B in sixth, then it's University of Wales, Trinity St David B in seventh, eighth for Trinity St David A. Strong day for that university, always go well at Llandow. Birmingham A in ninth, Newcastle A in 10th, then it's Brooks D and UEA, Southampton B and Cambridge C, Liverpool C and Sheffield A in 15th and 16th, then it's Bath A and Leeds C, Oxford Brooks C and UEA A, Loughborough B and Leeds Beckett A, and next then it was Nottingham Trent B in 23rd, 24th for Nottingham B A, and I am going all the way to the bottom, folks, because it's rather important. 25th for Bournemouth A, 26th for Cardiff B, then it was Leeds A, Imperial A, Manchester B, Southampton A, UEB were in 31st, 32nd was Exeter C, UCLan A were 33rd, and 9 laps off the lead, effectively a retirement from the race. The number 4 kart. It won't be the number 4 kart next year, but I am sorry to report for any fans of Exeter, it will also not be the number 1. Exeter A finished 34th. I tell you what, if we've done the results wrong here, then we are in for some right egg on our face. But we are pretty confident of this in the box, folks.
I've been double and triple checking.
Yeah,
we've definitely got the Exeter and Oxford Brooks results correct.
Yeah, so that is it. But it's always the way in the BUKC. It is always so tight for the championship. I'm sure we'll be handing down to... We're not handing down to Jacob. That's fine. We will, well, as much as we wish we were, because the man's been amazing all year round. And do you know what, actually, just before we do a little bit of analysis... actually, no. James, how have you found today's racing? Let's do a little bit of analysis and then we'll
I think today has without doubt been the best day of BUKC I've ever commentated on, to be honest. I think every single race, within reason, has had everything in it. We have had colossal battles throughout the top 10. We have had amazing battles for the lead, particularly in the afternoon. We've had great drama. We've had, obviously, with what happened to Exeter right at the end, we've had a colossal championship battle, and it all came down here. And I can't think of a single race that disappointed. I can't think of a race that was a butter chicken.
There we go. There we go. We are going to hand out to Jacob, I think, to wrap this up. So just briefly, results.alphatom.co.uk/BUKC for all the confirmed results. I've been Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. We haven't heard from Andrew Mather today, very unusually, but along with him, we are Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do please check us out, double-mm.com. I've had James Johnson alongside me, Rich T Racing. Where can people find you briefly?
Find me on Facebook, Rich T Racing, and YouTube, Rich T Racing.
Lovely stuff, and it's been great to have Reed Taylor as well on the comms today. Thank you very much.
Big up the University of Liverpool.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to everyone at Alpha Live who makes this stream possible. I'd like to say a huge thank you to everyone at BUKC and Club 100. Jacob, who we're going to hand down to, not just the pretty face on the grids, folks, the amount of work that he's done as well behind the scenes to make the series happen is immense. As I said earlier, this marks the end of my 10th season being associated with the BUKC. I absolutely love it. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to cover it again this year. If you're watching and you'd like to get involved, please look into it. It might just be the best thing you do. And until we're next with you folks, do take care, and let's hand down to Jacob.
Ta-ta and farewell.
Down here, we are waiting for Ross Steele to splash some water on his face. He had some dirt in his eye at the end of that race, but still managed to win. Wow, what a race, what a season we've had here, BUKC 2022. An unfortunate end for Exeter's title challenge. Contentious call with Kyle Morby going up the inside of him into the first corner. But the observers call what they call, and the result is the result. We'll be at the podium momentarily to confirm our champions for 2022. Unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you that on the live stream, but we really hope that you've enjoyed watching with us this season, both at Buckmore qualifiers and here at Llandow. We'll be back with more live streaming next year, rest assured. But yeah, been a fantastic BUKC season. Still waiting on Ross to reappear. Here he is. Ross does look a little bit like he's crying, so no one make fun of him in the comments. If he is crying, it's because he's so happy winning 2 races in one day. Ross, are you all right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of oil in my eyes there. I'm probably still quite bad, but it should be all right.
I was just saying to people not to make fun of you in the comments, and if you are crying, it's because you've won 2 races and you're so happy.
Yeah, I promise I'm not crying. But yeah, that felt like a really good win, because I knew going into race 6 today that it was going to be all the best drivers. You know, we had, I think it was 4 drivers who'd won in the top 10 starting grid for that one, so there was a lot of pressure on that one. So to come out with the win, it feels really good. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so drivers, our only double winner today. We haven't had many double winners over the course of the season, let alone today. So a fantastic achievement.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was gunning for that because I just had something to tick off, and yeah, puts a really nice end to the season.
And this is it. That's BUKC 2022 done. Any final thoughts on the BUKC season?
Yeah, it was really good, really close this year, and I really hope Reading A will be back next year for a proper chance at the title next year. Seems like we got some really good drivers coming through, so yeah, be on it.
There we have it. Well, thank you, Ross. Congratulations on your double race win. I'll let you go splash some more water on your face.
Thank you very much. I promise I wasn't crying. I promise.
There you are, Ross Steele, double race winner, not crying. Yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. We really appreciate all the support that we get across Facebook and YouTube. We'll be back in November with more qualifiers for BUKC 2023. But for now, 2022, it's goodbye.